Hier oben ist es dann schon kein Spaß mehr, wenn man
I'm sure at some point,
dann
I'll put a prediction on it now. Shall we say at some point this year that a Conrad Lamborghini might well win one of these rounds?
Well, another thing,
all the ingredients are there.
No, exactly so, but you've gone and cursed it now, which is a little unfortunate, but that's how it is. But
it's my job.
It's your job. So that top car, you know, Nick Jalali was listed with it, but it, as so often happens here, we get a listing and then you get to race day and then a couple of drivers, you know, they decided they're going to go with 2. It's a 4-hour race. You can do the maths, that's quite simple on that.
Das machen wir.
Are you still doing the maths? I can see
no, I'm just thinking, also, some that even share different cars. They go the other way, don't they? Drive 2 different cars in the same race.
Yes, that's normally the sort of Patrick Niederhauser.
Exactly.
And Frank Stippler, no stranger to that. So, 99, heading its way up through the throngs of people still down there, wearing fairly thick jackets this morning, so it's still a little bit nippy, but it's great to see the blue skies up towards the front of the grid. So Rover Racing heading towards that pole position. And if you weren't with us at the start of the show, as we look ahead to this, the 53rd Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken Trophy, I love the full history of these events. It's a packed grid, 160 cars, and as Snowy pointed out, we've got 30 cars in the top class, but the fact they can be pushed and challenged, but in fact 25 cars in the top class, Snowy, I just had a little look. But then we've got those 3 in the SPX class. Now shown by the 53 True Racing KTM, they can mix it as well. So they're heading to the front end of the grid.
Yep, currently just 9 degrees.
9.
At the circuit, but better 9 degrees and no snow than the round 2 weeks ago that didn't happen, the 23rd of April.
Yeah, but they called that off quite
Wednesday,
early.
Wednesday,
exactly so. And I, you know, many a time, well, we've been here when they've called it off on the morning, but the Nürburgring, you know, what makes it isn't just the stunning lap, that it just provides something for everyone. Interesting comment last weekend, Jules Gounon competing in up at Alton Park, first time he'd seen the circuit and had that brilliant clash, battle for the lead with Adam Carroll in the race. He came away saying he absolutely adored the circuit. He likes grass and banks around the circuit. That's why he loves circuits like this. And it still means something to drivers to achieve a top result on a circuit that can bite you. Has something.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a code word for Silverstone. They call it grey rock, as in it's just so flat, featureless, whatever. And it is particularly the Grand Prix circuit is not so bad, but it is flat. There's no undulations, no contours, no gradient changes. Nothing happens. You've got the complete opposite. You've just mentioned Alton Park, which is often referred to as the sort of mini Nürburgring of the north in the UK, and modelled on this circuit. And you couldn't get more variations here of altitude, descent, drop down to the foxhole, climb back up the other side, end of the lap, Tiergarten, as we saw on that first round, that last lap. With Yusufa Vega trying to get the lead off the Franco Micavezzi in the Manthey Porsche, and you drop down the Dottingerhauer, and it's a run down. Then there's a kink on the left, partway through the left-hand kink, which doesn't look like a lot on a map or aerial. You see it driving it at the speeds they're doing, you know, pushing on 300k. It's a turn.
It looks like a turn closed door in front of you.
Absolutely, quite good. But then you get to the end, you get the Tiergarten, and it suddenly rises. So there's a dip and it rises, and you land. It's almost this plateau where you sort of turn right, left, whatever. And that's where Yusufa Vega tried to go around the outside. And I think it was Michael said it was Frank just said he didn't have an opportunity to overtake me. That's experience. Didn't put him on the grass, but just where are you going to go? But down to the point is, it was a second apart at the end of that race after 4 hours onto the very, very last lap, and we're standing here, on the edge of our seat watching experience versus youth in 2 very different cars.
You lost the record
a second to go. Incredible.
It was brilliant, but you know, it was also, to me, the birth of a young driver. I watched him race 2 or 3 years ago when he was really probably too young to be racing GT3 cars.
He's still 19, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's gained so much experience, and what he would have learned in that race is probably almost more than the rest of his career put together.
Yeah.
And I'll say that because he was racing against, you know, the likes of Fred Machiavicki from a team that really know what they're doing, and has come on leaps and bounds. And this year he's, as I said, this weekend we're missing a lot of the drivers who are competing in the ADAC WEC GT Masters first round of their championship.
Oh, he has turned 20 since that first round.
Has he? I could tell.
That's it. Coming of age, no longer a teenager.
Now, what I really, really enjoy is this mix of the young drivers like Yusufa Vega and then drivers of huge experience. Jorg Muller is being interviewed down on the grid. You know, he's a driver who could have, you know, Formula 3000 champion back in around 1990X. Could have, should have got to Formula 1, did lots of testing, but he's stayed true to BMW ever since then and has just been all around the world racing. A lot of it sort of a bit under the radar out in Japan and so on and so forth. But just down the grid, he's smiling and laughing. He did say to me once, "Don't make out I only laugh." You know, he wanted to be a serious racing driver, but he's had a phenomenal career and just a really, you know, one of the lovely guys. And I can see why BMW have kept him close because he's great for, you know, for team spirit. He's quick. He's consistent, and you know, it's just great that he's still here. I can't say the word great much more, frankly, but you know, he was a tip-top driver, German Formula 3 champion, Formula 3000 champion. But like so many, if there aren't the openings, you can't push on if your ambition was Formula 1. But you know what? He could have ended up like Bernd Schneider, not having a great career in Formula 1, and then it becomes quite hard. Bernd made the shift across into touring cars, and how, I think you can say. But you know, good to have him here. So Jorg pressing on as ever. Still smiling. He's racing the number 35 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW today, and looking forward to see how far they can go up the grid. And he's sharing that with Mario van Beulen and young British racer Ben Tuck, who's going faster and faster by the round. So now, this moment, of course, as the grid starts to clear, still a few of the Mercedes working their way up the grid. In fact, Mercedes is the mark that hasn't really shone in qualifying. None of them in the top 10. I'm scrolling back down until we get to the best of them is, I think it's the number 55 Mercedes, unless I've skipped over one, in 19th place. And that's behind the Glickenhaus, which is here this weekend. Great to have that back, and good to see all the enthusiasm around that team. And so much of Glickenhaus, as they, you know, compete in the World Endurance Championship, the sort of foundations were laid in what was then the VLN, now the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, because they've got loads of mileage. And the big man himself, such a supporter of this event. So that's Thomas Mutsch, Felipe Fernandez Laza and Frank Mayer, all loyal to the team there, starting from 18th on the grid. And let's see how they can go in number 56. But behind them, those two Mercedes, 55 from the Landgraf Young Talents team, Patrick Assenheimer and Luca Sandra, Treffs, also known as Lucy Treffs, and then the number 8 Get-Speed car. Quite what Adam Christodoulou, Mauro Engel and Maximilian Gotts, a brain trust, if you will, are doing down in 20th on the grid. But then last time, in the opening round, of course, the whole grid was shuffled, wasn't it? And we had the winning car coming through from, I think you said it was 15th position, fighting very hard with the car that started 13th. You know, so it can happen. I keep saying qualifying good, but it's not the ultimate thing here. As long as you don't lose too much ground on the opening lap.
Yeah, that's the key to it. That's they get the first couple of laps. We were musing about this, weren't we, last time? That because we have these three starting orders, three grids, three groups. My apologies. Start with 30 seconds between them.
Yeah.
So the SP9s, they disappear off, but they get the one lap. It is a 25-kilometre lap, remember, but they get the one, probably about on 1.5, almost 2 laps before they catch the third group that's been delayed, you know, a minute later. So we're talking standing starts. No rolling start, obviously. Between just, you know, under 8-minute lap around here. So it doesn't. They don't get very long. They get 15 minutes at best of racing amongst themselves, and then the traffic comes into it. And as you say, 160 cars. It's phenomenal.
But it's not all, even as though when the first cars in the lead pack come up, there's going to be a handful of them. There are effectively 20 plus of them. So if anybody's had a problem in, let's say, the third group of cars on their opening lap, it might only be a lap in, and then there are certain points on the circuit you'd rather, if the field's coming through, they catch you just as you're coming past the pits. They can use the first half of the Grand Prix loop, but if they suddenly start coming past you when they get onto the Nordschleife, then oh my word, it's going to be very, very busy. But good to see people now clearing the grid. The cars starting to become more apparent. 160 cars ready to play, and it's looking just picture perfect. 25 minutes until the start of the race, a month until the Nürburgring 24. And I think it's now time to talk a little bit more about TF Sport and their Aston Martin that's starting from, what do we say, from 7th on the grid. Marco Sorenson, David Pittard and Maxime Martin. And David Pittard, you know, I thought he was made at Silverstone. I saw him racing many things of minimal power back there in the day, but he's worked hard, made Nürburgring effectively his home, and his success here has been epic. I mean, he's been one of the drivers in a field packed with tip-top drivers at the front of the field. He's one who stands out because he just seems to have an affinity for this circuit, and Aston Martin is his mount this year. And
well, for a few hours he was a works driver, wasn't he? When they,
yes, and they changed his grading.
Changed his grading on him, so he became a works driver in the press release.
Yes, hands up who's heading to the first round, not so fast, Pittard.
Who told you to move?
But anyhow, he's back. He's starting. He's down 7th on the grid. He won't be starting because he's wearing his race jacket rather than his race suit. So we'll have to see if we can look into the car and put some little green ticks next to the driver's name. We'll give you a choice of Marco Sorenson or Maxime Martin. Maxime is going on board. No, it's Sorenson. It's 95 on the side of the helmet. That's not his age, obviously. So the helmet's going on. It's always a bit of a race here to catch the starting drivers. Of course, 95 was the number that was on the flank of the Dane train that he shared with Nicky Thiem over the years.
Good luck and a lot of fun during the race.
It's unusual not to have Nicky here, actually, but he's clearly in demand elsewhere. But I must say, circuit looking picture perfect. Good to have the Ferraris in the mix as well. And also, I like the fact that KTMs are mixing it up, and they're sort of in not just in that stunning 6th place overall. There's another one relatively well placed, because I can see one. The second of the true racing cars, number 23, number 52 is starting in 23rd position on the grid. I have to just amend my notes because I've just noticed one of the drivers is not in there anymore. In the 52 car, we've lost Christian Mentz. No, hold on. I beg your pardon. I've had a bit of a change all round. Max Hoffer's shifted across. Okay, I have to amend my notes. When you look at a very long entry list, that, as we know, Peter, goes through many, many pages. And it's a thing that's fluid.
Indeed, and talking things being fluid, qualifying was perhaps a bit different this morning. It was, to say it was one of the messiest qualifying sessions I've reported on, seen on an NLS, would not be an understatement. There were lots of offs, lots of code 60s and all sorts. And basically, if you didn't set your time early, it wasn't there. So that's something else to add into the mix, that this grid, it may not be that representative of the GT3 car SB9 class, because it's weather, its effects, things have changed. Code 60s, cars off in barriers, fluid down at various places. It's one of those, I think messy was probably the best way of putting it, qualifying sessions, and normally they're not. That's no reflection on organisers or teams or anything. It's just the way the cards are fallen today.
You know, I think it's also the fact that they were probably going a little bit stir crazy on the fact they had a circuit that was in uniform conditions. Yep. So many sessions here. It's about surviving a track that's already wet or possibly got on at this time of year almost the edge of snow on it. But qualifying is so limited here, and it is about keeping your nose clean. But if there was an interruption on your lap and flags in front of you, you have to react accordingly. So of course you would come off the power and exert a little bit of caution. But hats off to the BMW crew.
That well-known racing driver trait, to exert a little bit of caution. Yes.
Just a little bit less than the next driver in the group
exactly.
is what your team manager would be hoping, but do not pick up a penalty because nobody likes penalties.
Yes, save the car, no penalties. The rest is your job.
Yes, yes. So
there's only so much we can help you with from the pit wall.
Okay, we've talked about BMW galore, 4 of the top 5 cars, but the Manthey Racing Porsche, it's a one that's always a factor here, but the lineup, it's starting 4th. Yes, it's 3 1/4 seconds off the ultimate pace. That's not important at the moment. It started down in about 15th place last time around, and it came through to win. Same driver lineup: Kevin Estre, Fred Makiewicz, and Laurent Vantour. So that is a mighty, mighty driver lineup. All drivers who shone here. This team has shone here. The Porsche 911 GT3R, tried and tested, and it's looking very promising indeed. But if you've never listened or watched around the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, welcome. first of all, but just to explain the circuits that's used. Of course, you know about the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We don't get there immediately. We turn through effectively first four corners, three corners of the Grand Prix circuit. And instead of carrying on down the hill to the Dunlop-Kere at the bottom, after that initial three-corner complex, which has that wonderful first turn, then the slightly banked second turn, turn three, in fact, we do go through four corners. Then you're turning right, and then you're starting to head down the hill, but then you turn right again, you double back, and then you complete the sort of remainder of the Grand Prix circuit before turning left, and that's the important part, the Sabine Schmitz curve, where suddenly the track gets narrow. It's luckily been resurfaced, and you do a double left over a bridge, and then you're onto the Nordschleife, and then it's a totally different track, Snowy.
Yeah, effectively do half the Grand Prix circuit, don't we? Loop back, and you say, get the last bit, that run up to the Nordschleife, and nothing can prepare you for the change between the modern Grand Prix circuit. Lots of runoff areas, barriers, you need some binoculars to go and see them because there's so much grass in between them. And then you get to the aptly named Sabine Schmitz curve, where it is a hairpin back, and there is no runoff areas, nothing. There is a white line. And guess what's next to the white line? The barrier. So you suddenly have to focus. It's an absolute funnel, pinch point, and there's nothing else can prepare you more mentally for going on to the Nordschleife is a corner like that. So it's so beautifully now named after Sabine Schmitz, absolutely as it should be. But that's where you start. You go out of that bit. And we saw in the last race, I think the Manside Porsche had a moment with a Clio that was taking a fairly wide line in, going over to the right-hand side to cut back to take the apex. As we've said many times, he's doing his own race, the Clio. Didn't quite see Grello, the one car on the track I'm not sure how you could not see, given its colour scheme, and hence it's called Grello. But they nipped up the inside, and there was a moment where, mercifully, the Clio did see it, and both backed out of it for a moment at the tightest part of the circuit. The most opposed cars you couldn't imagine, a basic Renault Clio and a full 911 Porsche Manti, and they sort of just stopped for a minute. Well, didn't stop, but they stopped taking their lines and got through it and sharp and take a breath and reset, and off you go. And there you go, down through Hats and back, and away you go.
But even if you're racing on your own, nobody immediately in front, nobody immediately behind, it is still a sharp intake of breath, even if it's a subconscious one. Suddenly breathing becomes a little bit more constricted. Once you've got through the initial twisters, and then it sort of starts to open out after Kittelbacher and going toward Flugplatz, you can breathe a bit more easily. But that first moment where it's a constriction, no two ways about it.
But it does set the tone for that, for what's about to come, and that we've seen some extraordinary battles through there. And the part of the exercise, almost the biggest part of the exercise for these drivers in these top SP9 category GT3 cars, is judging where the gap is and not running into it too quickly, trying to not every opportunity finding it, and particularly you've got somebody towing right behind, you've got to make sure that you can both get through safety, because they will try and come through with you, and it's finding those gaps. But if you hesitate, we say caution. We're talking about crew saying to teams saying to drivers, careful, no points, no this, no whatever, just always keep the car in one piece. So you exercise caution. The next, the car behind you jump past you, and then you've got all the work to do. It's where do you overtake on the Nordschleife? There are a few places to do it. Some people like Kevin Estre tend to use the grass. That's one of his favourite places.
Yes, apparently they've tarmacked a little bit of the circuit. No, I'm understanding exactly why. Now, one thing I really need to talk about, because the start is almost upon us, new entries in the top class in particular. There are a lot of them. We've got the number 8 team Get Speed Mercedes. That's the one I mentioned earlier. Adam Christodoulou, Mauro Engel and Maximilian Goetz. Racing Engineers Audi. Hensel and Wustenhagen, the Team Phoenix Audi. They've doubled up. They've got no lesser crew than Robin Freitz and Kelvin van der Linde. Oh, my word. Then the TF Sport Aston Martin. That's starting 7th overall, and that definitely could be taking a tilt for victory. Remember, they won at the end of last year. That's Maxime Martin, David Pittard, Marco Sorenson. Then the Octane 126 Ferrari, no longer with 3 drivers. I've just noticed 4 drivers. I noticed Luca Ludwig is no longer in the crew this weekend, alongside Simon Trummer, Jonathan Hershey and Bjorn Grossman. Then we've got Top Sport WRT. Of course, we're used to them running other makes, but now they've moved to Porsche. And Porsche said, hey, do you want to borrow 3 works drivers? We'll give you Julian Andlauer, Matt Campbell and Mathieu Jaminet. The Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, Matteo Caroli, Adrian Deslina and Thomas Preining. Again, very strong entry. Racing One, the second of the Ferraris joining this weekend. That's the Kohlhaas and Schneider. That's Norbert Schneider. That's car number 39. Then there's 2 Rover Racing BMWs, the M4 GT3s with Sean Edwards, Sheldon van der Linde and Frans Wittmann, and the one on pole position, just the two drivers on board. It's Augusto Farfus and Connor De Filippi. They've come to play with new entries, also new lineups. The number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche no longer, because they're rotating their drivers ahead of the Nürburgring 24. No longer Patrick Pilet and Marco Seifried, but it's Evans and Alessio Picariello. The HRT Mercedes, number 6. We've got, I think, a little driver lineup change there. The Team Phoenix Audi. We've got Michele Beretta coming in because Ricardo Feller and Kim Lewis Schramm are competing at Oschersleben this weekend. And finally, Earl Bamberg, Le Mans winner, is replacing Alexandra Imperatori in the number 18 KCMG Porsche. So we had a few teams drop out, but the good news, more teams have come in, more teams than have taken this weekend to compete elsewhere. So real mix of drivers and cars. On dry conditions, it was 9 degrees a short while ago. It may have sneakily, cheekily got up to 10 degrees here, but all looking good.
Du magst Simracing, du liebst die Nordschleife und du bist zwischen 14 und 18 Jahren alt? Dann mach jetzt mit bei der DNLS Junior-Sichtung. Der Sieger startet zusammen mit Mercedes-AMG-Fahrer Adam Christodoulou in der digitalen Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie 2022 und 2023. In der Nürburgring E-Sports Bar kannst du dich jetzt parallel zu jedem NLS-Lauf von 13 bis 18 Uhr beim Shootout qualifizieren. Vielleicht bist ja du der nächste Sim-Racing-Shooting-Star.
See you then.
Können wir oben das Ding beschleunigen? Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
Travel across months reading through all the notes just for qualifying alone, and think how much more excitement happens in the race and how many more incidents occur just there. But the cars are out on their formation lap, and one of the glories, not just to look at the Nürburgring from a high angle and see the cars going up the hill to the Caracciolo curve and down again through that wonderful bank corner, but the fact there are shadows from the trees, is bright sunshine in the Eiffel Forest. And just think of the little heart rates in all those cars, 160, 153 cars, pitter-patter, boom, boom, as they go around, round the carousel and down.
I would tentatively suggest they're big heart rates, not little heart rates. Sorry to be a pedant, but...
No. And in many cases, it's what makes their hearts beat at all, I would say, as they go around. But, you know, it is a phenomenal championship, and I'm delighted, you know, having been involved commentating on it for about probably 4 or 5 years now, how it's grown and grown. But you know what? It's as though I'm doing it for the first time, not because, well, it's just simply the circuit is the star. The drivers are the bit parts and the cars in so many ways, but I've yet to see a dull race on the Nordschleife. I could sit here, because I'm probably a very simple person, and watch the onboard cameras all day, because it just never tires me.
Absolutely, and if motor racing was an art, was there ever a better canvas than this?
Thank you, that was Da Vinci. But no, just brilliant. And in the background, you just suddenly break away and you've got car parks, and then you just got, I love the fact you've just got the main road just running alongside the circuit, but when you're on the circuit, you have no clue it's there. And then you've got that long, wonderful run out of Galgenkopf through Dottinger. It's the run back to the end of the lap. But of course, you think that's not the end of the lap, really. You've got that fabulous sequence of curves. The Bremskurve, you know, effectively we call it just Tiergarten, because that's what it is, a combination of corners that lead onto the start-finish straight. And if you weren't with us a month ago, that's where the race order didn't change on the final lap. That hardly sounds like a headline, but it wasn't for want of trying, with young charger Yusuf Vega, still a mere 19 at the time, taking on Fred Machiavicki, who's almost had as many years in GT3 racing as Yusuf has been alive. And he used that experience to just great effect.
It's a great way of putting it, isn't it? Yes.
Sorry, Frederick.
He did put it to great experience. He put experience to great use in NLS1.
Yeah, he really did. And but again, it's the circuit, it's the cars, it's the weather, it's the diversity, it's the challenge. We've got 4 hours of that coming up very, very soon indeed. So looking forward, wishing everyone out there a very, very good race indeed. Sad not to see the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. We're waiting to find out a story as to why they haven't come out to play. But of course, they're building towards, they race all year in this championship, and Falcon, of course, being a tyre company and no circuit, provides greater tyre testing than the Nürburgring Nordschleife with all of its vagaries. But they'll be building towards, and they're building up their team of very experienced Porsche drivers towards the Nürburgring 24 in a month's time. But,
the pace car is just coming through Schwalbenschwanz. She's going to be on to Golden Cup for the Dottingerhof in a minute, where Schwalbenschwanz is where we've got the slow-mo camera this weekend. They've moved it to a different position. It was down to Hatzenbach, I think, for NLS1. And we did get some great images, which we'll try and describe to you, with some extraordinary images of cars with not 2, but sometimes almost all 4 wheels in the air in slow-mo. It is quite extraordinary to try and explain how that looks.
I remember when, a good 20 years ago, I was working with Formula 1 TV, and they got ever greater camera angles with slow-mo cameras, and just looking at the tyres just moving around, just extraordinary. And if you're on camera, drivers, remember to smile, remember, look as though you're enjoying yourselves. I think that's
and wait, just add a consideration.
Yes. So Schwalbenschwanz, if you want to know where that is effectively the last really serious corner before you get to Galgenkopf that leads you onto the long run back to the pits, which is where the cars are now. What are they doing? It's cool outside, it's sunny, of course they're snaking around. BMW is almost as far as you can see. Well, certainly 4 of the top 5 runners. The Interloper is the car that's going to be starting in 4th place overall. It's the Manthey Racing Porsche that's broken them up. But on that front row, it's one of the 2 Rover Racing M4 GT3s. That's the one shared by Conor de Filippi and Augusto Farfus. Alongside in black, yellow and red livery, it's Dan Harper, Max Hess and Neil Verhagen. 3 drivers who've got a huge amount of racing, huge proportion of their young, burgeoning racing careers here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And the 3rd of the BMWs at the front end is Christian Cronjes, Andy Soucek and Sami Matti Trogan, sharing the number 34 car. That's the car entered, one of many entered by Walkenhorst Motorsport, which doesn't concentrate its entries only on the top class, but they've got BMWs of all sizes and categories down this let's call it 153 car field, because not everybody made it through. That's what it is. That's what it is.
I'm with it. I will go with that, Bruce.
It could have been 156, but 2 aren't starting, and as you pointed out, 1 didn't qualify, which is the Racing 1 Ferrari, didn't set a time. Have to see if that gets a start from pit lane. So if we start talking about car number 39, that'll be the Racing 1 Ferrari, but we better not get ahead of ourselves. 2 by 2 behind the pace car, leading them round. This is the first of the starting groups, and be more than enough on any circuit to have even half of just the lead starting group as your field of cars. So we've got about 50 cars in that group, and then there'll be the 30-second gap, and then we'll have another start, and then the 3rd group of cars will come in again after a half-minute delay. So tighten your belts, sharpen your focus, and look at the red lights on the starting gantry. The field is about to start. NLS3. BMWs to the 4. Aston Martin started from 7th. The Porsche making a fairly poor start from number 4, but 4th on the grid. And the KTM Crossbow, the SPX class car, gaining a position or 2, and it's a real gaggle of cars, 4 or 5 abreast. They go past the starting gantry, under the starting gantry, down to the first corner, but the pole starting Rover Racing BMW just gets through turn 1 ahead, and then a change of position behind because the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW pulled alongside, got its nose in front of the BMW Junior Team car. Car number 25, the first spinner of the race, didn't get in long, will be joining at the back of the pack in the class.
Motorsport car.
Yeah, that was Joachim Tyson, Enzo and Nico Menzel. We'll pin it on one of them when we get to see that. But the story there was the BMW Junior Team car getting a little bit muscled out, or outthought in many ways, trying to challenge for the lead, found itself on the wrong line, has now been muscled back to 4th place
by the Manti Porsche.
By the Manti Porsche. If he doesn't watch it, it's going to be having a bit of fun from the KTM Crossbow as well. That's the SPX car that's up there and challenging. But if you're in the lead car from Rover Racing, you're laughing because all those behind are battling and you've got your nose in front. But it's BMW, Porsche, which is the Grello car from Manti Racing, BMW, KTM Crossbow up into 5th place.
I think the Aston looked, the TF Sport Aston looked a bit punchy as well at the start, coming down the inside by the pit wall, but then I think it saw everything going on at the outside there with the Huber Motorsport Porsche beginning to spin.
Yeah, outside the top 10, in fact, trying to find it. Just gone through. Okay, so it's lost maybe a place, maybe. So
they started well initially, got down, but they've got to that first corner and discretion better part of Fowler. It's a long race, 4 hours. Kept out of the way, just let that auto to kick off on the outside there. So, you know, not a bad move there. I'm not sure who started the...
Marco Sorenson at the wheel.
Marco Sorenson, my apologies. Yes,
huge amount of experience. Right, first 3 starting to make a little bit of a break, which is surprising. The BMW Junior Team car muscled out of 2nd place when it challenged for the lead, fell back to 3rd place, now back to 4th. Now actually just started to close up a little bit. Maybe it's thinking, no, get on the tail of the Manti Racing Porsche. And certainly the crew of Harper, Hess and Verhagen, very experienced indeed. And again, we've seen this over the years, haven't we, Peter, that it's about having a good 3-car driver, a 3-driver lineup in these events.
I think Marco Sorenson has actually gone back to where he started, P7. So it's exactly where the same starting position. I think he jumped a couple of places at the very start, but by turn 1, the same came out of it. So I'm sure that's in P7 moment. So 2nd group, back to start.
KTM Crossbows to the 4, 2 of them, but then of course you get cars from the TCR class, a host of Porsche Caymans, in fact 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17, but it's 2 KTMs leading that group down towards the first corner. They've got clear air between them and those behind. The Porsche Cayman fighting for 3rd place with one of the TCR class VWs. Both get shoveled out towards the outside, but a nice, tidy-ish manoeuvre down into the first corner. A bit of dust being kicked up on the inside of the circuit, but drivers behaving actually marginally better than they were in the top group, so well done to them. One more group to go. Meanwhile, of course, the leading cars are now getting toward, where are they on the circuit? Metzgersfeld, do I see?
Yes.
Okay, so they're
yes, Metzgersfeld wants to be Kallenhard.
Okay, so as you look at your circuit map, they're very nearly halfway around it. It is quite something that you can have 150 plus cars.
Now, race
playing
control
on a
message that starting Group 1, cars, if you're talking about the SB9 category cars, under investigation.
You shocked me to the core.
Really? Drivers? Not able to start a race? Under investigation? Surely not.
That won't catch on.
What is this witchcraft you speak of?
No. Wow, those 2 KTMs in the 2nd group. Just to give you, I said they were easily in the lead when they got down to the first corner. They're about a dozen car lengths clear, and they haven't even got towards the Vidal chicane, so that's very dominant.
Meanwhile, at race control, starting Group 2 under investigation.
Well, just to let you know, that's not because necessarily anything was untoward. They're all under investigation until proved otherwise. It's sort of the reverse of you're all guilty.
Exactly. You're all guilty until we say otherwise. Yes.
So again, neat and tidy as the 2nd group turn left and left again through the Sabine Schmitz curve onto the Nordschleife, and just waiting for the lead group to get to the first timing interval around our timing screens. It is a phenomenal element here, just having such an enormous gap between the timing segments. And if you like your less powerful Renault Clios, BMW 325i's, et al., the 3rd group is just coming into the final sweepers of the Tiergarten complex, I think we'll call it that this weekend. They turn effectively sharp right, sharp left onto the start-finish straight, eyes all focused on the lights on the starting gantry. Their safety car, the 3rd of the sort of pace cars, peels into the pit lane. Known at that point, the lights are still red, waiting for them to turn to green. The drivers are accelerating towards them. They can't change position until they go past the lights go green, and then it's BMWs. As far as the eye can see, effectively, in that group, it's all the 325i's at the front, but they're looking quite neat and tidy down into turn 1.
Well, as they go into turn 1, our leading group come through the Caracciola Carousel, and they'll exit that up to Haar-Acht, the after-named highest part of the circuit, and then back on through the Wipperming complex and Brunchen, and they'll come back onto site fairly shortly, but that's how far around the lap they are, and then just got the 3rd group started.
So if you just happen to be nipped off to make a coffee or whatever and missed the start of the race, it was a clean start from the front of the grid, or from the 99 Rover Racing BMW. A challenged BMW Junior Team car through the first sequence of corners through turn 1 towards turn 2, but at that point they were on the wrong line, and the number 35 Walkenhorst Motorsport, 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW dived up the inside, but then it wasn't to be their position for long, because the Manthey Racing Porsche that started from 4th on the grid moved up to 3rd, front 3 trying to make a break, but the BMW Junior Team car trying to hang on in the lead of the race. So just waiting as the timing screens get busy. Not surprising. You think how much information they've got coming through. Peter's going to keep an eye on any further warnings at the bottom of his screen. But really, I'd say, apart from the spinning Huber Racing Porsche, it's been very, very clean at the front of the field. And that got going again pretty well and tucked in again behind. So all good. It's Team Sorg Rennsport leading that 3rd group, by the way, number 504. Up at the front of the field, though, it's still the order it was as they went down to Hatzenbach on the opening lap. But it's the 911 in 3rd place, chasing the number 34 BMW in 2nd place. That's the one of many from Walkenhorst Motorsport. And leading the race, but only by about 2 car lengths, is the number 99 Rover Racing BMW that started from pole position. And the good news for the BMW Junior Team, I feared they were starting to be dropped. I then sussed they weren't, and in fact all of those cars, as they come down through Hershey back towards and the Dottinger Her back towards the end of the lap, effectively 2 or 3 car lengths between them as they go down this long straight, trying to pick up a tow. And the lead car goes one way across the circuit, then the other way, and the Porsche's the one on the charge. It's suddenly got a fantastic tow from the 2nd place BMW, has got its nose in front, almost able to take the lead in Tiergarten, but at that point, no, the grass not so good on the opening lap. Let the grass warm up, but really, really promising attack there from Porsche. What a tow. There the cars were looking even in terms of their placing, but clearly a little more grunt on to start from straight, or maybe just an early tow, and that Manthey Racing Porsche just went past the Walkenhorst car as if it was not standing still, but not moving very fast at all.
Nearly got into the lead. Having looked down the inside as well, is the Manthey car. It's almost squeezed down inside the Rover BMW. Oh, and we've got a couple of cars off at that kink we talked about. That's going to be a code 60 on the left-hand kink of Horact.
Yeah, so
sorry.
The Dottinger Her, I keep falling in that hole. And so, yeah, I saw the Huber Racing Porsche that spun on the opening corner go past them, so it's the back end of the lead group. So at the end of the opening lap, it's Conor de Filippi leading for Rover Racing by the mighty margin of 0.368 of a second from Kevin Estra. Christian Cronjes, former winner of the Spa 24, very good opening lap for him, for the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW crew. And then Neil Verhagen, who started, of course, of the BMW Junior Team M4 in 4th place. Tim Heinemann, 5th overall in that SPX class KTM Crossbow GT2, and then the 2nd of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. That's Ben Tuck completing the top 6. Earl Bamber up to 7th, just ahead of the Aston Martin, which has lost position overall, Marco Sorenson. And to complete the top 10, Peter, because I'm a bit like that, Frank Stippler, the number 5 Audi from Phoenix in 9th place, just ahead of the 2nd of the Rover Racing BMWs with Franz Wittmann.
Yes, we've got a first code 60 over at Metzgersfeld, which was for one of the Conway 120, the Cup 2 Porsche GT3 over a VW&S Motorsport. I'm not quite sure why that's about. I'm more concerned about this one on the Dottinger Hoa that I only saw a little bit of. Let's see what we've got there. We've got yellow flags all the way along there. It's yes, it has become a code 60.
It's a Porsche Cup class car.
It's a 107, car 107. It is, yes. Yeah, there's two cars off. They're obviously coming in. Now one's just reversing and getting himself back just on our Rover helicopter cam. You can see that one Porsche's got itself going. One's in the barriers. That one's reversed and rejoined. So it's 107. Big puncture there. So it's 107 is the first one. That's the Team Manthey GT3 car. That's from the Cup 2 class again, you say. Manthey Racing. So that's looking very finished. It's left rear tyre missing completely. So whether that's cause and effect, I'm not sure. But you just wonder if a tyre's gone and he's just lost control at the highest part of the circuit and maybe cannon into other people and basically a passenger. Because it doesn't look to be that much damage to the bodywork to have taken the tyre, but tyre is definitely deflated on that. So there's causal effect. We'll have a look at that one a little bit more when we get some more details. That's going to say code 60 as we predicted on the Dottinghoer.
Yeah, front of the field seem a little bit bunched up as well, and then right, that's interesting. We just had a change of position because Christian Cronje was outthought by Neil Verhagen. They were in a slow zone. They suddenly accelerated out of them, but the number 44 car in 4th place is now up into 3rd. He jinked around, got very close to tail of Verhagen, but driver 44, that's sorry, Neil Verhagen was driver 44, thinking faster on his feet than Christian Cronje was ahead of him. So having started from 2nd, fallen to 4th, he's now back up to 3rd. But again, we've got yellow flags and almost coming towards another slow zone. That's probably the one at Arenberg, is it? Coming up in front of them. But our lead group of cars, they're going to have to snake their way through, and already rescue vehicles are there. Cars possibly on both sides of the circuit at that point, just in front of them. So qualifying was a little bit crazy today. We had incidents already in the race, and I always find a certain irony when so many times they compete on the Nordschleife and the weather conditions are unbelievably tricky on a tricky circuit, and they get dry conditions, and then they just things sometimes go a little bit awry. So been a busy opening lap, and we've only really been talking about the lead group of cars thus far, but groups 2 and group 3 having to back off as well. Just to confirm, we've got slow zones at Arenberg at the moment. Connor De Filippi leading the race. Just remember, they got through ahead of all this trouble to start their second lap. The gap was only 1/3 of a second or so ahead of the Manthey Racing Porsche. Kevin Estre at the wheel. So it's Connor De Filippi, Kevin Estre. Christian Cronje was in 3rd place at the end of lap 1, but Neil Verhagen's got the jump on him going out of a slow zone to move his BMW up ahead. But if you're a fan of BMW M4 GT3s, they hit the ground running last year, and this year they're really racing. 4 of the top 6 runners here in NLS-3 are aboard M4 GT3s. Connor De Filippi in the lead. Christian Cronje is now in 4th place. Neil Verhagen just up to 3rd. And the 4th of that group is down in 6th place overall, young British racer Ben Tuck, and he's nipping in behind. In fact, I sense his pace is enough to start bringing him towards that lead group, but he's sitting in behind the true racing KTM Crossbow.
Sieht doch ein bisschen geknickt aus, was man verstehen kann. Man tritt hier natürlich nicht an, den Preis zu kriegen für den ersten Ausfall im Rennen. Nick, was ist passiert?
So, still slow zones for cars to go in. I was trying to work out which of the Porsches limped back to the pits. We saw 107 Snowy stuck at the side of the circuit with rear end damage. Do you think a rear left tyre had gone?
There was certainly some damage on that corner of the car. So with the other one, I wasn't able to get eyes on the number. Oh, I think we've got it now.
It was white and blue, and it's in the garage. 103 by the looks of things.
103 by the looks of it, yes.
Or something 3, but 103 Black Falcon car. Yeah, it could be. And Peter Ludwig, Nagelsdijk and Mike Rosenberg. No, I don't think it is 103. It's a Müllner Motorsport crew. So, it's, yeah, the blue and white colours of Müllner Motorsport. So that would make it 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, even easier.
In fact, Nick Soleski was the driver. I think he was just talking to an interviewer down in the pit lane. So he shares with Marcel Hopper. So I don't know if he was the one at the wheel at the time, but clearly the way the car was dragging on the ground as it got going some while after the incident, but did at least get back to the pits. That means that this, if it's reparable, they can go back out and turn it into a test session. But still, safety vehicles moving around the circuit. Of course, you need a lot of vehicles to cover a circuit as long as it's 25 kilometres of glory, but you can get away with 1 or 2 course vehicles on a 3-4 kilometre circuit, but here they have to have a whole series of them, and also many's a time that you get more than one incident around a lap as long as this. So they've got to clear up, 2, sometimes 3, and I think there might have been as many as 3 on that opening lap. The one that got away with was the Huber Racing Porsche car 25, went for a little spin down at turn 1 on the opening lap, but since then has got going. I was trying to see how high up the order there. Menzel's only got up to 30th position, so he really shared a lot. That's Nico Menzel. Up front though, drivers escaping. And it's the 99, Connor De Filippi. BMW entered by Rover Racing. He was nearly just over 1/3 of a second to the good, ahead of Kevin Estre at the end of the opening lap. But Kevin Estre is the one doing different, as they say in certain places. He's the Porsche among the BMWs at the front of the field. And let's also remember, of course, we've got a KTM Crossbow that was running in 5th place overall. having qualified so well, qualified 6th, but the KTM Crossbow car, orange and black, car number 53, having a real go at it.
We mentioned earlier about Kevin Estre liking a bit of a pass on the grass. And on that first lap, there was a little bit of dust being kicked up as he tried to get around. And of course, it was Mr. Estre at the wheel of the Manti. What a surprise.
Yes, I sort of...
It's almost a USP of his, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I sort of wanted to jump straight in and say it clearly must, but his teammates also probably fancied that. Now, slow zones cause problems. There are waved yellow flags as the lead cars are coming towards the end of their second lap. They've caught the tail of the back group. We said it would happen in a lap and a half. It took slightly longer because of the wave yellows, and it almost looks as though they're standstill. Lights flashing from Connor De Filippi because there's a couple of cars from the rear group. They're doing exactly the right speed, but everybody else is bunched up. We can have the top 10 cars covered by 10 seconds, but they're going slowly. They've still got to get to Tiergarten. It's double wave yellows. We know why, because 107 was in the barriers there last time around. They're still trying to tidy it up.
Poised literally like coiled springs, waiting for that green flag to go. The 107 Porsche being towed back. That's why we've got this incident at the moment. There's a little bit of damage on the rear wing, but I'm not sure why that car went off in the first place. But 107 is being towed back out of the way. They will clear it, and then it's going to have a race into Tiergarten, Bruce.
Well, it's a question. Okay, they've got clear, and who was thinking fastest? It was the BMW Junior Team car. It's had a very good half lap because. Hold on a second. Kevin Estre overtaken into Tiergarten. Yes, no, he jumped as soon as the slow zone. It was very quick, gained a position when he cleared slow zone out to Arenberg, and certainly Neil Verhagen deserves a huge pack on the back. He's done it again later in the lap, and they were released before they got to Tiergarten. He's now got ahead of the Manti Racing Porsche. He's back into second place where he started. He's still behind the car that started on pole position, Connor De Filippi. But that was clever racing.
KTM trying to go all the way around the long side at turn 1 there. Not quite making it, but yeah, Neil Verhagen there, what a great opportunity there. Took it, that would call Kevin Estre napping quite literally, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say.
Say it again, just for good effect.
You're right, Race Control decided there was no further action required on any of the starting groups. But
they've got
we've all been good boys.
Too many other things to look at.
Yes.
So very, very busy at the front, but Connor De Filippi, having been challenged into turn 1 on the opening lap, hasn't been challenged fully yet, but Neil Verhagen is looking to atone in the second of those BMWs, the yellow, red and black one, and he's really, really pushing on very hard indeed. Right, I'd like to here's news from Falcon Motorsport. Their Porsches have been withdrawn from this weekend's meeting after qualifying. This is due to an insufficient supply of tyres in the optimum compound for the track conditions. This shortage caused by the global supply bottleneck for raw materials, of which we're awfully conversant, and of course their tyres come from Japan. But Max Cruz Racing, who's competing on in the NLS-3 on Falcon tyres, has got the rubber for his cars, but two of the front-running cars not there. But we've got more than enough to be going on with, because the lead of the race is a fantastic battle at the moment. And as they cross the start-finish line after that very clever analysis of what was sitting in front of him, we've got Connor De Filippi leading by 1 second, almost on the nose, and then 1.2 seconds back from Neil Verhagen to Kevin Estre in third place. So the order has been shuffled, but I feel that's not the end of it as yet. And looking further down to see who else is making moves, it's all quite steady. The TF Sport Aston Martin was 8th, is 8th. The KCMG Porsche was 7th in the hands of Neil Bamber, is still in 7th place. Looking to see who's going to be making the clever moves. We're looking down the order. We've, of course, the top car in SPX is still being driven brilliantly by Tim Heinemann, and that's kind of
hang on, we've got a BMW in the barriers.
Oh, that was the one that was running in 4th or 5th place. That
yes, it's just nearly being collected by a Porsche that's also gone off at the same place.
Is that Christian Cronjes, I think?
Yes, nearly collected. Literally, we talk about these narrow strips of grass that's very dry at the moment, kicking up the dust, which is what alerted me to it. Looked across, and there was that BMW sitting in the barriers, and the Porsche literally off the track between the BMW. There's about 2 car widths there. It managed to find its way through and miss it completely. That could have been catastrophic, but they've got away with that one. Yellow flags at that point. But the BMW looks, I think it might have just parked itself there, actually.
Well,
there's no incident, there's no tyre marks, nothing indicating it's had an incident to get to that stage.
Busy, busy, busy out on the track. Shortly we'll list the corner at which there are not yellow flags. I jest, but it's been a busy, busy time. Keeping his nose clean, best place to do that is at the front of the field. It's Connor De Filippi, the Rover Racing 99 BMW M4 GT3, but he's having a little bit of a hard time getting past one of the tail end 325Is that tried to stay out of the way, but Connor had already decided he wasn't going that way. And again, I think we might have a slow zone up ahead. Slow zone up ahead, so he's got to stay behind it. So what we've effectively got, we think now the incident before Tiergarten with the 107 Porsche has been cleared. Just I could scroll down and find out, but messages coming thick and fast. But around Arenberg, still cars off, and as they clear up some, they find others elsewhere, because certainly that BMW that was well placed in the hands of Christian Cronjes appears to have pulled to the side of the circuit. Looking for anybody who didn't qualify well, I'm just going to look at the world of Mercedes. I mean, normally right at the front end, the top Mercedes is down in 14th place. Patrick Assenheimer. Well, if anyone makes a car Mercedes go around here, well, he's 14th. Lucas Stolz down in 16th. That's the team Bilstein car, pale yellow and blue, run by team HRT, and then the other HRT car in the hands of Philip Ellis is down in 19th. So that is not where you. And Maxi Gotts is down in 21st. That's extraordinary. Ah, right. Peter's going to do some car analysis. We have car. Is that 391?
Yes,
891.
It is. That's in the gravel. But just before we do that, we've got those two Porsches earlier, 123 and 107. That's being under investigation now. So that is a little point to what might have caused that. They've obviously had that coming together. That was on the left-hand king of the Dottinger that caused the first code 60, and that's still in operation.
Yeah, still a rescue vehicle there. No, sorry, I just said car 891 and moved off. I should have said that's the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M2 CS Racing entry of Felix Partel, Max Partel and Michael Mayer, but they're stuck in the gravel.
I think in fairness you quoted the number and I interrupted and changed the line, so my apologies.
Well, from my eyes, to be able to spot a car number, it's quite an achievement.
Well, absolutely, you want to be credited when you do, don't you?
Especially if you got the right number.
Always a bonus.
Car 1006. Not in this race. They go
reporting, not investigative journalism. Yes. Guess the number yourself.
So yeah, I did start saying I'd look down the classes. So we talked about SP9 Pro. Pro. In fact, the top SP9 car that's not in Pro is the Pro-Am entry, which is the Huber Motorsport Porsche that spun on the turn 1. That's down in 27th position, so that's picking up ground. Top car in Cup 2 is several places higher, the 22nd position overall, and that's the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class, car 120, and that should be Tim Scheerbart in that, and he's not got a huge margin of over Moritz Krantz in the Kramer Racing, Kramer Racing example, just 0.685 of a second. 976 Porsche is leading in the Cup 3 class for Caymans, GT4 class Caymans. And 976 is it's driven by Jens Motorfint, Moritz Oberheimer and Torsten Wolter. Small advantage at the top of that class. Very small advantage, in fact, almost nose to tail. Up front, though, really a place you want to put your camera is in the car that's running in second place, because it's getting closer to the car in the lead of the race. It's BMW M4 GT3 chasing BMW M4 GT3, and Connor De Filippi, the American racer who's been tied to BMW for a very long time, no stranger to Nürburgring, is being pushed very hard by fellow American racer Neil Verhagen in the BMW Junior Team entry.
So just a very quick update on the what some of the causes of slow zones are, as they're being upgraded now at Flugplatz Schwedenkreuz as well. It's got upgraded from 122 at 60, and yeah, the car at Flugplatz is the number 35.
Oh, 35, not 34. So
correct,
it's not
35 BMW, which had Ben Tuck at the wheel of that, and that's why that's off there. That's crashed at Flugplatz. That has been confirmed, and the Arenberg car is car 891, which is the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport M2 CS from the M2 CS class, aptly named.
They're good like that.
It's clever, isn't it? It's very Germanic. Works. So that's why we've got those code 60s.
So again, we'd like to see what happened in the Ben Tuck incident. I think you caught some form of sight of it, but I must confess I was looking at a timing screen and didn't. But you probably caught the end of the story rather than the front end.
I fear so, yes, but it's always wary of speculating. But it's just parked. It's also parked very close to the barrier
and tidally.
And tidally, but also being a left-hand drive car, it's not the easiest way to get out of it, is it? But I guess you can exit from the other side, probably not that easily, to be honest.
Still a slow zone on the long run from Dottinger Höhe before they get to the bridge that's just before the kink. They're still clearing up the incident. Can't be much longer, but again and again, that group has to close right up. It's
got to be barrier repairs, Bruce, hasn't it? Because the cars are cleared out of the way. So we did see that one on the right. So this is to go under the bridge, under that kink. That's where the 107, I think it was, that was 90 degrees to the track, managed to reverse itself out, no apparent damage, and then reverse itself out, and then get itself back to the pits, albeit very slowly, significantly reduced speed. But it was the other car on the other side, 123, that had got the bigger damage. Was it the way around? 123, 107, wasn't it? And that's back in the pits. Both got back to the pits, one way or the other. But there must be some damage to the barriers on the right that's taking a while to sort out.
Yes, and again, we'd like to see the front end of because certainly the Müllner Motorsport Porsche that limped away. 123 was dragging on the ground. Whether that's just punctured tyres, I think bodywork was rubbing as well. So the field is released yet again after the slow zone, and yet again Neil Verhagen runs very deep into turn 1. Doesn't give him an advantage at all as he tries to catch Conor de Filippi in this inter-Nissan battle between BMWs. It's the BMW Junior team chasing after ROWE Racing. Renault Clio stays very nicely out of the way between the second and third turns as they go in the sort of switchback. That's turn 3 and 4. Porsche Cayman very gently moves to the side of the circuit and goes beyond the call. And now it's very busy out on the track. The first two trying to make an escape. Kevin Estre has actually been jumped by, so where is he in the background? So just checking he hasn't gone into the pits. No, he's fallen back behind the KTM. The KTM is now up into third place overall. Kevin Estre, has he been caught out on another restart? Didn't quite spot that, but...
No, he hadn't actually. A good spot, Bruce, but I'd already seen that he was there. He's dropped down. He was challenging for the lead. He was that close in second just half a lap ago. I appreciate half a lap around here is 12 kilometres, 4 minutes, to grant you. But he was challenging for that position. He's now dropped down to not third, but fourth. So the Manthey Porsche with Kevin Estre at the moment going backwards by relative terms.
I think he just likes a challenge, frankly. But for KTM, Crossbow, and for the number 53 team from True Racing, you know, we know in terms of pace they've been getting closer and closer to the front end of the field, but this is their day of day at the moment. So up to the starting 6th, that was a big fanfare, a blow of the trumpet, but they moved up to 5th, 4th. 4th not good enough, let's try 3rd. Who'd you pass? The royal family of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, a Manthey Racing Porsche, here at the Nürburgring with Kevin Estre on board. Chalk that one up.
Oh, that's one for the grandchildren, isn't it?
Oh, not that one again, Grandpa.
Yes, exactly.
So, little bit of a gap. It's a second and 1.4 seconds, nearly a second and a half back from Verhagen in second place as he chases off after Conor de Filippi back to the SPX class, KTM GT2. Tim Heinemann on board, so Tim really enjoying himself. And then Kevin Estre across the start-finish line, not only not in 3rd, but down in 4th, but he had nearly a 4.5 second deficit over Tim Heinemann in the crossbow, so a little hard to work that one out, why he's fallen back that far. We'll keep an eye on that. Cup 2 class car, just looking down to see it's still 112, challenging 120. That's Moritz Krantz pushing Tim Scherbart. Just a quarter of a second between them, and I sense there could be more changes. And our lead group into another slow zone. It's, those doing the second stint will be thinking, I really do hope we get fewer slow zones, but slow zones are here for a reason. It's so cars can be cleared.
Well, we've still got those slow zones at Flugplatz and Metzgersfeld, but we do have it clear at Dottinger Höhe now, so that's going to the relief of those leading cars, and certainly Mr. Kevin Estre, that's one of his favourite places to overtake. Usually using a bit of the green stuff, as we've said.
He does indeed.
I'm just
going to give you a little Glickenhaus update. Of course, they're running in the SPX class. They're normally at the very front end of that class, but of course, with the best of that class being up in 3rd place overall. Now, yes, 3rd place overall, True Racing with their KTM in the hands of Tim Heinemann. I have to scroll down to 16th place on the timing screens. Felipe Fernandez Lazer is the driver who got to start the Glickenhaus, and he's in 16th, but some distance behind the dynamic Porsche, but no disgrace in that. Dynamic Motorsport Italian Porsche team have had a very good last 3 years or so, and a very, very strong lineup in that. And the fact that he's got works racer Matteo Caroli at the wheel shows it's a very serious attempt. But it's the story of the race so far, apart from Peter having quite a few little incidents out on circuit, nothing too serious so far, thank goodness, but it's been the story of the restarts. There's a car parked in the middle of the track. It's
just an intervention vehicle. Just
is it? Okay.
Jauntily tilted to the right, just to sort of guide people across to the right-hand side of the track, because there's two recovery vehicles there getting that BMW out of the gravel. So I think it's just a suggestion of air traffic control, so just move that way.
Yes.
A little bit.
At least they do it, unlike on motorways, they don't do it 4 kilometres before the incident. There, it's just on the lead into a tight right-hand corner, and the restart happens. And have we had a change of position in front? No, we just having a little look. Have we had a BMW Junior Team car? Okay, waiting for a clearer shot as the lead group break away. Guy, you cannot. The big problem is they can't see very much further up the track. There could be another slow zone up ahead, but it looks like ROWE Racing got it right on that restart there, and have actually opened out a margin.
But into another code 60.
Into another code 60. They're behind an Audi, which must be about a lap down, because it's also an SP9 class car, and certainly no Audi's been at the front end of this field. I'm trying to work out who might be a lap down, but it's quick, slow, and very frustrating for those. It was looking like a really great 4-car battle at the front of the field with 3 BMWs and the Manthey Racing Porsche. That's been broken up. The Manthey Racing car falling back through the pack, and we're just trying to get a handle on why that has happened. Meanwhile, at other points around the circuit, racing is going on at full speed. I can report that cars going down the long run through the Dottinger Hoa can now race through the kink before Tiergarten. The kink that had had all the damage to the barriers, that is now cleared up. So the end of the lap, the last sequence of 4 or 5 corners at the end of that long straight are now clear for racing. That's very, very good news indeed. So let's see. The group, of course, should be fairly compressed, and cars already starting to dive into the pits. Is it coffee time already? 11:32. That's only half an hour into the race, so that's an interesting way of dividing it up. But of course, we've talked about this year in, year out, Snowy, that you have to keep right on your toes as team manager on the Nordschleife. For a 4-hour race should be nice, simple. Pit stop on the top of the hour, on the top of the hour, on the top of the hour, and out. But barring damage, we don't want to see you in the pits. But here, certainly 2 Porsche Caymans coming through. Almost look as though, no, they are going to pit stops. I thought they were going in for drive-through penalties for a second there.
It looks like we've lost one of the Attons. It's not the TF Sport one, but it's the other entry, the number 17, the Pro Sport Racing entry. Maxime Dumouriez or
Jean Glorieux
at the wheel, and that looks like it's stopped at Metzgersfeld, which might be the reason for the code 60 there.
Okay, that's a good spot. I saw a car there and I couldn't quite work it out. The camera's moved on.
Yeah, it's parked on the left-hand side, so I'm hoping it's a mechanical and not a big, but that's certainly the cause for the code 60 at Metzgersfeld.
Thanks very much, Snowy. So many things to look for here, and just actually what I'm looking for is a point at which the track is clear and we can go full racing. And certainly there are great bunches of cars in the SP9 class down the order, having really good scraps at the moment. But if you're a fan of BMW, it's looking very good indeed. 2 BMWs separated by 7/10 of a second at the start of this lap, a whisker under if anything. But that's Conor De Filippi from fellow American racer, the BMW Junior Team driver Neil Verhagen. The big story is what's going to happen behind it. We're going to have Christian Cronjes now moving ahead of Kevin Estre, because Cronjes fell back to 5th place. I mistakenly thought his was the BMW that went off about 2 or 3 laps ago, but that was Ben Tuck, young British racer, whose race was spiked. So Cronjes, the Norwegian driver, is 5th overall behind Kevin Estre's Manthey Racing Porsche, which is behind Tim Heinemann's surprise package. We know around a qualifying lap it could be quick, but across a 4-hour race, let's see, is it going to be the best result ever for True Racing with their KTM Crossbow? Tim Heinemann in 3rd overall.
Yeah, qualifying times were a little bit slower this morning. P1 was at 8:57.
7:57.
7:57, my apologies. An 8:57 would be very slow, wouldn't it?
Yes.
A 7:57, thank you. Passed the test, well done. whereas they were 7 seconds quicker than that in round 1. Conrad doing a 7-minute 50.
Yeah,
pole position NLS-1.
I think there was just a few too many incidents that would have had, you know, yellow flags, and obviously that has its own process. But, you know, I honestly thought, rather patronisingly, going, oh, look, the KTM Crossbow was qualified in 6th place. You know, good around a qualifying lap, but what can it do over the 4 hours? But it's gone the opposite way. It's not gone backwards, it's gone forwards up to 3rd. So there are still yellow flags waved around the circuit. I look across, actually, Snowy's got so many screens in front of me. His little phone has got to wave yellow flags for everything. Sometimes you can get information overkill, but all you need to know at this race, in the race at the moment, coming down Dottinger and then up the rise
I'll
towards
just feed
the
it
end
to
of the
you,
straight.
Bruce, that's all.
Yeah, that's good. It's very kind of you. Conor de Filippi, Neil Verhagen, and then nobody. Tim Heinemann in the KTM Crossbow. At the start of that was 1.4 seconds down, but they've obviously made the most of a slow zone and read it and got the right side of one. And also around this lap, we said this before, we'll say it again, a slow zone can come just in front of your group and you get caught by it, but those behind may not have it at all. But in this case, the first and second place BMW seem to have got clear ahead of a slow zone, and they are certainly making hay while the sun is shining. They're going to be covered by under a second as they cross the start-finish line. And the shot is a long one from turn 1, looking back over the crest of the start-finish straight, and the Grello Porsche is next in view, but it must be 8-10 seconds back behind them. They're covered by 0.55 of a second. That's the Filippi from Neil Verhagen. And what's the gap? 9.7 seconds back to Kevin Estre in 3rd, who's got Tim Heinemann half a second behind. So they've changed position on that run to the end of the lap, and the Manthey Racing Porsche, don't forget, on the opening lap was the one that was so good down that straight and jumped from 3rd to 2nd. And whatever was untoward, Kevin Estre is going to have to be making up. Looks like he's already started on that project.
Certainly does. Your guess of 8 to 10 seconds, 9.7, pretty spot on. You've done this before, haven't you?
I gave quite a wide mark, did I? 2 or 3 days.
Spread betting.
Yes.
Fastest lap of the race is still that leading car, the number 99 BMW. Filippi at the wheel, that's on an 8:07.1. And second fastest is Neil Verhagen, literally a second behind, so that's all there is in it. Kevin Estre has just set a 8:07.5. Tim Heinemann in the SBX category Crossbow is running now, was in 3rd, now down to 4th. Kevin Estre just nicks that one back. Lap expected 8:09.3.
Right, Ferrari fans, we've had a bit of a dearth of Ferraris, and we expected 2 in this race. Haven't checked yet down to the bottom to see if Racing 1 did get to start, but the Octane 126 car is in the thick of a very good battle at the moment. And Jonathan Hershey, 13th overall, being challenged by the driver who knows this circuit almost better than anyone else, Lucas Stoltz, Mercedes Works driver for so long. But it's the Ferrari ahead and the yellow and blue Mercedes just tucked in behind, and their target is, well, Patrick Assenheimer, who's about 2 seconds ahead of them and who's chasing them. Who is chasing them indeed? It's Stoltz, it's Matteo Caroli, yes, the blue and white nose, blue, white and black nose of his Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, but they're having a really good scrap there, and great to see a Ferrari in the mix. They've always been popular here on the Nordschleife in their many iterations over the decades. They've driven very positively as they go through the Sabine Schmitz curve, and Lucas Stoltz has to hang back a little bit and just think where he can get past Jonathan Hershey. But for now, having to wait. But all along, if he feels he's losing time, it's going to be a little bit frustrating. He's lost a little bit more at Hatzenbach as well. You can't predict where the back markers are going to be. But poor into the corner, but very good out of it. So in fact, he sort of equalised the incident and the situation. But now, as they go towards Flugplatz, another twist and turn, but then they'll get the run towards Flugplatz. The Mercedes right under the rear wing of the Octane 126 Ferrari, which I think looks fantastic, Peter, in the black livery with the orange stripe up over the nose, the roof, and down to the tail.
Well, it was a star, wasn't it, last year at one point? In fact, even winning a race outright on the road, and unfortunately being disqualified for using, it was a compound tyre that wasn't on the approved list or something strange, wasn't it?
I was halfway home by then.
Well, I know. No comment.
It's a very long drive. So Conor de Filippi leaving by half a second at the front of the field, and Kevin Estre will be a little bit frustrated, not only to be in 3rd, but to be nearly 10 seconds down on that lead duo. What can he do? Where will the traffic fall in front of him? That, of course, is the eternal question. Just looking at the pace of the Aston Martin at the moment. Last time above. Okay, here's an example of how a slow zone can hurt you. Best pace of the Aston Martin from TF Sport. Marco Sorenson, 8 minutes 11. That's 4 seconds, 4 and a bit seconds, 4 and a third seconds down the fastest lap of the race set by Conor Filippi. This is the salient point though. Last lap for Marco Sorenson, now down in 9th position, had been 8, has been passed by the Rover Racing 98, the sister car to the race leader, was 10 minutes and 14 seconds. And that makes it 26 seconds slower than Conor Filippi managed. Conor Filippi and Neil Verhagen, the first two BMWs, the two cars fighting over the lead in this race, came up trumps in all those slow zones. They obviously just fell in front of them at the right way, and that is a huge, huge helping hand. It may equally easily go the other way and further slow zones, if they do manifest themselves. But certainly the lead duo, that is why they've got that huge advantage at the front of the race. One of the most famous liveries in the race, or one of the most seen on the global scene, is the sort of acid yellowy green and blue livery that has been used by Tracy Krohn for so long, sharing this weekend in the Porsche Cup class car number 101 with his long-time racing companion Niklas Jonsson, the Swede, who was one of the front runners in Formula 3 about 30 years ago, but working well together, and good to see that colour out here. Of course, that livery has been seen at Le Mans and in the IMSA series for so many years, and Tracy Krohn, an oil man from Texas, still loves his racing.
Is there anything else you can do in Texas than oil? Let's see.
Sell things to people who've got lots of oil? I don't know.
I know, yeah.
Yes, it's certainly, if ever you just happen to find yourself in Houston, I advise you to go on a little tour around a suburb called River Oaks, unless my mind is playing tricks on me, and you go, gosh, that's a big house. Oh my gosh, that house is even bigger. Oh my lord, there's a Louis XIV's chateau. And then you go, oh look, Tudor England on that one. Oh no, that's embarrassing. Another Louis XIV chateau. Versailles moves to Texas, but it is jaw-dropping. But it's just an example of where the oil barons live. And we like to live vicariously. Go and take a look.
Just been treated some footage here of one of the C2 M2 BMWs, 250. Absolutely pure white, black wheels, and a number board on the side. Absolutely nothing on the left-hand side, not a decal other than required. As the camera turns around, the car goes the other side's completely liveried. So it's obviously half sponsored. So the right-hand side's sponsored, the left-hand isn't.
Well, that's actually quite a good deal, isn't it? You say to your sponsor, right, if you put some more money, you can have the other side.
Exactly.
Yeah. And or else you ordered how many sets of stickers?
Classified ad selling space.
Yes. But actually, in many ways, seeing a car racing unliveried in this is not unusual, because, of course, particularly the cars at the back of the field, people can afford to run them out of their own pocket, and the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup class has been an absolute exemplar of that, and those competing with 325i's, and even some of the people in Porsche Caymans, they can do it out of their own pocket, and they get great racing. In fact, as I say that, look at the screen, 3 cars going down Nottingham. They were nose to tail, then they were side by side. In fact, little change of order. The car that's third becomes second and has a very good run, but they've got to Tiergarten and hasn't got to move down onto the car in the lead. I'm just going to pick out which ones they are for you, but the Cayman Cup class in GT4 is a really, really well supported. I haven't worked out if it's the second best supported class in the whole race, but always really, really well represented. Cup 3. In fact, they've got 16 cars this weekend, so no wonder there are so many of them so close together. And unfortunately, one car,
what's a 270? That's the Toyota GT86 from the SP3 class, from Pit Lane and AMEC Sanct with Motorsport, and that's looks undamaged, but facing the wrong way on a very narrow bit of track. So I'm guessing, given that it's got appears. Oh no, there is damage to it. Has actually connected with the barriers quite hard. Sadly, I was going to say I thought perhaps it just spun and stopped and beat itself, but unfortunately, ever optimistic side has been disproven there. So the number 270 looks like it won't be taking part in the race, but one of the narrowest parts of the circuit there, just to be stopped at the moment, which is at.
Du magst Simracing, du liebst die Nordschleife und du bist zwischen 14 und 18 Jahren alt? Dann mach jetzt mit bei der DNLS Junior Sichtung. Der Sieger startet zusammen mit Mercedes-AMG-Fahrer Adam Christodoulou in der digitalen Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie 2022 und 2023. In der Nürburgring E-Sports Bar kannst du dich jetzt parallel zu jedem NLS-Lauf von 13 bis 18 Uhr beim Shootout qualifizieren. Vielleicht bist ja du der nächste Simracing-Shooting-Star.
See then.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Direkt neben einer der legendärsten Rennstrecken der Welt baut die Hubert Haupt Immobilienholding einen neuen Premium-Gewerbestandort für anspruchsvolle Motorsport- und Automotive-Unternehmen. Sichern Sie sich jetzt Ihren Platz auf der Pole Position.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
See the gap between first and second, between Conor de Philippi and Neil Verhagen. It was 0.59 of a second. And now it's Hatzenbach, the track is clear, Wipperman, track clear, Esbach as well. So a lot of the places are being shown green flags, which is very, very encouraging. We've had a little bit of not stop-start racing, slow down, not stop at all, just slow down racing and pay attention racing. But now hopefully we can get clear running. But to reiterate, now we've got a little moment to report that's good for all of us, because Kevin Estre had fallen nearly 10 seconds back in third place. He was only 2.7 seconds back, 2.8 seconds back last time around, so he got to work the slower zones, make up the deficit of those slower zones.
Precisely, exactly what you should be doing. Play it to your advantage. His last lap being 9:04 compared to the 911s. The two, people say Porsche because the 911s, the two BMWs doing a 911. It's brand awareness, Snowden. Come on.
Yes, through and through. Well, okay, so where he lost 8 or 9 seconds, he's regained 7, and that's almost 4 squares. So let's see what sort of lap pace he can do this time around. Still the fastest lap of the race, Conor de Philippi, 8 minutes 7.1.
More to the point though, Bruce, it's 7.3 seconds. That's the point. There's no wear on tyres taking anything out to do that. It's 3 seconds. Judicious use of the safety car.
It must also be said, though, that Tim Heinemann, who he deposed, he was 4 seconds slower than Estre last time. So that's Estre also. There is a little element he's taken out of his tyres because he's decided he had to close the gap. He's really pushed. He was the fastest driver on the track last time. Marcus Sorenson was the only other driver close to him in 7th place overall in terms of lap pace. But now we'll get to see the true story of this stint. Don't forget, getting towards the point at which they will be coming in. I would suggest a lot will be diving in next time around. We've had 4 cars from the front running group running into the pits last time around with just 5 laps on the board. We might get some coming in after 6, but I think we're going to have most of the front runners coming in after 7 laps overall, which is the tradition on a dry track here. Of course, they won't have had it would take longer to do that first run of 7 laps because simply they've had those slower zones to endure. TCR class, it's covered by next to nothing. 811 and 801, door handle to door handle. 2 Audi RS3s going through the Grand Prix loop, and a really great battle. 811. Shared by 2 drivers who don't want to give us their full names. It's Max Cruz Racing entering that Audi. It's Peter Hansen, inverted commas, sharing with Lars Nielsen, inverted commas. Whereas they're in the 801 crew with whom they're fighting, the Muller-Bill Motorsport crew, they have their real names. Hakon Scheren, Kenneth Oswald, and Anders Lindstad. While all that was going on, they've been around 5 further corners, door handle to door handle, but great battle up to the Vidal chicane. They get on nip one way, on nip the other, but these are TCR cars. They just handle so well, Peter. They look so light on their toes.
They do, and they're great fun to drive as well. And they're a serious piece of kit as well. As you say, we're guilty sometimes of focusing on the GT3 cars, it's been eye-catching because they're the most glorious ones at the top of the field there. But these cars are just as big racing cars in terms of set out, sorted out. Now we've got our...
Exactly, the front runners have now come in after 6, but Conor De Filippi's decided to listen to me. He stayed out for another lap. He's going to go for 7. But Kevin Estra stayed out, but Neil Verhagen came in, Christian Cronjes, Tim Heinemann and Earl Bamber. So effectively, Porsche that was 3rd is now up into 2nd, and the race-leading car is still out there. But it's been a big dive into the pits. So just to reiterate, 44 is in, that's Neil Verhagen. 34, that's Christian Cronjes in his BMW. Tim Heinemann, number 53, the KTM Crossbow that rose as high as 3rd place overall. And Earl Bamber also in the pits in the number 18 Porsche from KCMG. So a real flurry, and many of those behind as well. Car number 27, another Porsche, that's Matt Campbell, the Top Sport WRT entry, etc., etc. It's really easier at this point to list those that have continued out on the circuit. And that's a very short list of the cars at the front of the field. It's 99, which is Conor De Filippi, Kevin Estra, the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche, and the Aston Martin. Marco Sorenson will now go up into 3rd position overall for TF Sport. The pits are crowded. The track actually for once is fairly clear.
So is Kevin Estra in the Manthey Grello going to take this opportunity? He used the code 60 to take 7 seconds out of that gap. We talked about that. Is he going to try and put a flying lap in now? Capitalise on his best of the race so far is indeed the 2nd fastest lap of the race, an 8:07.542. The fastest lap being De Filippi, the race leader, on a 8:07.1.
Right, this happens from time to time when you get a code 60 and your driver isn't quite on it. Was that car number 420 I just saw penalised on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, well, a 45 second for not adhering to... I can't find 420. Anyhow, not adhering to code 60 protocol, 45 seconds for being whack over the head, so that certainly is something well worth observing.
420s is the Ford Motors Bioconcept.
Yes, class of its own. Sorry, I was looking.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't find it.
Yes, because we get our entry list listed according to class. The 400 numbers are normally in one of the production classes, the VLN V6 class, which is Porsche Caymans, Porsche 911s. Yes, class of its own.
Look, I'll do the details. You just make it look good. Right? Make it sound good.
Let's go. Let's go.
The track right now is
good opening stint there from Neil Verhagen, who's out talking about chasing after race leader and fellow American Conor De Filippi. Smiles all over, but his BMW Junior Team car is now out of his hands. But it's been very much a BMW sort of day with really Manthey Racing and potentially the TF Sport Aston Martin, the two that could possibly start to change all that and challenge what could be BMW's big day. The 53.
Then Max will finish the race.
KTM Crossbow into the pits, out of the pits after 6 laps. It looks fantastic. If you get used to the KTM Crossbow looking a little bit sort of short and blunt of nose, in the GT2 format, a much prettier, more angular front and sort of more sculpted wings. They're slab-sided now, as I say, destroying the work of the original designer. But certainly always been a popular car, but the GT2 car now not just looks good, but goes very well indeed. Don't forget that started 6th, got up to 3rd position. No, didn't just get up to 3rd position, overtook the Grello Manthey Racing Porsche, which is three pats on the back for the driver. Dan Harper has taken over the... Peter's about to do some housework for us, which is going to tell us who has changed in the driver orders, but I can tell you Dan Harper has taken over the BMW Junior Team entry that was came in from 2nd place. That means Max Hess, the German racer, will do the 3rd stint. Andy Soucek has taken over the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW that driven so well in the opening stint by Christian Cronjes. And Mads Siljehaug, Norwegian racer, has taken over the KTM from number 53 from Tim Heinemann. So that's the one that's been so well placed. Josh Burden has taken over the KCMG Porsche. That's car number 18. Sorenson still there. Mathieu Jaminet has hopped into the number 27 Top Sport WRT Porsche. When teams change their manufacturer just after you've got used to them running one, it's going to lead to a few mistakes. But Top Sport WRT, worth reiterating that running a Porsche and doing so very well. That's a team from just around the corner in Kittelbach They've obviously looked and learnt and listened to what Anti Racing has been doing over the years with their Porsche. That's been such a staple, not just a staple of the series, but also a staple at the very front end, Peter. It's had phenomenal success.
It has. I'm just looking at the Audi of Christian. Is it Christian Kolb in number 25 Audi?
25 or 35?
25.
That's a Porsche from Huber. That was our spinner.
Number 5, my apologies. Not 25, number 5, sorry.
Yeah, he's taken over from Frank Stippler. That's Vincent Kolb taken over from Frank Stippler. Obviously, with a 2-driver lineup, it's quite simple. You do stint 1 and 3, I do stint 2 and 4.
It does make it a lot easier.
It certainly does. Now, it's about picking a way through traffic, not just after a lap and a half when you catch the slowest cars in the third group of cars, but throughout the race, Peter. And Connor De Filippi will be coming in this time around after 7 laps. He has an advantage from the start-finish line of 6.5 seconds over Kevin Estre, who moved up into 2nd place when the BMW Junior Team M4 made its pit stop. But every corner where there's a car up ahead, and it is almost every second corner, you've got to just be sure they've seen you, and actually a little bit of time lost there by Connor De Filippi. And again, he's not had a good run of cars in front of him. He's got 4 in front of him. He's been blocked by 2 of the 3 he's got past so far. But again, of course, that story has to be repeated by Kevin Estre. Will be coming up on them within about the next 5 or 6 corners. It's just so difficult when you watch these events and you see the driver in front is either minding their own business or looking in the mirrors, and they can sort of think, well, I'd like to let you through, but I've got to do the corner myself. And that's where the experience really, really comes off. Not just for the driver who's trying to get out of the way, or the driver trying to overtake, but it's about just sort of interpreting and feeling, is that body language of their car in front? Are they definitely fully aware I'm behind them, Peter?
Well, absolutely. You do have a huge spread of driver experience in this. I'm not going to say ability, because that's different, because there's the organising body have this structure, don't they, with the ring license, that you can't just join for a major series, and so an F1 driver can't decide to come and do a weekend here and jump in without having done the whole process. It doesn't matter whether you're a world champion or F1 or Le Mans or something. It doesn't matter how well you've shown yourself in your own series, domestic series, whatever it may be. You can't just come and do this. You have to do this category, this testing. So that all the drivers therefore should be aware. So that's something to bear in mind. But there is always that possibility. We saw it just at the last race, the little Clio going onto the Nordschleife through the speed pit curve, absolutely rightly taking his line, and the Manthey Porsche straight behind him. It was like, oh, whose corner is it? Yeah, do you act this? Do you keep out of the way and stay right and let the leading car through? But it's also racing, because they're leading their class into the pits now. I think, is that our race leader? Is that Filippi in? Yes, he is into the pits, right up behind one of the.
And the 911 follows him in as expected. Yes. So that's Kevin Estre coming in. But I think well, he's an awful lot closer in terms of time. He was 6.5 seconds behind De Filippi last time around. Looks so he's taken 3.5 seconds. He found last time around. But basically, we just wait to see. Of course, the next car that is due in should be the Aston Martin car number 21 from Marco Sorenson, who got promoted from 7th or 8th up into 3rd by not pitting when the others did. But let's see where he slots in. He'll be bringing that car in very soon indeed. Aston Martin green and yellow trim on it. Looks like a nice, neat changeover. And we can tell you, even without seeing identification, it's Augusto Farfus has taken over, because Nick Yaloli not playing today. So it's only a 2-driver lineup in the 99 BMW M4 GT3 from ROWE Racing that started on pole position. So it's American racer Connor De Filippi out of the car. Marco Sorenson is in the pits in the TS Sport Aston Martin. A little bit of attention to the front right rear. Oh, there's bodywork damage on the front right corner of the race leading car, and that won't be in an incident with any of the cars in the category, because it's been in front since the start. And looking at the front left corner, it's clearly the front corner has got a full rubbery black kiss on it, Peter.
Yeah, front right corner. Yeah, it's quite heavily damaged there, isn't it, bodywork wise? Interesting. It's the splitter and all that's all intact in one piece and matching side to side. So there's nothing else going around the car at the moment. So slightly odd set of damage there to the bodywork, but if it had clouted something and a barrier or run wide or even the back of the car, so it must be must be clipping the back of a car basically, because it's
got
off the
to.
ground. Therefore, it can't be a barrier. Otherwise, it's done the splitter as well. So they must have clipped something at some point in that 99 BMW.
I tell you what, I would think that would be coming into a slow zone. They're coming up at far greater speed, and no blame necessarily attached to Conor Felipe. You don't have long areas of sight, but the big question to me is Dan Harper going to be in the lead? He was just before he took his pit stop the previous time around. He was right under the rear wing, or his teammate Neil Verhagen was under the Felipe. Now, is this pit stop going to be slower as they attend to that front right corner? And Dan Harper into the final S, onto the start-finish straight, accelerating hard in the BMW Junior team car, yellow, red and black. And surely, because yes, the 99 car is still stationary in the pit lane and under the starting gantry and presumably into the lead of the race. Yep, goes the BMW Junior team car, but we'll come to this later. Of course, their pit stop was shorter because it was earlier in the race. So anyhow, but we will wait and wait. The big question is now the 99 car gets going. Augusto Farfus would have been frustrated. He just had to get in the car, sit there and wait until the repairs were effected. But I don't think they've lost a lot of time. Maybe a couple of seconds, because Grello Porsche from Manthey Racing has followed it out about 2 seconds down.
Look,
and he came in about
Grello.
Yeah, and well, who is at the wheel of Grello?
Man that won it in the last one, Mr. Frank Makovecki. In there, Fred. My apologies, not Frank. Fred.
Call him Mackie. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been around very long, you know. So Frederick, but uniformly been Fred for a long time. But of course, what we have is this very, very special element within the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, that your pit stop times are affected not when you come in, it's how many laps you've got on the board. And therefore, there is a sliding scale that Peter memorises. I have to look it up every week.
It's good for your little grey cells.
Yes, yes. Of how long you have to be at a standstill. If you exceed that, that's fine, but if you go under it, it's not quite so fine. And just an example, if you came in after 6 laps, which is what the bulk of the field did, you have to be stationary for from pit in to pit out, 328 seconds. So your teams work out how long it takes you on the pit limit, in the speed limit in the pit lane, to do your in and out, and they work out how long the standstill in between. But your pit stop after 7 is, get this, 23 seconds longer. So of course they're behind Neil Verhagen's car that's now in the hand of Dan Harper, but the payoff is when they get to pit closer to the end of the race, their final pit stop will be shorter. So it's yin and yang in so many ways. So just to reiterate, those taking over, haven't told you who took over the TS Sport Aston Martin, and it's David Pittard following in the wheel tracks of Marco Sorenson. So Maxime Martin will be making the coffee and eating the donuts for a little bit longer in the garage.
So a slight change on the timing screen there, and the number 8 Mercedes team Getsweed had Maximilian Gotz as the second driver. Apparently now that's been updated to Adam Christodoulou.
Yes, because Maxi Gotz is in another Mercedes.
Yes.
You do sometimes get these little vagaries. So who else? Yes, Christodoulou's taken over. Robin Freitz. No, that's well, a couple of cars that started late, started further down the order, suddenly appear up the top because their pit garages are a little bit further down towards pit exit. Robin Freitz, I think, was down for a double stint in number 15 entry. He started it. He's going to do 2 double stints, followed by Kelvin van der Linde doing 2 double stints. Right rear puncher for the KTM Crossbow. Just double checking, was that the one that was so well placed? Car 53.
I believe it is.
Only just, well, it could be the sister car, but it's only just done 1. It pitted after 6 laps, and now it's coming very slowly after 7. That's really, really unfortunate. And in terms of pace, they've been fantastic. Yeah, Mads Siljehaug bringing it in.
Wheel's gone. Never mind tyre, the whole wheel's gone. I thought it was crabbing. It looked a bit odd in an angle. It's sitting a bit low, deep for a deflated tyre, but yeah, it's actually lost its right rear wheel.
Well, that's really unlucky, because this I was saying could be the manufacturers, the teams' day of days here in the NLS, but that's a really, really cruel fortune for them. So brilliant opening stint from Tim Heinemann and Mads Siljehaug, who's just done fabulous things for at least the last half dozen years for KTM, but stepping up to the GT2 car, and to lose the right rear wheel for wire. Cameraman's very kindly taking a look. We can clearly see there is no wheel, but what else has gone? What can we see in that wheel arch? Oh, even the disc looked loose as well. So that's a fairly major setback for the crew. Don't forget, they started 6th, got up to 3rd place. Kevin Escher put them back in their place to 4th. And the wheel is on the run back from Döttinger towards the point at which the track starts to rise before it gets the kink to go into Tiergarten. 2 cars heading right for it now. Unfortunately, they've seen it. The marshals are trying to indicate to them, but it's something dark sitting on the dark section of the circuit, which isn't always easy, and particularly if you're the car behind in a slipstreaming group, trying to keep your head down and attack from there. That's very tricky indeed.
Trying to work out what's failed there, because obviously the hub nuts come off. When we saw the cameraman went into the wheel arch to investigate for us and give us a better look in, and we could see clearly the disc and the caliper and even the stub axle that was there that locates the wheel, quite literally, that was still there. So it would appear an initial thought it would be the centre lock nut has failed. Of course, they normally have a spring mechanism on the end that clicks in, so should the nut come loose, it can't actually get off the spline off the end of the thread, therefore the wheel cannot come off. Now in this case that's obviously failed. There was no major bodywork damage to the back of that KTM, as if that wheel's flailed around for a while in there, as a tyre does quite often. So it looks initially that I would say that wheel's come off almost instantly. But yeah. Also think about where it is. I'm guessing it's rolled some distance where it is or landed. It probably hasn't just come off there and stopped and laid on the track. But they need to get that out of the way ASAP before some unfortunate soul collects it. You don't want to be doing that, because that can end your race as well. The damage it cause.
Right, get yourself in the minds of Mads Siljehaug. How much warning did he get? Was he did it become apparent as he was turning onto the long run towards home for Döttinger, or was it a sudden catastrophic failure? But we still can't work it out because the hub looked intact. How much warning did he have?
I would say none by the look of it. I'm guessing it's instant there. Just looking at Dan Harper in the running 8th in the number 44 BMW there. Some in-car footage there of harassing. I would say some of the Porsche, I would say it almost actually touched somebody there to get them out of the way. Well, not to get them out of the way, but it's got that close. Driver staying in the 53 KTM, so presumably it can be repaired. It's a very odd.
No, that's the sister car parked in front of it. That's the 52 KTM, and that's really bad news because they've got both their cars in the garage. The one pushed towards the tail, one would presume, is the 53 car. Maybe they've. I'd have thought the last thing you want to do is bring your other car into the pit garage in front of it, but maybe they know it's going to be a long fix on the 53, and they can get more mechanics working on it if it's back in the garage.
Yeah, good spot, Bruce. I just assumed it was the same car. It's a dangerous assumption. See 2 in the garage at the same time. I wasn't quite expecting that, but this is the car pushed to the back.
Well, we could give you
52 is now out and rejoins.
And it's got one of the Stuck brothers on board, but couldn't tell you which. The 53 car, the one that had the hub failure of some sort, the extraordinary failure that cost it the use of its right rear wheel, because the wheel is missing, is still sitting at the back of the pit garage. And it seems a little bit of head scratching, but then of course you have shared garages here. I saw some of the Gitty Tyres crews going through. They're nothing to do with it other than interested observers, but it's what's happening with the people in orange, black and white. That's the True Racing livery, and driver being spoken to by teammate, but what a strange moment. So the rear wheel, or the right rear wheel of the KTM, still sitting in the track, 2/3 the way. It's sort of, if you're approaching it, it's 1/3 of the way in the width of the track from the left-hand side of the track, and really largely the cars would naturally be going towards the outside of the circuit there as they consider the kink ahead of them. But if you're in a slipstreaming group, that's pretty much at the point you might be thinking, I might just jink out now. So very difficult indeed. Right, Dan Harper should be coming through to lead this race. He was the best placed, the cars that pitted after 6 laps for their fresh rubber. And listed as 8th at the moment, but that should suddenly start to advance to a smaller number next to his name when he goes through, because you still have a couple of other sorts of cars that have made their pit stops. And in fact, the last of those is a Cup 2 class car in the pit. So yeah, Dan Harper in the lead of the race. And his margin over, well, who's going to be next in line? It should be probably Robin Freitz, I would suggest, potentially, because Augusto Farfus, Fred Machiavicki and David Pittard have all taken over cars that came in after 7 laps. Robin Freitz's car came in after 6. That should move up the order. But indisputable, though, Snowy, is that the lead is firmly in the hands of Ulsterman. Dan Harper there going through the cut through on the Grand Prix loop, but really nobody in front of him, nobody behind. He can now just settle down to his race. Whereas
Freitz Audi did do 7 laps.
Okay, there we have it. So Augusto Farfus is in second place. So these two cars were fighting for the lead. The time difference pit stops, by being the dint of 1 lap apart, was, just refresh my memory, after 6 laps it was 23 seconds. The gap between them on the track 21.5. So it's nobody's really gained anything particular. But of course later in the race the Dan Harper car will have a longer final pit stop accordingly. So they're dead square. Wheel nut has been found by a fantastic spot by a cameraman, and it looks like an undamaged wheel nut lying in the grass. Very arty, a little bit of dandelion action in the background, and the white line at the side of the circuit.
Have we got David Attenborough on tap just to report this for us?
No, I was wearing a pale blue shirt, and I thought I'd just step into the
lesser spotted blue KTM wheel nut. Very rare at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, I bet they haven't.
I'm trying to hide in the nesting in there. Is it in the mating season or not?
I don't know. They're probably the sort of people that don't have a hive for wild bees. Imagine that.
With no bee to put in it, though.
Not yet.
That really is a case of to be or not to be, isn't it?
Right.
Sorry, I had to move on. I couldn't resist.
Please fetch the pointy hat, put it on the man next to me, and put him in the corner for 10 minutes.
10 minutes? That's not so bad, then. That's not bad.
So, by dint of different opinions on when to dive for the pits, we have a 21-second gap between the two cars that were nose to tail before the pit lane was hit first after 6 laps by the number 44 BMW Junior Team car. That's leading by 21.5 seconds now in the hands of Dan Harper. Augusto Farfus took over the 99 BMW. Don't forget, the first time we actually noticed there was front corner damage on the Rover Racing BMW that started on pole position was when it came into the pit lane. It could have even been on that lap as much as we know, but a lot of the shots have been high from the helicopter, which is fantastic. But there have been many moments, Peter, where the car had to really hit the brakes coming into slow zones. We've had many incidents being cleared up, and presumably that is where the front right corner got that little bit of bodywork damage. And I liked your analysis. In fact, the splitter hasn't been damaged, so if it wasn't a barrier, it would have been the tail end of a car, presumably.
Certainly looked like it. Not too much. I think it just kissed it.
Yeah. So, and in fact, if you get away with damaging your car very lightly, we all know it's easier to damage your car quite heavily with contact, but that was a good job, and very fortunate indeed. And certainly for Conor De Filippi, who was in the car when it came into the pit lane, the 99 Rover Racing car that started on pole position. He drove that M4 beautifully, but he was under a lot of pressure from Neil Verhagen.
It certainly was, but he responded to it well and resisted it. So Dan Harper is that's our race leader now, BMW Junior Team. I'm almost scared to say this because it's
you're going to say
it's the curse. I've started, so I'm going to finish doing my Magnus Magnussen thing. But it's quite a debut for these M4s, isn't it?
Well, it really is. But don't forget these cars have raced for a long time. But I really want to see how. Well, now is the moment. We need to see where the concept cars, the new ones that are making their debut, the ones down in the next year's GT4 class cars running an SP8T, where are they? Look down the timing list. We need to find cars number 51 and 54, because of course the M4 GT3 surfaced last year, and really this is its first full racing season. But SP8T is the class one needs to find, because this is one of the many beautiful elements, Snowy, of the NLS. Just simply that cars are brought out here for race testing. And certainly if you're an interested party up and down the pit lane, then there is plenty to be looking for. You're looking at a car you might want to buy for next year. Car number 51, Steph Dusseldorp is running. He's completed 6 laps, maybe just about to complete 7. He's in He's 87th position overall, and car number 54. Well, I'll keep looking for that. Car number is. You might have to keep looking for that, because things are changing fast. And
yeah, we've got a code 60 X-Muller, Bruce, which and it looks like there's a barrier damage on the right-hand side and a wheel on the left-hand side of the track. So something has collected and connected with the barrier with significant force, shall we say, to take a wheel off the car. And I'm just trying to. I think I'm right in saying it's the Team Sorg Rennsport 330i BMW number 514 from the class VT2R 4-wheel drive class. I think that's the car that's causing the code 60 at X-Mule at the moment.
Thanks very much for that.
We've just gone to a full course green as well for the first time in over an hour or so. It just unfortunately just happened almost immediately.
I'm finding myself just rather hoping that the sort of unusual level of incident so far this meeting is something we're just gobbling up those for future events, and hopefully we can have more
obviously
running.
There's a quota for the year, so we're obviously, as you say, we're trying to get through as much of the quota as we can this meeting. We were actually behind last meeting, so it's levelling up. That's what it is.
Well,
levelling up,
and that gave me a quick moment to find out where the other of the BMW M4 GT4 concept cars entered by BMW M Motorsport. Yes, the Works team is running, and Jörg Weidinger, who's sharing with Steph Dusseldorp, is in 39th position. As I say, that becomes 41st position. Orders changing quite rapidly as the field is completing their first round of pit stops. I think pretty much everybody has gone through. Maybe a couple of Cup 3 class cars haven't yet stumbled into the pits, but pretty much the order is settled now.
Now, correction on there is still the Code 60 X Muller, that's still existing. However, it's a 953 car that's gone off, which is the 718 Cayman GT4 from the Cup 3 class. That's the Smillis Racing car. Smillis Racing entry, my apologies. That's off on the right-hand side, and I think it was just that 514 had pulled off nearby. I think they're just two, not necessarily connected. We've also got a report that the 176 Aston Vantage GT4 is driving very slowly around the track. Just trying to locate where that is on the track for us, Bruce. This is the 176.
Well, that's the Pro Sport car, isn't it? Guido Dumoulin and Alexander Walker. That's the GT4 category class. So yes, so it's running an SP10. One thing I really do advise you to do, if you ever get a chance to you want to understand more about the classes, the many classes, the myriad classes competing in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, go to vln.de, check out the website, and it'll list all the categories for you. You can find the official race entry, and you'll see as you go down through what was 160 cars, we think we've got just north of 150 starting today, that you can get to understand how you have classes, then you have the experimental classes as well. So it's multifaceted, but you can just see the sheer range of cars that go out to compete. You can also get to understand by the enormous numbers in some classes, those are the classes you want to be competing in. It makes it harder for you to win, but you pick up more points accordingly because they're allocated according to how many starters. Right, we've got bodywork damage to, looks like it's the dynamic Porsche. Let's take a look. There's a KCMG Porsche has been left rear damage. The bodywork's hanging on. Well, the whole tail section is now starting to fall off that car, and that will be
been off somewhere. That's
Josh Burton at the wheel.
Yeah, there's bodywork damage to the right-hand side. That's losing the whole rear body section of that car.
Grello Porsche appears to be off at the side of the circuit, coming, and another car in the background.
Is it unrelated or not? Yeah.
It's out of Galgenkopf onto the long run home to Dottinger-Höhe. What has happened? Has A hit B and B has hit C? But Fred Makiewicz was running just ahead at the start of the lap of Josh Burton. They were 6th and 7th overall, but effectively 4th and 5th because a couple of Cup 2 class cars had pitted. They're off. The damage, there's another car off on the left-hand side, right-hand side of the circuit. In fact, oh gosh, and the cameras don't know where to look left. Another section of the circuit has got another Porsche off, but it's suddenly become...
That's Galgenkopf still.
Okay, so that was the Porsche in the background, which is a Porsche Cayman, I think, off at the side of the circuit. But the crucial ones, just before the first gantry over that long run home, is Fred Makiewicz's 911 from Manthey Racing, and limping home in the pits now, possibly having been given a biff up the backside, is Josh Burton in the KCMG Porsche. But of course, what does that breed? It breeds slow zones, and I'm just trying to see which of the Porsche Caymans is. It's car number 440, which off the top of your head is at the side of the circuit. You're about to tell me who's driving. I can tell you who's driving it because I'll take a little look. See, it's
well, that's the QTQ Race Performance with Zumper Tassallo, Anderson and Andreas at the wheel. At the wheels of that, depending on who was only there. So the 911 Grello, this is a turn of the books. Fred Makiewicz staying in the car, hoping to get that towed back, but no signs of obvious damage to it, and nothing indicating on the track. We've got our ROWE helicam shot again. So just describing that, looking from above. The 911 Manthey Porsche, from what little we can see, it's a reasonably close-up shot, does look undamaged. There seems to be no evidence of barrier damage, tyre marks, grass, etc. Front right wheel is turning right, but as long as the other one's doing the same the opposite side, all is good.
Well, that's really quite extraordinary, because I presume we might find a bit of damage. But that said, that car I thought was ahead of the KCMG Porsche. Certainly was at the start of that lap. And I was, I don't know, trying to add 2 and 2, but certainly that's unusual. It seems completely undamaged. Do you think maybe he was ahead and came out of Galgenkopf and accelerated and suddenly nobody was home? Or
I'm just intrigued why it's got so much right-hand lock-on steering angle on it, parked on the grass straight. My concern is that the front right wheel hasn't got the same degrees of steered angle on it as the left-hand wheel.
Yes, because certainly the left-hand wheel is turned at about 10 degrees away from.
It's just not natural to park a car and leave it quite like that. You would pull up and stop. Somebody, certainly of Fred's experience, you pull up and stop and you just have wheels straight. You never leave lock on. I don't know why. It's just something drivers do. We're creatures of habit. Bruce is smiling at that one. Like, oh, so many tales going through his mind right now. Where do I start? It's a whole nother 4-hour show, that is. And that's only just scraping the surface, isn't it?
And that's before I throw to you.
Yeah, I know.
What I can tell you is at the end of that lap, with 9 laps on the board, is Dan Harper leading for the BMW Junior team. Big day for BMW. BMW Rover Racing in second place, 27 seconds down. So the last lap was 5.5 seconds gained by our race leader. Just to reiterate, though, he made his first pit stop. That car made its first pit stop after 6 laps, whereas the race leading car, the 99 car, came in a lap later after 7.
In the midst of all this, by the way, the Pro Sport GT4 Aston, not the 2 GT3 cars we've got running Aston, the GT4 version of Pro Sport that you said was travelling slowly, that also did stop just before the carousel.
And another car's having another go. The 53 KTM that lost its right rear wheel. They've shoved it to the back of the garage, but they've decided orange looks good in the sunshine. They've pushed it back out again. They've fixed it. Mads Siljehow would have lost, well, 2 laps there. That was a shame. This is the car that was running 3rd, 4th positions, there or thereabouts, taking it to the SP9 class cars. And great to have a challenger doing something different, much as Glickenhaus has done over the years in this championship.
This is where you've got to have absolute faith in your team, which the drivers do on the basis that lost its wheel nut, and we saw that was proven because we saw the footage of it in the grass. He's taking a little bit circumspect, isn't he, this first lap of going out, just making sure it does turn all the right. Every time he turns and brakes and accelerates and puts load through those rear wheels, that they do stay on the car, because it is something that drivers do like. They're fond of them. They like keeping them on the car to the end of the stint.
Are you sure that Mads didn't suddenly remember he'd got cramp in his right rear foot and let a teammate go in? I did laugh as soon as you said that. Then the car locked up going into the cut through on the Grand Prix circuit. So maybe just concentrating on vital signals a little more than the braking point. But if you just popped away and come back, why are cars running slowly down excuse me, down the Dottingher? I found that so exciting there. Because we've had 2 cars off, a Porsche Cayman and, importantly, the Grella Racing Porsche that would have been in 4th position, and another car we'd seen just before that may have been caught in that moment of the car pulling off, but Josh Burden has brought the KCMG Porsche into the pits, and that was probably the closest car to Fred Machiavicki's Grello Porsche, and that had rear end damage. Down in the pits, though, Toyota like to come and play. Kazuki Nakajima, used to seeing him over the years competing in the World Endurance Championship, wearing his Toyota Gazoo Racing jacket, having a chat. And, we saw that Toyota GT86 at the side of the circuit earlier. So no works entry here, but, Toyota, like many Japanese manufacturers, are fascinated by the Nürburgring, and they can see all the testing that's going on here, and they're fully aware that running cars here really gives you a helping hand in a race that's gaining more and more prestige over the years, which is the Nürburgring 24 Hours coming up. Or maybe it's just that Kazuki fancies racing, fancies coming here.
It's on a par, challenge-wise, with being the, I'm not sure which circuit would probably get it, or which event, the ultimate challenge of being Nürburgring 24 Hour or Le Mans. I think Le Mans is the prestigious one, probably the halo event, isn't it? It's the one that everybody wants to do in terms of names, but in terms of actual driving it and running, getting a team to get to the end of it, and engineering and all the logistics, all that to go for this place, Nürburgring is incredible, provided the weather helps you. as we had last year when we had that. I think it was the shortest ever running, wasn't it, officially?
It was
9
indeed.
hours something.
Yeah, the fog came down and the rescue helicopters couldn't be. But also, I think you have to put in that mix the Spa 24 hours as well, because not just because the Freet are best there, but also just because that is all cars in the GT3 class. So it's an incredibly competitive field of sort of getting on for 60 cars, all in the same class. Here, a totally different mix because of the mix of cars you get in the Nürburgring 24 hours. And of course, Le Mans multi-class, but I think multi-class is taken to the nth degree for the Nürburgring 24 just simply because they can, and they do, and that's the history of the event.
24-hour racing, great idea. Start one day, finish the next day, just keep going through the night. Brilliant. Whoever came up with that, round of applause.
I can't see it catching on, but it's the challenge of it, and we all know whatever role you have in a race, whether you're covering it as a commentator, you're with a pit crew, you're the driver, you're the family, you're whatever. Winning is fantastic, but just completing the race, that moment when you've finished and all those emotions come out, Peter, it's just extraordinary, isn't it? You're running on empty, which of course brings the emotions to the fore, but it's just. I get caught up with it every year at Le Mans. You know, you're running around trying to get the interviews at the end of the race, and you just get caught up in everybody's enthusiasm and just their sheer passion and brackets relief or disappointment or whatever you want to throw out there. But it is phenomenal.
Well, it is the first objective of a 24-hour, or any race, obviously, but of the 24 race is to get to the end. And that sounds ridiculous, but it's the psyche, the mentality, the strategy, everything that goes with it. There's so many permutations, so many layers of not just the drivers, they've got to do their bit, but the team to work it. As we saw earlier, those pit stops earlier when we had so much safety car, the first two BMWs came in, jumped in. Was it you said, have they played the game right, have they not? Well, what are they gaining by staying out there on track? And it can all change. You suddenly, we've seen this race so very different. It is the second race of the year, although it was called NLS-3. It is the second race of the year, and it's been strewn since qualifying and now with code 60s, incidents, yellow flags, debris, wheels, wheel nuts, all sorts of things on the track. NLS1 couldn't have been more different, complete opposite. It was almost an uneventful race apart from the racing, which did go down to the last corner and 1 second apart, so yeah, that was fine. But what I'm saying is on track in terms of incidents, outside influences, if you'd put that into a computer, your spreadsheet, and said, right, these are the permutations, you wouldn't have run that model, because you'd have said, well, it's a Nürburgring, something's going to happen. You've always said it giveth and it taketh away. Well, it didn't last round. It just said, tell you what, have that one. Then it went, do you know what? You had a nice, easy race. We're going to snow now, so we'll cancel round 2. Race 3, race 2. Very different.
Yeah, no, couldn't be more different. And I also just think that last time, the only people who did anything different were people who were just way down the order. Everybody else just realised running to the same tactic. Clockwork, 7 laps, 7. You know, that was just the one that was clearly the optimum tactic. But all along, they'd have been waiting for just something, just a little slower section on the circuit because of X or Y. Talking of lap pace at the moment, the race leaders are lapping sort of 50 seconds off their best pace. That's just an indication of the slow zone going out of Galgenkopf onto Dottinger-Höhe. There probably is some others as well. Snow's having a little look at his incident screen. That if ever you had that printed out at the end of the race, it would take half a tree, wouldn't it? Because even if it's just saying, I'll give you an example. It'll tell us who's having a driver change. I can tell you, Leisen, former champion, changed to Freezer. Max Vassel has left the pits. Then we've got other drivers coming in, driver change. Who's set their new personal first best time? Sometimes who's left the pits. Yellow flags. Last yellow flag message, that was Schraubenschwanz. So that's towards the end of the lap. So that's the corner, before you get to Galgenkopf, and maybe some of the clash happened there. Don't forget that's probably the lead into the yellow zone through until the exit of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger-Höhe. Haven't had a shot from there for a while to find out if the Grella Racing Porsche, Fred Makiewicz, has been removed from the scene, and indeed we're still guessing, because there seems to be no damage, possible steering damage, as to what could be wrong with that car.
We'll endeavour to find out. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, well, just let me look, see. Right, we've got, we haven't really talked about Audis in this race. We mentioned the fact there was a brilliant lineup of Robin Freitz and Kelvin van der Linde, but the one that's going best is Michele Beretta, who's up in 6th place in the number 16 entry. That's one of the ones from Team Phoenix. He's sharing that with Kuba Yamaziak. He's going to give Kuba a go later. He's done the first hit and is in the second. He's really pushing John Edwards in the second of the ROWE Racing BMWs. So that's good to see that an Audi is up in 6th. But normally you'd expect to have one in the 6th from the outset of a race.
Right. I think we're just looking for the information on Grello, and there's been a collision between number 5 Stifler Kolb Audi and the Van der Linde Wittmann Edwards BMW GT3 M4. Now we've got instant vehicles on the track now trying to bring back the Grello Porsche, which has not moved at all from where it stopped at the end of, well, just the beginning of Dottinger, wasn't it? It's Galpenkopf, it's come out of there.
That is an on-track incident or a side-of-the-track incident. And just to add to this sort of feeling there's a lot going on at this meeting, one of the refueling pumps in the pits wasn't worked, and the whole area just had to be taped off while they get a sort of rescue crew in to just make sure all is safe. So whether it was leaking or whatever, but again, it just makes you understand and appreciate how much organisation has to go into running a race with this many cars on a circuit as complex and testing as this.
Well, the wheel that came off the KTM, the number 53 KTM, I'll get my teeth around that, has been removed. There is still a change of surface flag at the Dottinger, and it looks to me like the 176 Aston is back out running again. It's certainly in sight at the moment.
Okay, and also another car that's been to the pits too many times. You're expecting this race, if it runs smoothly, to come in 3 times at the end of the first hour, the second and the third. But Matteo Caroli in number 38 Porsche from Dynamic Motorsport in for a 3rd time after only 10 laps. So clearly not all going smoothly for them.
Yeah, and I can confirm that the 176 Pro Sport Drip Run Aston Vantage GT4 is back out running. Dumari at the wheel of that, running in 63rd, I think it is now, but it is back out on track again. So it slowed, stopped, and obviously got it back, and there it is again.
Right, Peter, as an Aston Martin man through and through, a green Aston Martin is something that is almost uniform. But what do you think of the race livery with orange, lighter orange above and darker orange below the green? How would you mark it out of 10?
Out of 10, I'd give it a good 7.
7.
To me, it's very much a traditional sort of colour scheme, also sort of Castrol oil colours, isn't it? And quite an old-fashioned sort of 50s, 60s sort of colour scheme. It's quite different.
No, I'm pleased it's different because I remember a long time ago the DTM, when they were having enormous TV audiences and huge audiences at the circuits, worked out the best colours that showed up best on television, and it was white and blue. If you had a white and blue combination, that would be the best, and it's also across all weather. And I suppose the orange and green that Pro Sport run is their colour, so at least it's identifiable as a team. But if the team, the scientist, was going, we want the most TV exposure, well, A, lead the race, and if you can't lead the race, stand out by having a colour that works on TV. So, we're not neglecting you. We haven't talked about the gap between first and second for a while, because just bear in mind the BMW Junior Team M4 GT3 that is leading the race. That's car number 44. 23.5 seconds to the good over another BMW M4 GT3, which is Augusto Farfus. And that has a 10-second advantage, an 11-second advantage over another M4 GT3, which is Walkenhorst Motorsport. That's Andy Soucek, the Spanish racer who's really taking to the Nordschleife this year. It was started by Christian Cronjes. Andy Soucek has taken it over. But the important thing is number 44, the race leader, came in a lap before the 99 that's giving chase. So it had a shorter pit stop by 23 seconds. The margin between them is 23.391 seconds. So that is an advantage. But in fairness, the 99 car will have a shorter final pit stop, according to the sliding scale issued here. So Dan Harper, press on as he has been, and Peter reckoned he saw him almost touching someone early in his stint as he tried to make his escape. The Grello Porsche is up onto a flatbed, but Dan's going to need to press on a little bit because the gap needs to be a bit more than it is at the moment, because he'll be coming in. Well, it depends how they split their tactics. But he did make that first pit stop, or his car made that pit stop a lap ahead of the 99 Rover Racing BMW. Andy Soucek, though, good to see him. Get used to, over the years, you get used to a driver racing for one manufacturer. Soucek, for a long time, of course, was a Bentley boy, racing very competitively in what was then the Blancpain GT World Challenge. And good to have him on board at the Nürburgring, because, of course, he's got eyes on other prizes at the moment. Race leader Dan Harper heading down the Dottinger or along the Dottinger. Then the track goes to the kink, up the rise. And again, when television foreshortens things and you then go to the circuit and decide to have a track walk, maybe not on the Nordschleife, but parts of the Nordschleife, you suddenly realise that the lap really kicks up at the tail. And in to the pits comes car number 44. So let's note that down. That should be 11 laps on the board. And our race leader is in. How much time on the board? We've got an hour and 20 minutes remaining.
2 hours.
2 hours and 20 minutes. I lost the big hand for a second.
It's next to the small one.
Okay, so what is the BMW? Is it a penalty or is it a pit guard right at the end? No, it's a drive-through. A drive-through. Maybe you spotted contact. That's what you've got to have a little look for.
Yeah.
Because a drive-through penalty, that didn't make any sense at all until I thought about drive-through, and I thought sometimes you get caught out, you see a car coming to the pit lane and their garage is right at the end. So he's emerged where? Right on the tail of the new race leader. So the order is as it was on the opening lap, nose to tail between 99 and 44. That drive-through penalty has gobbled up all the advantage that BMW Junior Team had by dint of its first pit stop. It was going to have to lose time in its final pit stop, so now really the advantage has swung very much back towards the ROWE Racing Team. So for what was that penalty, the drive-through penalty that Dan Harper has had to serve, and so many times you have to serve the penalty that maybe was picked up by your teammate who did the first stint, but we don't know as yet. But well, I was quickly trying to work out why they came in after 11 laps when they made their first stop after 6. That just didn't stack up. So Dan Harper knows what he's got to do now, above all other things, is get ahead on the track and then try and build an advantage. Easier said than done. Augusto Farfus minding his own business. So the 99 ROWE Racing M4 GT3 in the lead of the race by 1.5 car lengths. They go through the Sabine Schmitz curves as the Toyota GT86 in front of them gets out of their way. It's not very easy to get out of the way through the Sabine Schmitz curves. There's so little space, even with cars going through one at a time. But neither the first of those M4 GT3s, the 99 car from ROWE Racing, nor the chasing BMW Junior Team entry, driven by Dan Harper, lost out at all. The gap stays exactly the same through Hatzenbach. They go, staying off the curbs, drivers really being very, very careful indeed. And as I say that, suddenly Augusto Farfus clouts the curb. Tail end of his M4 gets kicked out a little bit, but he straightens it up all over again, and Dan Harper's going, maybe a little bit of sucker for me here. But then the track finally opens up, and there's a chance for them to settle down rather than the left-right approach they've had for the previous 6 corners. So one drive-through penalty is one drive-through penalty too many, Peter, in a race like this. It's so competitive at the front end of the field, and that surely, unless something else untoward occurs, will interrupt any chance that BMW Junior Team had of taking the win here today.
Yes, very much so. I'm still trying to get to the bottom, Bruce, while being quite fluent, what happened to this, to the Manthey Porsche, and it does look like, I think they've been collected by a slower kind of different category car just moved across. I'm just trying to get up, very cheekily managed to find the onboard footage of Manthey from the race. I'm just trying to find what exactly what happened.
He's a spy, you know. Weather conditions, still a bit of blue sky, but a lot more cloud. Here I am trying to throw another curveball into the mix. This race has had so many curveballs thrown into it, but ROWE Racing with the 99 car, disproving what I said earlier in the race, that qualifying isn't that important here, because of course starting at the front has given them that advantage, and the fact that they're fighting for victory in this race with the number 44 car, the BMW Junior Team M4 GT3 that started alongside, it does mean you get clear of incidents on the opening lap of the race, but incidents have been coming thick and fast ever since. The Grello Porsche, still can't see what the problem is with it, but it's back in towards the pits on the back of a flatbed, and that might be parked up at the rear of the garage. But it's extraordinary to find. I mean, many points on the circuit there have been other bits of other cars on the track, but we'll get. But Peter's being a snoop. He's having a little look to see what he can find as to what occurred. Out on track, yellow flag at S-Bash. Almost as soon at the bottom of the screen they clear a yellow flag warning, you get one somewhere else. But I think we've got a slow zone coming up at Stylestrecke, which is Marshall's Post 139. If you've never been to the Nürburgring, most tracks have maybe 20 Marshall's Post around the lap, but when your lap's as long as it is here, I think coming onto the start-finish straight, I think Galgenkopf, sort of dotting her, is about Marshall's Post 187.
Du magst Simracing, du liebst die Nordschleife und du bist zwischen 14 und 18 Jahren alt? Dann mach jetzt mit bei der DNLS Junior-Sichtung. Der Sieger startet zusammen mit Mercedes-AMG-Fahrer Adam Christodoulou in der digitalen Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie 2022 und 2023. In der Nürburgring E-Sports Bar kannst du dich jetzt parallel zu jedem NLS-Lauf von 13 bis 18 Uhr beim Shootout qualifizieren. Vielleicht bist ja du der nächste Simracing-Shooting-Star.
See you then.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
All eyes on the pit lane. Incident between 18,440 and 911. Write those numbers down, Peter. Dottinger-Hoa, incident under investigation. 18,440 and 911. We know 911 is the Manthey Racing Porsche. Car 18 is the KCMG.
And 440 was the Cayman I mentioned that was off on the other. The two there, they got pulled into the exit, the barriers there for safety.
So, with the drive-through penalty at the end of lap 11, and Harper is now listed as out from the pits. I think he served a third pit stop, and it just hasn't yet come up on the right-hand side of our timing screens, because at the start of the lap, he came out just behind Augusto Farfus. He'd been leading the race in 44, came in, served the drive-through penalty, had that 20-something second advantage, and came out just behind the Rover Racing BMW, but this time listed as 7.4 seconds down. If there has come in the pits, that would be how much he'd slowed down to before he crossed the start-finish line. Yes, in his last lap, 8 minutes 44. Yeah, he's lost 30 seconds. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. But it's suddenly really looking like Rover Racing's day. They've got the car in the lead of the race, that's Augusto Farfus. They've got a car in 5th place, that's John Edwards. And John has just set almost equal fastest lap of the race. He's now starting to catch Mathieu Jaminet in that Top Sport WRT Porsche. So it could soon be 4 BMWs in the top 4 positions. So things chop, they change, and the BMWs work ever more towards the form of this race. Must be particularly galling for, remember, Ben Tuck was featuring very well early on in one of the other Walkenhorst Motorsport M4 GT3s, and we saw his car off at the side of the circuit. So that could also have been right at the sharp end of the field. He'd have been handing over to Jörg Muller and Mario von Bohlen, but for Ben Tuck from Biggleswade, as we call him, the race doesn't run to a conclusion. And I said keep an eye on this lot. Robin Freitz, I'm not lapping slower than 8 minutes, 7 minutes 59.9 seconds, but he's down in 13th place. That's not where you'd expect to find him, but he's certainly quicker, well, clearly quicker than everyone else in front of him at the moment.
Dan Harper, non-compliance of minimum pit stop time. Fueled too quickly.
I wonder by how much.
5 seconds is for every,
that's quite a lot.
Well, every litre or part thereof, you get a 5-second penalty. So that's why that car's been sitting there.
Oh, okay.
Basically, they've refueled it too quickly.
Right, so what they've had a drive-through penalty. But did it drove through without stopping? Did it then come through another time?
Yeah.
I think it did. So it came in on 11 and it came in on 12.
Correct. They did one lap, yes. Exactly as the times would suggest. That's exactly what it's done. That
is extraordinary, because the BMW Junior team has immense experience here and success here. Last year they won the Adenauer Rundstrecken Trophy and the Reinhold Langstrecken-Rennen in June and July. The same trio has been competing this year. So that is, well, that's a communication malfunction, one feels.
It would appear so.
And that's
a very expensive one, time-wise.
Well, that has just given Augusto Farfus elbow space, a huge amount of elbow space. And also because the 44 BMW Junior Team car made its first pit stop a lap earlier than the 99 Rover Racing example. Already the Rover crew had an advantage in their pocket for later in the race when they'll have a shorter final pit stop.
And a full course green, finally.
We'll go with that. Right, crews, it's up to you.
How long will it last? Place your bets here.
No, well, they can do it. They have done it.
They can do it.
In fact, what we're getting suddenly is a flurry of drivers setting their fastest laps, and it's probably halfway through their stint, 2/3 of the way through their... Actually, no, they're towards the end of their second stint in terms of fuel load and stuff, but it's because we've got green flag. So the fastest lap in qualifying was 7 minutes 57. Fastest lap so far in this race at Whisker, under 8 minutes. Robin Freitz, car number 15. Audi entered by Audi Sport Team Phoenix. And that's a car that will continue to rise up the order. You can be sure of that. Looking for any other real movers. Let's run down the classes. SPX, of course, it was being dominated by the number 53 KTM Crossbow GT2, with the best of the rest being the car we're delighted to see back, the Glickenhaus, but with the 53 shedding that right rear wheel, it's very much fallen in the hands of Glickenhaus's team. So that's running 14th place overall. Best car in Cup 2. It's been a very good run, as you'd sort of expect from the driver in question. It's car 112 in the Porsche Cup class, and that is from K. Kramer Racing, and it's Moritz Krantz, who just goes better and better in this series around this circuit. So he's in 16th place overall, and he's got a tiny advantage of over half a minute over the 114 from FK Performance, which has got Ben Bunagel at the wheel.
British fastest just set a new fastest lap of the race at 7. That would be extraordinary, wouldn't it?
Deceptively quick.
Just checking in. Listeners are awake, that's all, including yourself, Bruce. A 7:58.487.
Okay.
I'd pay good money to see a 1:58 round in Nürburgring. I'd pay very good money to see that.
You'd be looking at your phone when it passed. You know.
Exactly. I do apologise. A 7:58.487 from Augustus Farfus, our race leader, just to establish they are there. Others have fallen by the wayside. Some have had incidents, some haven't. They've just kept going. At the moment, and exactly what a way to celebrate reaching in a minute's time half distance of this race. I'll just pop in the fastest lap. Why ever not? Just a little marker there. This is what we've done in the first half.
It's a little.
We've got more.
It's a little something for his teammate, yes. Conor De Philippi. Yeah, he led the first.
To use one of your favourite phrases for all the rest of the teams: absorb.
So, drivers starting to come in the pits. The
get speed. Is that the get speed in coming in?
Yeah, the 98 car. So this is 13 laps on the board. So we can do some maths, but why bother?
Too complicated.
So, 98, that's the sister car to the race leader, into the pits. The number 12, Lucas Stolz, has been setting some very quick laps in the Haut Racing Team Bilstein Mercedes. He's come in from 6th, and Patrick Assenheimer brought his Mercedes in from 9th. Next time around, it's going to get busy, because that will be for crews that have opted for, well, some would have done a 6 followed by an 8. And our race leader will probably come in next time around having done the more traditional 7 followed by 7.
Shall I look for you, Bruce?
No.
Oh.
Go on. You've got all the gadgetry there.
Go on, humour me, go on. Farfus, 6 laps. Suchek 7. Jaminet 7. Edwards 7. Beretta 7. There's a pattern here, isn't there? Stoltz 7. Pittard 6. Trumer 7. Assenheimer did 7, but of course he did back-to-back as well, because he'd already done, he did 5 to start with, didn't he?
Okay, another way we could look at it is the fact that 99, our race-leading BMW, 911, the fallen by the wayside Manthey Porsche, and 21, the TF Sport Aston Martin, were the only 3 of the front-running cars that did 7 laps on their opening stint. The vast majority did 6. And then a handful, 4 of them, including the car that just pitted from 4th place, the 98 car, did 5 laps in their opening stint. Number 5 came in after just 5 laps, which was Frank Stippler, followed immediately by 98, which was the second of the Rover Racing BMWs, other two that came in after such a short stint. Number 12, the Luca Stolz Manuel Metzger Mercedes from Team Bilstein, and number, I've written it down here, 55, which was the Landgraf Young Talents car, Patrick Assenheimer. Patrick's stretching it a bit with the Young Talents bit. He's north of not a teenager, but Lucy Treffs, I think, Luca Andro Treffs is certainly at the younger end of the scale. So the coming talents, he's in fact, when you look at your notes, and you've got down XXX for his date of birth. It's not good, but he's still a teenager.
Who was that?
That's Treffs, and just shortly, within the next week, Patrick Assenheimer will turn 30, so he's still young, but he's not a teenager. Robin Freitz, number 15, has also come into the pits as well after 13 laps. And number 8, Adam Christodoulou. And really, that in itself, the fact they're listed as 14th and 15th, drivers of that talent being outside the top 10 just shows the growth and yet more growth of this series in terms of the level of competitiveness at the front, level of competition. Because those are drivers who can walk into any works team and do a stunning job. But right now, Augusto Farfus and Rover Racing have the biggest smiles on their face. We're into the second half of this race. Their car is leading by 47 seconds, and that's Andy Soucek who's moved up into second place. That second unintended visit to the pits by the BMW Junior Team entry has funneled it right down the order to get where? 10th place. That has been a costly drive-through, followed by a time penalty in the pits. Walkenhorst Motorsport, staunch supporters of the championship, and big friends of this series. They haven't had a lot of wins in this series. In fact, last year they got one. They got one with Ben Tuck, David Pittard, and Christian Cronjes. Ben Tuck out of the race today. David Pittard racing for Aston Martin, and Christian Cronjes is racing number 34, which is in second place overall. So the driver who really sprung a huge surprise with Walkenhorst Motorsport, winning the Spa 24 Hours a handful of years ago. This could become their day. But it will take a trip up from Rover Racing, because they're absolutely in the pound seat with that 99 car, Peter. 47 seconds to the good.
They are, but as you say, we're only half distance. It's been exciting, action-packed, fun-filled first 2 hours of the race. We've got 2 more of it to go. Anything can happen yet. It looks as if the weather is going to stay static. I think we're fairly confident on that one. That's not going to throw in a variable, as it can so often here in the Eifel Mountains. I feel that one's going to be a nice constant of this one. It's not too warm. I think it was about 9 degrees when we started this race, wasn't it? So fairly cool conditions. Yeah, it's 14 degrees now. So.
Yeah, no, it's all kind car conditions. 4 years ago it was. Philipp Eng, Tom Blomqvist, excuse me, and Christian Cronjes winning the Spa 24 Hours. And I just remember afterwards, Henry Walkenhorst, the team boss, was walking down pit lane towards the podium. He just couldn't stop laughing and smiling, because they just didn't expect to topple works crews and stuff. And ever, before and since, of course, staunch supporters of BMW, but. It's great when you see someone who doesn't expect to win something that's as big as that, and they come away, we've done it. We've only gone and won the things, they say.
Absolutely. Opposite side here at the Nürburgring, I'm going to present you with a little suggestion here. The penalty, minimum pit stop penalty for the Dan Harper BMW.
Go on.
Was by 1 second.
1 second.
1 second.
Because I thought it must be tiny, because I didn't see any great shift of positions relative to those who pitted at other times.
That's what it was. That's what they got the drive-through for.
Okay, 1 second. So, who is going to go faster than the best lap of the race set by Augusto Farfus? Expect Farfus and the gang to be in next time around, because they will have got to the end of 14 laps, and they'll have that nice, neat pattern of 7-lap first stint, 7-lap second stint. We'll just have to wait and see. And as if on cue, 14 laps completed, 99 as I talk about it, brought in by Augusto Farfus. Expect number 34. Andy Soucek to come in next this time as well, because you don't really, especially as that car, the 34 car, would have done an 8-lap stint. Would have done a 6 followed by an 8. That's the car in second place, and will a lot of the others as well. But that is a big, tidy lead. In fact, suddenly, you know, it looked as though in that first half hour of the race, Peter, when things were suddenly becoming, you know, we had slow zones, and those first 2 BMWs got clear of them and was sort of given an advantage by a slow zone clearing for them and catching those behind. It was a 2-horse race, and unfortunately with the BMW Junior team having its problems with the extra visits, it's a 1-horse race. Andy Soucek does come in to make the second pit stop for the 34 Walker Horse Motorsport BMW, but he's 43 seconds in arrears. To regain 4.3 seconds is hard enough in a series like this, on a circuit like this, but you know, conditions, incidents giveth and they taketh away. You might be able to haul that back, but they're so evenly balanced in terms of driving talent. But that sort of margin, that is one to squander.
It is, and they didn't. They took advantage. You say at the beginning. So top 3 into the pits now: Foff, Soucek, and Jaminet, and Beretta. So 1, 2, 3, and 5 into it. Van der Linde out at the moment. Still looks he's going to stay out. Top 4 cars into the pits.
Van der Linde served the pit stop.
Yes, my apologies.
Last
indeed.
time around.
Yes, sorry.
T'other one. Yeah. So those that came in, we'll get the order settling down. But one thing, unless there's an absolute calamity in the pit lane for the 99 Rover Racing crew, they will be back in the lead of the race when these pit stops are completed. And presumably, Augusto Farfus will hand over to Connor De Filippi in stint number 1. Only 2 drivers in that car, originally penciled in to have Nick Chiololi along with them, but that not the case, as so often has been the case over the years. Here you have a list of drivers, and then for whatever reason, or just a decision the team reckons, you know, it's so competitive, we might be better with just 2 drivers in our lineup rather than 3. Because obviously with 3, one of the drivers ends up doing 2 stints, whether they do stint 1 and stint 4, or they do stints 1 and 2, and their teammates do the 3rd and 4th of those planned stints. So down to turn 1 goes the field another time, just looking for people up and down the pit lane. Oh, the Dacia Logan's back out. They just reloaded the picnic hamper, put it in the boot. In fact, it's come out of a pit garage onto the pit apron and then stopped. So
Any chance to get it on camera? You see, they want to
get
it behind the race leader coming out of the pits. Put it on quick now.
It's
good sponsor coverage.
Yeah, it works well, but. So Connor De Filippi out of the pits, having taken over from Augusto Farfus, and that lead, just to reiterate, was 43.5 seconds when it went into the pits, ahead of Andy Soucek, who came in from 2nd place. But the order's going to be shuffled a little bit because some of the drivers did their second pit stop a lap early. We'll see how they slot together, but the immutable fact is it's a 40+ second advantage for the 99 Rover Racing BMW. In a day of incident, but also excellence, it must be said, from Connor De Filippi and the driver who did stint number 2, Augusto Farfus. Connor had the hardest stint, not just because he had to take the start of the race, Peter, but also because he had to marshal and manage all those moments going in and out of slow zones, and also elements where times when there were little bits of debris out on the circuit. So easy to pick up a puncture here. And as I say that, looking at a super slow-mo of the Octane 126 Ferrari at the carousel, going up, and little bits that could cut the tyres down on the inside, in the dip, in the bowl there. And you can see, naturally, the drivers don't have much room to adapt and manoeuvre there, but you know, when you see something sharp lying in the track, you've got to go around it.
Well, exactly, and we saw that with a little bit of onboard footage we had for on the Grello 911 Manthey Porsche, just before a few corners back on its lap that became its ultimate demise. But going down through Adenauer onto the bridge there was a big accident with the car off on the right and debris everywhere, and they had to slow down, and the BMW in front slowed down, the Porsche did the same, but they drove up the curb onto the grass to go round so much debris on the track. It's actually a better option to be on the grass and risk it over a curb than run over carbon that is almost guaranteed to shred a tyre, do a tyre wall or something.
Doing nobody...
Which you don't want to find at a later part of the track at very high speed.
And don't forget that quite early in the race there was a wheel lying in the middle of the track, which came off the KTM Crossbow that had done so well, the GT2 level car. There are 2 of them in this race, entered by True Racing, and for the driver on board at the time, who was that? It was Mads Siljehout. who'd only just taken over, you know, we thought, I just saw the car sitting down on the right rear as it came into the pits. I thought, puncture there. But you spotted very well, your years of experience identified that the wheel was missing.
My years of experience identified the wheel was missing. Well, there you go. There's a qualification if ever there was.
I do like to big people up.
Yes. I'm so glad it's finally come to use. I've found my niche in life.
I've found you another one. Slow zone upgraded to code 60 at Steilstrecke. There have been quite a few problems out there. That's Marshalls Post 139 as well, you know. So, Peter now goes to his very clever moving map. And he's going to try and identify what exactly is at the side of the track. But in synopsis, as Sami-Matti Trogan, the star of the iRacing scene, who's moved across to racing sort of full metal, is running in second place behind Conor de Filippi. It's BMW from BMW with Julian Andlauer putting a Porsche into third place. And if you were away for a bit and came back and were thinking, oh, well, that's possibly the winners of the opening round, Manthey Racing, alas not, their car out of the race. Fred Machiavicchi with broken steering, and the car had to be flat-bedded back home to be put inside of the garages at the start of the Nordschleife, just by the Sabine Schmitz curve, is where they tend to put cars that are broken. They don't want to clutter an already very busy paddock and pit lane. Yeah, we've got 150 plus starters, so that tends to be the format if the car is brought in on a flatbed truck, because they don't want to bring a flatbed truck down the pit lane if they could possibly help it, Peter.
No, well, no competitive car causing the slow zone you just mentioned, but it is, I think it was an intervention vehicle bringing something back right of the way, getting into a place of safety. That's all there was on the track.
That would be an interesting place to be, in race control, looking at all those screens, monitoring all those corners. If you do it at, say, Silverstone...
Haven't we got are there not enough screens in here for you?
I can't see
you just always want more, don't you, Jones? Always want more.
I can't see the screens for the screens, but imagine being in there. At most circuits, you have an image of pretty much the whole track, every corner, you know, so you can check for incidents. Imagine how many eyes you need in your head to be in race control here. And also to be able to respond. Hold on, we had 32 course vehicles, but 23 are out on the circuit in the wrong part. And, you know, you've got a huge distance to cover. I think it'd be the most remarkable thing. And I really absolutely take my hat off. Not just because I'm indoors, but just simply because it's a phenomenal job they do. And in fact, now I've put that idea into my head, I really would like to go across.
Well, I think it's there. I think
and have a go.
There's a film there, there's a podcast thing there, a day in race control with Bruce Jones, Dr. Jones.
I would have melted after half an hour. This is just too complex.
You'd still be taller than me. you start from a different altitude anyway.
I'd have come down to earth. But I do think it would be a phenomenally interesting place to be, because also it's just the lines of communication, right? You can see there's a problem. How fast, how well is that communicated to the 3 course vehicles closest to, you know, the point of the incident, and what other vehicles do we need? Do we need one of those trucks that has a roller brush on it? And how many flatbeds do we need? Oh, the flatbeds are already just in use. You know, it's an ongoing issue, but I think
I can see it now, behind the scenes with Bruce and Snowy. There you go.
Yeah. It would just I just think everybody should take a look, and if you ever
you're so impressed with that idea, you'd actually watch it yourself, wouldn't you?
I never watch television.
I never have time.
Too busy looking at all the screens. No, but anyhow, I'll park that thought for now. But it really is, because I think today they've been really tested, and it's just sort of ironic in so many ways that you expect, you know, if you come into race control here on a day where the weather has an enormous storm coming in from Spa-Francorchamps, you know, just over the border, you're thinking, all right, we're in for one today. But we started in spring weather, clear, slightly cold, and yet, you know, they've really had to work so hard, and we're only just over the halfway distance in this 4-hour race. The 53rd Adenauer Rundstrecken trophy.
You'll be pleased to know that there is a video of race control that's available. I will send you the link.
No, send it. Tell people what the link is, if you have the link that you can read.
If I had the link to read, that's exactly what I would have done, Joseph.
Okay, good. We need to clarify these things. Right, for Aston Martin fans around the world, they lead this race, but only by dint of David Pittard being in the pit
lane. And how appropriate on St George's Day, and Aston Martin in the lead.
There you have it. But don't forget, before this, the Aston Martin from TF Sports.
Don't spoil the story.
was running in about 7th place where it started. It fell as low as 9th in the opening stint, was brought back up to 7th, but that's in the pits at the moment after 15 laps, because that was one of the last cars to pit first time round, and this time around that's come in from its short-lived lead, and the other car that's come in after 15 laps from pit stop is the Octane 126 Ferrari. Simon Trummer has just brought that in, but expect when they jumble back into the order the Aston Martin to be within the top 10 and the Ferrari not so. But it will be Connor De Filippi leading this race. Dan Harper's car with the drive-through and then the come and drive in and stop penalties have really been struck. You know what, Peter, I'm just going to clarify something. We talked about a drive-through and then another visit to the pits. I think they were one and the same thing. Did they come in on lap 11 and lap 12? You can have a look at that, because I'm just looking at time lost. They're still only listed as having 2 visits to the pits. If they'd had a drive-through...
Well, there's not, because they've got... So this is the 44 BMW Junior Team car we're talking about, yes?
Correct.
So Verhagen 6 laps, Harper 5 laps. There was then...
That's lap 12. That's lap 11.
There's one lap there. And then Harper again is now 3 laps in.
Okay, so they've had 3
pit
stops.
Look, there is a... It looks like there's done a 1 lap and come back in again.
Well, no, because he took over the car. He then came in 1 lap, or shortly later, for a drive-through penalty, and then he came in the lap after that as well.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify.
Yep.
And you've got a bar on your screen, so it should actually list on the side of the screen they've made 3 pit stops. It's only listing 2. That's what's confusing me. Aston Martin still in the pit lane, the TS Sport car. Don't worry, Aston Martin fans, it's a standard pit stop. And in fact, another Aston Martin, the GT4 one, is in the pit lane at the same time, about 5 garages further to the east. Other than that, it's a quiet pit lane after those big flurries. Looking to see if the 26 Ferrari from Octane 126 team has gone back out. Can't quite see that yet, but expect Connor De Filippi. Rover Racing started on pole position, were pushed, were challenged, to still be leading this race. It really has fallen their way. That's to take nothing away from Connor De Filippi, who's back on board, and Augusto Farfus, who did the second of what will be 4 stints. Cup 2 at the moment, that's the Porsche Cup class cars. 19th place overall, car 102 leading the way in that category, and that's a change. It was the K. Kramer racing car leading early on, but it's Tobias Buller who's showing with Paul Karkema, Dutch racer, along with the German. That's Black Falcon. They've had so much success here. That's their Team Identicar entry. And that's sitting on a lead by, about... fairly comfortable. No, in fact, it's not. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's second in class. It's 104 leading the way at the moment after that flurry of pit stops. That may well change when you're immediately after a pit stop thing. It's another car from the Black Falcon team, and it's Carlos Rivas who is leading that class. Looking for changes at the top. Dan Harper certainly responded. His last lap very nearly got below 8 minutes. 8 minutes, 0.6 seconds. So at least he's still in the fight, but he'll be handing over very soon indeed to Max Hess, one would presume, in the cycle of drivers. Connor De Filippi, obviously his last lap time, if one looks at screens, was not that quick, but that's because it included a pit stop. But certainly he has the fastest lap of the race, 7 minutes 58.487 seconds, which actually was set by his teammate Augusto Farfus, wasn't he, in that sort of fanfare just before the end of his stint.
I'm going to add something else to this.
Go on,
Bruce, just to, as you're obviously getting to too much of a conclusion here, so I'm going to add a little bit further in.
I want clarity.
Well, I'm not going after that. That's your role. There's a possibility that the 44 BMW was told soon enough about its penalty as it went out that it only completed the GP lap and came back in again.
That is a masterstroke. But let me absorb that and get back to you. Because it came in on lap 11 and lap 12.
I don't want you peaking too early. Take your time.
No. Well, I'm in the second half of the race.
40 minutes to go. Pace yourself, man. It's all about endurance.
It's all about excitement, about passion.
Perfect team. There you go. Endurance and excitement.
Looking for the moves and shakers.
Open a shop on King's Road, shouldn't we? Endurance and excitement.
We have now moved back to 1980.
Exactly. Depends which way you turn out of the door, left or right.
So, just trying to see if anybody else has got a shout in this battle against the 99 Rover Racing BMW. It's quick when it's on the track. It's got the bolster, the cushion over the BMW Junior team. But the big question to me is how close the rest can get. But the best of the rest at the moment is the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and it's just not as quick. Sami Matti Trogan has taken it over for the third stint. It was started by Christian Cronjes, driven very well. Andy Soucek, very well. Now with Sami Matti Trogan. But I'm just not seeing the pace out of that car. Maybe it'll come later in the stint, but I just think Rover Racing, with all their experience, have got this one pretty taped. Sort of come their way. But, you know, the Finnish driver, Sami Matti Trogan, short in experience, but he's gaining it all the time since he came across from, you know, looking at screens and racing on screens to racing in the real world. Spent time working with the Williams Formula 1 team as one of their simulator operators, which is... it's one of those jobs that actually is fantastic for people who are shouted at by their parents for spending too much time on the computer.
Gaming, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. What are you earning, Dad? Again, just looking up.
Seal of approval from our teenager on the opposite side of the mixing desk here. Obviously proves the gaming philosophy.
I was trying to think of a funny reply, but I'll come back to you on that one. No, but I
when I said pace yourself, I didn't mean in terms of jokes. That sort of punchy, yeah, punchlines at the right time are helpful.
Yeah, yeah.
Teasing your audience again.
Preferably at the end of the joke. So
it is better, isn't it? There,
I reckon
it's the norm.
It is. It is. Right. I just want to have a little look and see down the timing sheets how Sam Neary's getting on. He's been sharing with Esteban Muth, and hopefully still is, and Florian Weber, and he's a British GT racer. Richard Neary's son. They've been doing great things over the last couple of years, particularly with their ABBA Racing Mercedes, but he's one of those drivers trying to do that sneaky thing called getting your ring license for Nürburgring Nordschleife, which is, you know, actually, I can't think almost... You think about drivers going out and getting their experience on the banking in the Indianapolis 500, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and they largely go out with very few cars on the track, or even one at all. But here you're doing with 150-something other cars. And
when you say Sam Neary doing wonderful things over the last couple of years, I've just checked his age. He is only just 19 now, because I remember being at Snetterton when he ran, as you say, shared with his dad in that GT3 Mercedes, first time out. And I remember Richard standing down in the pit to me and turned to me and had the microphone and he said, "Is that thing off?" And I said, "It is." And then explained in Anglo-Saxon terms at how impressed he was that his son was quicker than him first time in the car. He said, "But cheeky little something, you know, etc., etc." Of, I said he could drive the car, not beat me. So you might want to watch this one then, Richard.
I remember talking to Richard Neary during he was a Silverstone.
But to be fair, he just turned 20 next week.
Does he?
Yes.
Yeah. 12 hours, 24 hours, can't remember, years ago, and he said, I was interviewing him and he said, "That's really great, because Sam's on the way to Italy on a school ski trip. He's listening to this in the back of the coach." That's dedication. So anyhow, so just to finish that thought, Walkenhorst Motorsport running Sam Neary, Esteban Muth and Florian Weber in the M2 CS Racing class, which is listed as BMW C2S Racing. I'm just trying to see where that car is in that particular class. Car number 888, yes, 888. Just taking a look for that. But anyhow, wherever it is listed in class, it's useful experience being gained, because you can't race on the ring until you can race on the ring. I think that's the simple expedient there. Right, again with these long laps, just waiting for the cars to come through to the end of the lap. Right, Dan Harper leading the race by 16.5 seconds from Conor De Filippi. Is there a however there? I can't work out how that can actually have happened, because he's had more visits to the pits. He's had the drive-through. I know he pitted a lap. The first pit stop was much longer for Conor De Filippi, the 99 car. It was 23 seconds longer. But of course, what you lose by an early pit stop, sorry, you lose by a late pit stop at the end of your first stint, you gain commensurate in your final pit stop with this special sliding scale that we have for the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Yellow zone at Schwalbenschwanz, so the end of the lap or the corner before you get onto the start-finish, not the start-finish straight, the long run through Dottinger. More problems there. That was where we lost the Grello Racing, Manthey Racing Grello Porsche. Maybe someone else has come a clatter. It's a yellow zone, now it's a slow zone. And Galgenkopf, it's now code 60, so that you can see how just in the space of 2 corners it went from yellow flag to slow zone. And so that has moved. So that will affect everybody coming onto that long run, the long drag back towards the end of the lap, the point on which the circuit on which drivers desperately try and get a toe to make an overtaking maneuver. It's been so difficult, so constricted around the Nordschleife. They really want to stretch their legs when they get onto that long run through Dottinger, and then frustration.
That's the Huber Motorsport entry of number 25.
The spinner on lap 1 at turn 1.
Yeah. That's the car that appears to be stopped in the middle of the track at Schwalben. Yeah, it is at Schwalben. Yeah, so just onto the Dottinger, isn't it? Yeah, so it's just there. Galgenkopf, yeah. So not a great place to be stopped.
Right, I'm just going to finish a thought I started.
Heaven forbid.
Irrespective of the fact that being the drive-through penalty, we seem to have the BMW Junior Team car in front. But its first pit stop was 23 seconds shorter than the pit stop served by the car that started on pole, the 99 ROWE racing car. If they come in, again, separated by a lap, which around here at the moment without stoppages is 8 minutes, the difference, if they come in, he could be handing back those 23 seconds. That's almost precisely how it works out on the sliding scale that I have in front of me. So it's something one always have to consider, but we have also considered the fact there have been 2 extra visits to the pits for the BMW Junior Team car. So it's really, but it's still listed on the timing screen as only being in the pits twice. Yet we've changed, of course, from, I think Dan Harper owes us a pit stop. That's the point at the moment. I think he has.
Yeah.
Could you just double check there on your magic screen of screens?
Which ones do I choose from? Pick a screen.
Best of 3.
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, done.
Because still waiting to drive that car is Max Hess, and Dan hasn't done a double stint, so it's, I don't quite get this. Okay, with 3 drivers, you could say you're doing stint 2 and stint 3, and Max will do the final stint, but look at my other bits of paper. I haven't got number 44. It's listed as coming in since lap 12. Or was that 11 and a quarter?
Well, exactly, that's my point.
So I think it's going to have to be this time around for Dan Harper, but he's listed to go. He's going to, if he comes in next time, he'll have done 6, 7. Well, we'll have to see. But he owes us a pit stop. Is the long and short of it. Conor De Filippi is sitting pretty. He's 16.5 seconds down. But as soon as the BMW Junior Team car comes into the pits, then that will all change. Sami Matti Trogan should have been able to claw all of that back. But, it's looking very good for BMW, the top 3 positions.
And how long was it in the pits for? Because under the regulations, it's non-compliance. These are the exact words of the rule. Non-compliance with the minimum pit time will result in a time penalty, stop and go penalty, which will correspond to the amount of time below the minimum pit time inflicted by the car.
Which was 1 second.
Which was 1 second. So, if you weren't confused before, you are now.
It's official. Who is fastest on track at the moment? That could be a point as well. So, the person I'm looking at the moment is Julian Adenauer. He's 4th place. He's the 27 entry, the TalkSport WRT Porsche. So he's the best of the Porsche drivers. He is 6 seconds faster than the guy he's chasing down, which is Sami Matti Trogan. He's about 22 seconds back, but only a handful of laps. He should be able to get on his tail if he can carry on with that margin of gain. So Sami Matti, the Finnish driver, is going to have to work very hard indeed. I want to see his next lap. His last lap was not good. It was 8 minutes 16 seconds, so he's losing 10 seconds the 2 cars in front of him and 6 seconds the one behind. So this could be critical time for the Finn. Julian Adenauer, fleetingly, was the youngest driver ever to compete at Moore. Was he born on exactly the same day as, hold on, an American racer that weekend? I'll come back to you on a second on that one. When he was at Le Mans and realised he lost out because his mother had him a little earlier in the day than the other one on the side of the Atlantic. So he wasn't the youngest driver at Le Mans, but that's all going to be smashed this year by Josh Pearson. young racer who's come across from the States, racing with United Autosports, pushing it down to levels in which you and I, Snowy, were probably just dreaming about getting our first moped.
Yes, hadn't even progressed to 4 wheels, still stuck at 2. I know.
Glickenhaus still going there or thereabouts, down in 16th place. It's good to have that bit of variety, but it's all BMW up at the front of the field. It's all Porsche in the Porsche Cup class. That keeps you on your toes, doesn't it? And I'm just looking to see what is happening in the world of Audi. Kuba Gimaziak appears to be in the best place of those. Number 16 in 6th place overall. Yeah, that's all good for him. He's showing with Michele Beretta. And the one who's out of sequence is the best of the Cup 2 runners. I fleetingly said it was 102 that had assumed position of dominance in that class, thinking what happened to 112, but I didn't look up the timing screen enough because 112 is now listed as 4th overall, but that will fall after its latest pit stop is served. But that was started and driven really very well indeed for Kay Kramer Racing by Moritz Kranz. It's now in the hands of Christopher Brook, and then the boss man himself, Carsten Kramer, will bring that home. But that dominating the Cup 2 class car. .104 also going well in that class as well. That's 3rd in the Porsche Cup class. That's Kaya at the wheel at the moment. Just because, only because the car in front of it, Charles, has just dived into the pit lane. Which of the Charles is in 120? That would be was Constantin Charles, but first to second, the gap is still, well, last time around the gap in terms of lap pace, we found the race leader was 10 seconds down on Conor De Filippi, but it's all of a jumble at the moment, so I really need for you to just constantly just see if we can have any further messages about the penalties that have been served by Dan Harper's car, because he took it over after that brilliant opening stint from Neil Verhagen, who, remember, was half a second down at the end of that stint one. He was off the tail of the 99 BMW from ROWE Racing. Then came not 1 but 2 visits to the pits, and yet the car is still listed out in front by 21 seconds. Now, what gets me here, it's almost at those times, I don't know how you could rescind any of that, but the gap between them in terms of pit stop minimum time in the pits is 23 seconds so far, in terms of if they were straightforward pit stops. But we saw 2 further visits to the pits from Dan Harper in the 44 BMW Junior Team car.
Something doesn't add up, does it?
There's something is not adding up. It's almost like the penalty's been taken away. But
yeah,
it's if he had a time penalty that was then rescinded, that's fine. But if you've had to come into the pits to serve a penalty, that can't actually put you back in the lead of the race, unless they've taken the time that he came into the pits. They've decided that the appeal was served and an appeal was proved, and they've just said, okay, you're behind on the track, but we'll give you the time that you had in the pits. I just don't get it. I don't understand the timing screens. I need to see them come across the start-finish line with my eyes to just gauge where they are respectively. They're listed at 21 seconds apart, with Harper's car, the 44 BMW Junior Team car, leading the race from the 99 car and ROWE Racing. It's BMW ahead of BMW, but there is confusion. So we've got to get to the foot of what is happening. They're both listed as having been in the pits twice. That's absolutely correct for Conor De Filippi's 99 car, but I've seen the Harper car come in 3 times, and we think it's come in 4 times. It's had 2. Well, has it had its 3rd pit stop?
Well, we've got a longer wait for that because the...
Sorry, its 2nd official pit stop.
Yeah, exactly. It's 2nd official pit stop, because the 44 car is currently just approaching Annenberg, so it's got the bulk of the lap to go.
Yeah.
It's not even about a third of the way around the lap, so we need to see that come across the line and sort of reset the screen for us, which is always one of the vagaries of the Nürburgring, because we're used to having cars come in by roughly, I would say, 1.5 minutes is sort of a standard sort of lap length for average for ease, but it resets very quickly. We don't get the opportunity here because it's we're talking 8-minute laps. So it's a little while for that to go around, but it's steadily making its way around. So the car that's so 99 is, where's that on track at the moment in relation to the 44? In terms of physical distance on track. Adenauer forced at the moment, coming to Metzgersfeld.
So it's not huge then.
So it's not huge.
The other was Arenberg just a few moments ago. Lap times are all over the place. The last lap for Conor De Philippe, his lap time, I know there were slow zones dropped around the circuit, but he was suddenly 14 seconds down on his previous lap. That just shows how complicated it is to chart this race, and track position clearly, if you have a little circuit spotter, is very, very advantageous to be able to observe. You can be sure they're all very busy. And just to give you a sign of how much slower that lap was for Conor De Philippe, that car's best lap set by his teammate was 22 seconds faster than he managed last time around, with no really clear, obvious problem on the circuit other than a yellow flag around a couple of points, I think it was, around the circuit. But of course they have to observe all those. So the Cut 2 car, the interloper that was suddenly listed up in 4th position after its latest pit stop, has fallen from 3rd or 4th down to 16th place. That puts it still in the lead of the Cut 2 class cars, but not by as much as it was before, but clearly running a different pit stop sequence. Another car that's running a different pit stop sequence is the number 38 entry, which is a Dynamic Motorsports one. That ended up with lots of pit visits early on. It's had 4 under its belt, so no wonder Adrian Delina is down in 18th place overall. But it was Matteo Caroli who was at the wheel when it seemed to have a couple of extra pit stops in the second stint. So they'll be spending all their time just trying to catch back up again. But it just goes to prove that quite a lot of teams in this race have had their moments, had other people's moments for them in some way, and have fallen down the order. So it means some of those that started outside the top 10 should definitely get within it. One car that's doing a very good job of doing that at the moment is Manuel Metzger in the number 12 Team Bilstein liveried Hout Racing Team Mercedes, who's in 7th place. Has he just gained a place? I think he might have. Let's see, is he close to Kuba Gimnaziak? I think he might have just picked off Kuba Gimnaziak, who's out in one of the Audis. And yeah, I think that's the Team Phoenix car, the Shearer Sport Team Phoenix entry that he's showing with Michele Beretta. So I think Metzger has gained the position. So there's a place gain. That's the top Mercedes in the race, only just getting into the top 6. So it hasn't been a great day for Audi, hasn't been a great day for Mercedes. It's been a busy day for the course vehicles. Another one out on track as Metzger picks his way past it. But certainly that car that Metzger is sharing with Lucas Stoltz started way down the order, was around 15th place in that first stint, but going forward ever since. That's good to see from their point of view.
Right, just going back to this number 44 BMW Junior Team car entry. It had its first pit stop after 6 laps, and it spent 2 minutes 34 seconds in the pits. Yeah?
Yeah, that's the standard one.
Correct. Then had another in-lap at lap 11.
Yeah.
For 29 seconds.
It's drive-through.
Correct.
I think.
It then had another one on lap 11 for 46 seconds.
So 2 on lap 11. So
correct.
The
then
suggestion.
Then lap 12, it had a 2-minute 28 stop.
Okay.
So its first stop is 2:34. Second one's 2:28, which will be right. But there's a 29-second and a 46-second identified by race control on the history of that car. This race.
2 on lap 11 is what I'm trying to get my head around. We've had a report. Someone suggested it did the Grand Prix, the half of the Grand Prix loop, and then came in again.
Yeah.
You allowed to do that?
I don't know. I mean, this is my point. Have they advised? I'm just, again, always very wary on speculating, but have the team advised, because it was a second short, and they've had that ping to them and said, that's too short. As he's gone out, said, right, bring it back in straight away and serve a bit more. But is that allowed or not? So I'm trying to work it out.
So did they say to him, bring it in straight away, not that straight away?
Exactly. Well, no, complete the lap, mate.
Yeah, the full lap.
I know you're fast, but I didn't mean to turn around and come back. Car box space over here, number 44.
Well, it's been a... I mean, it has been a day of considerable number of incidents out onto the circuit, and well done to those who made it towards the 3rd hour of this race, towards the 4th hour of this race. good little battles in various classes, but out front, we still have Dan Harper for BMW Junior Team, despite what appears to have happened and Snowy has just been through with its extra visits to the pits, still listed as being 21 seconds good over Connor De Filippi. 18 laps on the board, and it hasn't come into the pits again, so continuing on its way. Did they decide to just do all that refueling and everything that's required ahead of on Dan's second visit to the pitch, which was the car's third pit stop? I think we're beginning to think that might be the case. 20 seconds.
Almost as if they've out-clevered themselves.
I tried that once. And yes, I mean, okay. The NLS has fantastic racing on a brilliant circuit. It can get complicated, but I think this one is taking the biscuit in terms of different permutations, the way you can go about things. But, you know, for a team that doesn't have the experience of this circuit and of this championship and the championship rules, I think someone could have made a stumble. But the BMW Junior Team, I think, is fully conversant with the rules, and they may have just been very, very clever indeed. They might have read the small print on page 408, which said that if you have a time penalty, you can just do a little loop and come through. But anyhow, it's one of those things we almost need to hear from the drivers to just establish what has happened there. But anyhow, lights are flashing. Dan Harper is charging past a TCR class VW Golf, does it very well, and importantly to do so because it was just before the Sabine Schmitz curve. So sitting on a lead of 19.2 seconds over Connor De Filippi. But really it's the timing of these final pit stops that are going to be absolutely indicative of where exactly we are.
It's only an eighth of a second they've gained there because it was 20-something before.
We might be about to have a place change. I thought Kuba Gimnaziak had already been passed by Manuel Metzger, but down the long straight through Dottinger they go, towing behind one of the GT2 class KTM crossbows they go, and the Polish racer Gimnaziak still just in front of Metzger. So Metzger hadn't passed him, but he's trying very hard. Doesn't manage to make it stick before Tiergarten. It's maybe going to try and get a tidy exit of the final corner of the lap and then take an attack when they go down past the pits towards turn one. But a great little battle over what position? Over 6th position.
Yeah, running down the pit wall, dive to the left. KTM does. Look at Mercedes, should have dived down by the pit wall. Try and get down the inside. Is he going to have a look down the inside? No, he's going the other way, going around the outside. There's too much traffic there. There's no room for that. He's going to try and squeeze his way through. Long way round. The KTM is going to be in the way. Always going to run out of road there. Never get that one back. He's come back across. He's still tucking in. That KTM is thwarting his chance to get past the Porsche there. But as you don't know, it's for the Audi. My apologies. Now they've got past the KTM, so they're clear of that. And he's nearly got the inside then. Thought better of it. Certainly got his nose alongside there, Bruce, and thought, oh no, I think pull on back. That's not going to work out. The Audi just running a couple of wheels onto the grass there. On the loop, back round now, the end of the GP circuit, this half GP circuit we've mentioned. Lots and lots of traffic in front. What, the 250 BMW, that's one that's sponsored one side but not the other, just trying to keep out of the way. Kept the clean side of the car out of the way for that one, so need to put some decals on that.
Yeah, that really was a case of Manuel Metzger trying to remember what word went with discretion. Valor. No, keep the valor in check. Discretion was the important thing. So good little scrap over 6th position overall. And
just when I thought that was going to come to an end, there's a Seat that's just slowed the Audi up a little bit. That's put the Mercedes right in position with it.
If I could throw something else into this battle, the Aston Martin should be coming into the background of the shot very shortly indeed. It was a lap faster last time around than they were by Marco Sorenson. He gained 4, 5, 6 seconds off them. But of course, as they fight, this is his opportunity. But he's how far back? Just under 5 seconds back. Yeah, he should be able to close in this lap or the next. But we're getting towards the point at which the third of the stints, the 4 standard stints in this race, nothing standard in this race, will be coming towards a conclusion. But certainly, another slow zone is thrown just in front of them.
Now, we just saw a replay there, but that was, well, it was showing, I believe that was showing the BMW, which might be alluding to what we're saying about the safety there. Code 60. Car shooting past a car under the code 60, then pulling up. Well, I'm just trying to work out which one it was. I think it was one of the BMWs.
One of the GT3 BMWs in the S9
Correct, yes,
class.
sorry, yes.
Okay, we're being shown, I think it's car number 36, which is from the Walkenhorst stable, which is Henry Walkenhorst, Friedrich von Bohlen and Jörg Breuer. Henry Walkenhorst started that up. So, and that is running in the Pro-Am class. No, it's the AM class of SB9, so running sort of fairly much on its own. Dan Harper still listed as leading by 19.2 seconds from Conor De Filippi. It's BMW from BMW, and BMW in third place with Sami, Matti, Trogan on board. 91st position overall, 3 laps down. There had been problems, and that's the car we were just talking about, the car in the SP9 AM class. And of course, when things don't go your way, 91st in any meeting is not something you aspire to, but it's only just outside the top half of this field and emphasises the size of the field in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. We're very much still all racing with an hour and a quarter to go.
Du magst Simracing, du liebst die Nordschleife und du bist zwischen 14 und 18 Jahren alt? Dann mach jetzt mit bei der DNLS Junior-Sichtung. Der Sieger startet zusammen mit Mercedes-AMG-Fahrer Adam Christodoulou in der digitalen Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie 2022 und 2023. In der Nürburgring E-Sports Bar kannst du dich jetzt parallel zu jedem NLS-Lauf von 13 bis 18 Uhr beim Shootout qualifizieren. Vielleicht bist ja du der nächste Sim-Racing-Shooting-Star.
See you then.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Direkt neben einer der legendärsten Rennstrecken der Welt baut die Hubert Haupt Immobilienholding einen neuen Premium-Gewerbestandort für anspruchsvolle Motorsport- und Automotive-Unternehmen. Sichern Sie sich jetzt Ihren Platz auf der Pole Position.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
Be the winner. It does seem strange to have days when you really aren't talking about some of the cars that frequently feature at the front end of the field, and the number 8 Mercedes with a lineup that is solid gold. Adam Christodoulou, Maxi Götz and Mauro Engel. And to find that outside the top 10, Mauro at the wheel, third driver in that sequence. He's in 11th place overall. I'm sure he's lapping at decent pace. Yeah, fairly decent pace, but he's 13 seconds down on the car in 10th place. That's a big margin around here. But the pink, white and BWT liveried Mercedes going well, but just not in the hunt today. Didn't get it together in qualifying. Qualifying was very much stop-start affair, as Peter mentioned at the top of the show. And the race has followed in that similar vein with incidents. I think for a lot of drivers, they seldom get 2 laps of their stint in consecutive order in which they have no slow zones, no yellow flags. It's been an extraordinary day, yet in dry conditions. Dry, simple, perfect conditions for them.
I'm still trying to work out this number 44. I don't want to, I'm going to say harper on about it. That's a bit too obvious, isn't it? Your point is absolutely right. On the right-hand side of the timing screen, it says pit stops 2. That's what we rely on. But the same information is contradicting, because it definitely says the number 44 car analysis, if you look at that particular announce of that car, has pitted 3 times.
It's extraordinary business.
Verhagen 6 laps, Harper 5 laps, and then back in again for 7 odd seconds and out again. And now this is its 4th run of 7 laps. They're on 7 laps now.
Yeah, I mean, there's still logic. 3 drivers in the car, yep. So if you run the sequence for Verhagen, Harper, and Max Hess to bring it home to victory, well, of course, that's the sort of plan. But we have had these moments, and I keep looking across to Peter's 45 timing screens, and there is definite sign of the other visits to the pits. They're just not listed on other timing screens, so things can be confusing. I am going to branch away and have a very quick look if I can find another source of timing screens. I mean, I really think it's been a fabulous day for BMW. It's just simply trying to understand the ramifications of the BMW Junior team. I've not known a race like this for being so perplexing.
There's definitely on this 44 car. There's Neil Verhagen started the race and did 6 laps. Came to the pits, 47-second pit stop. It's fine. Harper then does 5 laps, 43-second pit stop. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Comes in, starts lap 7, comes in lap 11. There is then an in and an out, start and end, recorded by race control for the 44 BMW junior team car, Dan Harper at the wheel, of lap 12 for 7 seconds. And now he's on this stint, which started at lap 13, in progress still. Which would, because he should be finishing. I would predict that Dan Harper is going to bring this car into the pits on the end of this lap. So it might just be, Bruce, that this all works out when these two complete their next pit stops, because the second place car, De Filippi, he completed 7 laps, Augustus Farfus 7 laps, and De Filippi is 5 laps into his stint now.
Right.
Whereas Dan Harper's on 7 laps into his already. So Dan Harper's unlikely to go for an 8th lap, I'd have thought, in that car. It's probably coming in at the end of this lap.
If he can go to an 8th lap, then that will bring
got
them
a bigger fuel tank than we thought.
Yes, it's a miracle.
Yes.
Right,
Also fills very quickly by the look of it.
I just looked at another timing system, and Dan Harper's car, the 44 BMW Junior Team car, is also listed still with 2 pit visits, whereas intelligence, or maybe the eyes in our head, sometimes suggest that it came in more, and so this one could keep us entertained right to the finish. But
well, we're going to find out fairly shortly, because Dan Harper, the leading car, is just coming out of the Dottinger up the Tiergarten, and will be diving for the pits, I'm surmising. I'll be amazed if it doesn't. And indeed, straight over to the right-hand side, into the pit lane. So Dan Harper brings the 44 junior team entry into the pit lane. This is his... Is it his 3rd or his 4th stop?
Well, I did ask you before the race, just keep an eye on Dan Harper, and you know, it's been busy, hasn't it?
He's made it all about him, hasn't he? Thrown us all into confusion. So, straight in. Car up on its jacks. Drive. There is a driver change, and it... just trying to see who's going to go into that. It is...
It'll be Max Hess
Max
going
Hess
in.
Gone into it, yes.
And the Rover Racing car goes on for another lap. Now, bear in mind that their pit stops will be, providing this is a clear lap, 8 and 9 minutes, somewhere in that margin. And that can be a difference of 23, 24 seconds.
Yeah,
the lead.
He's only completed 6 laps now, so he got another lap in hand.
Yeah.
On that one.
If he can, if he can do that and one more, if he can stretch it to 8 seconds, 8 laps, then that will be in the bag. I think caution when you're sitting on a potential advantage will be enough, but it's still possible according to time screens. This is all fair and square, but it's just I simply haven't known a race like this in forever, where we have seen extra runs through the pits. We haven't seen astonishing laps that could gobble up that time deficit. And still, the Dan Harper BMW Junior Team car ought to be just about in the lead of this race, where with those extra pit stop visits, when all these final pit stops are done, it shouldn't be in with a shout. It should be running for 2nd place, but it is potentially going to come out in the lead of this race, or if not, very, very close to the 99 Rover Racing BMW. And that's really very, very hard to fathom. It's much easier to read the fact that these two cars are dominating the race. They had that early advantage in the opening stint where the slow zones sort of worked to their favour and not for anybody else like Kevin Estra, who was originally in their wake but lost a whole load of time. Then he started making it up, of course, and then the car handed over, the Manthey Racing Porsche was handed over to Fred Machiavicki, who had that moment where he misread a moment on the track going through Galgenkopf and clattered the barriers there, going past the Porsche Cayman. That probably sort of wandered a little bit out into his path, but suddenly the challenge was taken away, and it really has been unusual, almost unique in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie to have 2 cars make a break at the front like this and fight so hard. However, all at the same time, there is confusion. I wish we could sort it out and have absolute clear information for you on this, but what our eyes have seen are not being echoed by what we're seeing on the timing screens, and that is really very difficult. And not on the timing screens, but you delve into the matter deeply, as Peter has been, and it almost becomes more perplexing.
I feel I've rather let you down here. I've not been so busy delving into that. I've not really supported you. I do apologise, Bruce.
Are you back in the booth now?
No, I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs, but
no, you haven't. You've been diving very, very deep.
I'm convinced it's completed a short lap. The 44 car. Convinced it's done it just by looking at the times in and out.
But, and however, short lap or not, but I still can't see how it's managed to make up the extra time of even coming in to do a short little loop through the pits. I say it can't have, say that the short lap, you know, you go down through the first 3-4 corners, you double right, then go down up the hill through the Vidal chicane and then turn into the pits. That's not just losing 20 seconds. Doing that and then having to do it again, you're going to be losing a minute. So it simply is confusing to me, unless somewhere someone can find out on some timing screen or other information screen that we haven't stumbled across, how you can shift time. So very, very difficult indeed. But it's been a great day, confusing but great. Been some fabulous racing, but I think really I just want to applaud ROWE Racing. 2 cars running in at the moment 2nd and 4th places. The 98 car has really progressed well. It was outside the top 10 at the start and picked its way little by little by little towards the front end of the field. And I reckon, how far? Yes, it's catching, and it's Sami Matti-Trojan right in their line of sight. So maybe the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport car won't complete the top 3, and it will be 2 ROWE Racing BMWs. But another slow zone just to throw out in front of the drivers. On the brakes, riding on board with one of the Porsche Cup class cars. That's car number 102, and minding its own business, pressing on. Team Black Falcon Team Identica, Paul Harkamer and Tobias Muller, and suddenly having to slow right down, catching the back of a Porsche Cayman, not clattering it though, that's good. More course rescue vehicles out on the track cleaning up incidents. They've had a very, very busy day. I mean, we haven't had big clatters, we've had small cars sliding off in a small way into barriers and clipping the back of others, but and apart from the wheel, right rear wheel coming off the number 53 KTM Crossbow GT2 that shone so well in the early stages of the race, most things have been pretty standard. And they did well to remove that wheel from the run, the blast down through Dottinger-Höhe. Got it off the track, certainly a big shot from Ad Sillyhaug, and as the drivers get out of one zone, course vehicle doing what so many of them do so well. They park slightly diagonally at the side of the track with the nose in towards the track to give cover, to guide the drivers over to, say, the right-hand side of the circuit or whichever side they want them to go, because there's a flatbed truck and other course vehicles up ahead. And that was the case there. I'm full of admiration for the officials. For the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, they have a difficult job, and certainly communication is a phenomenal thing, and it's clearly very, very well done, Peter.
It is. Talking communication. There, I can't even say it.
I tried that once.
That's a great phrase. And talking of communication, you can't even say the phrase. Extraordinary. I've gone old school.
Did you send a letter?
Well, not quite. I had to get the quill out, though. No, I've sent a message to Dan Harper directly and said, can you just clarify for us? He may or may not get it. I mean, can't blame. If he doesn't, there are more important things happening in his world than informing the commentators to what he did on his. But let's ask the man direct. I'm sure he will. He's always been very good at communicating, and I'm sure I might find out until later. And if he does, then we'll do a little extra podcast on it, shall we? If you don't know the answer by the end of the race. But like you, I'm intrigued as one of the else. I'm not suggesting anything wrong. Highly unlikely to do anything wrong. You say the experience, collective experience in that BMW junior team, highly unlikely to do anything wrong. I'm just intrigued as to why we've got conflicting information.
Yes, and
I don't mind the outcome. Just want to have clarity. That's all.
No, exactly. And I think honestly, if there had been any transgression of the rules by doing the short, the penalty would have been served by now. That's been a good hour ago. Yeah. So because we've got 20 laps on the board, and that was around the laps 11 and 12 potentially. So we know that by now. So I think it could be. Well, I did enough maths to try and work out how to add numbers together, and they're still not coming up for me. But I think what we have to focus on towards the end of this race, as we are now in the fourth and final hour, is BMW all the way. First, second, third and fourth. I mean, that truly is phenomenal. They had 4 cars in the top 6 in qualifying, but with their lead rivals having a little bit of problem, but even without their rivals having the problem, it appears as though it was going to be BMW's day. But the question to me is just the order in which they will finish this race. Conor De Filippi will be coming in very soon to hand over to Augusto Farfus, who will take the 99 ROWE Racing BMW through to the end of the race. But will that be to win? Or second place? Will teammate Sheldon van der Linde's car, 98, get ahead of Sami Matti-Trojan's car? They're due a pit stop soon, so they'll be there teammates taking him on. But it could be 98 makes it 2 Rover Motorsport BMWs in the lead of the race, and that would be very impressive for them.
As it stands at the moment, it does look very impressive, doesn't it? With on the proper debut of this car, really, this weekend. 4 of them, 3 different teams.
Well, it's not so much the debut, because we did see a race before. They developed it through last year. They hit it running. The real debut is actually the ones in the GT4 class, the concept GT4 concept. Yeah, the GT4
yes.
concept, they've called it, and one's been going well. The other's had a little bit of trouble in class, but it's the M4 GT3 has been sort of a bit of a slow burn. It arrived, and we saw it last year in these races where it would go out in these sort of almost pre-production runs, and it would run for about 1 hour, or hour 1 and hour 4 of a 4-hour race, and then be parked. And then when they gave it sort of its full reign to go racing, it still wasn't quite at the sweet spot, but they've absolutely whacked it this weekend.
So far, with just under an hour to go. We do have a code 60 at Kellenhard at the moment, but I can't see a vehicle off there at the moment. So from Marshall's Post, 104 through to 108, being 108A being green and clear.
Well, another lap goes on the board for the 99 BMW, Conor De Filippi. Well, I could tell it wasn't coming in at that because Augusto Farfus was standing with the jacket on rather than just his race overalls. He may be, he's about to strip it off now. He's got, well, the car should be back around in just over 8 minutes' time, but that means it'll be making its final pit stop after 22 laps. Surely. Well, Max Hess has actually now taken over. The BMW Junior Team car has just served listed as its 3rd visit to the pits, but we reckon there's still 5. How can we be out by 2 pit stops? Well, we've already been over that. We'll get to it again at the end. So it's interesting, isn't it? It'll be 22. It'll be a 3-lap difference in their final pit stop time. Now, I did notice that the sliding scale we have for that final pit stop only can start 69 minutes before the end of this race. But we're within that now. But the 44, the junior team car, when it came in and Dan Harper handed to Max Hess, that was more than 69 minutes before the end of the race. So I don't know what their minimum pit stop time was. Maybe there wasn't one. But as it is, maybe they go for a standard minimum pit stop time. I know this is confusing round after round, but when this BMW, the race-leading 99, comes in, curves around the outside of a very standard-looking 325i. What have we got left on the clock? We've got 60. It'll be 52 minutes left, but he's got about another 6 minutes until he gets around towards that. So that'll be 48. His pit stop would be 302 seconds. It means nothing, but it's only how long the pit stop is relative to anybody else's. But I think their track position should be sufficient for them to be galloping off, because their lead without the pit stop is 1 minute and 10 seconds. That is over the BMW Junior Team car. No, it's not. In fact, that's over the Walkenhorst Motorsport car, number 34. Sheldon van der Linde into the pits in the 98 BMW Rover Racing M4 GT3. And while he's doing that, teammate Conor De Filippi absolutely charging. He knows his race is almost run. He's got to get it back to the pits and not hit the back of that Renault Megane that was just in front of it, and then hand over to his teammate. And his teammate is Augusto Farfus, still the owner of the fastest lap in this race, 7 minutes 58.487 seconds. Set right at the end of his stint, which was stint number 2. He'll be about to take over for stint number 4. Lights flashing, and even at this point in the race, Snowy, you can see that not a second should be lost by
absolutely not.
Conor De Filippi going through the Grand Prix loop.
It's the time not to become complacent for them. Just an hour to go and think it's all done. It's quite the opposite. If anything, concentrate even more right now. We saw how easy it happened to Grello, didn't we, from what the onboard footage we saw, and it's a fairly innocuous accident in reality for both drivers involved. And I really couldn't proportion. I don't like proportioning blame anyway, but I don't think either was any particular fault there. I think that was just genuine one of those racing incidents where a slight movement by one has been taken by surprise by another, not have quite the margin of error would normally, and
And just to
ended up in putting the car out. And all it is, it's actually just broken steering. That's all that's happened to it. Really hasn't had a major incident. gone off, rattled down the barriers, and they did a little bit, but that's only because he hadn't got any steering.
Yeah, that's at Galgen Kop, the exit thereof. So Fred Machiavicki not... Oh, now, we just had Comte de Philippe. No, that's the other car, the sister car. Sheldon van der Linde very nearly hit another car as he pulled into pit lane. Sometimes you get a bit of...
That was the 488 BMW that was then going to its pit box to then just swerve in front to take its pit box quite rightly, and you've suddenly got a rather large BMW behind you.
Almost alongside you. Well, that was very, you can, I know it's often difficult, it's a very long pit lane here, but for the 98 crew, that was a little bit of a moment. I know they're pressing on to gain every nanosecond they can in their battle to try and get up into third place overall, but that was a little bit tighter than they'd have liked. Sheldon van der Linde, I think, stayed on board. Yeah, he's doing the third and fourth stints in that car. This is a 4-hour race. It's the second one of the year. It should have been the third, but 2 weeks ago, midweek, it was decided the snow that was already on the ground meant with more snow forecast for the weekend ahead of them, that round 2 shouldn't be held. And a late season date has been added in November to conclude this year's Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. But I think this one is going to go down in the history books as one that was confusing from the start of the second hour through to the end of the race. Still trying to get atop all of the incidents. Well, not really the incidents, it's just explanation as to how BMW Junior Team car is still in the mix. And my timing screen has suddenly been... Oh no, of course, the others still have to make their final pit stop, because right now, down in 9th position overall is where Max Hess is. But a lot of his rival teams ahead of him need to come in and make their pit stops. But it really is, can that car still get on the podium, or will it somehow have got victory back in this race? But I don't think it can, because their final pit stop was some laps ahead of the one that still hasn't been served by the 99 BMW crew from ROWE Racing. So it's been a dry day, great weather day, a spring day on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's BMW all the way. The question is which, and perhaps at the end of it, how. I think it's something I'm going to have in my mind. I've never been quite as perplexed as to what has happened with extra visits to the pits. The one thing that is absolutely sure and obvious is that the Rover 99 BMW from ROWE Racing has been driven supremely well. Conor de Philippe, almost at the end of his second stint, he started from pole position, challenged into turn 1 on the opening lap, but held off the challenge from BMW Junior Team. But fleetingly fell down to 3rd place, then 4th place, then worked its way back. Neil Verhagen at the wheel, was chased by his American compatriot Verhagen, but he brought that first stint to a conclusion just in front by about half a second. And then great stint in number 2 from Augusto Farfus, then back to Conor de Philippe. He's about half a lap away from heading back into the pit lane. He'll have 22 laps on the board in this 4-hour race, and the final 50 minutes or so should be handled by his teammate Augusto Farfus. And really haven't put a wheel wrong, but I mean, around the next corner after the one they're going through, at any moment the drivers of these front-running cars know there could be a slower car that just hasn't quite predicted where they are and might just correct one way or just wander into their path. And we saw that coming up to bite Fred Machiavicki, driving the car in which he won the opening round with his teammate Kevin Estre and Laurens van Tor, and ended up in the barriers. Laurens didn't even get to drive the car. So this track can still bite at the best of times, even in decent weather conditions, not just tricky when it's wet, Peter.
But it's the one element that hasn't thrown at us today is the weather. It stayed nice and constant, not terribly warm, 14, 15 degrees, not too bad. Good for the engines, good for the aspiration, as it were, and not too bad for the perspiration of the drivers. It's not too warm inside those cars, but it's always a layer that can. It's always there, sort of, isn't it? Sort of that axe not far from your neck kind of thing, of looking over your shoulder. What's the weather going to do? Looking at the skies. So we've seen extraordinary things. Who would believe that 4 weeks ago, when we opened this series, we had a day probably better than this in terms of sunshine, and then 2 weeks later they have to postpone it, as you've just said, that round now, 5th of November, for snow. And as you say, they took the decision really early on the Wednesday to say it's going to happen. It's forecast. It was, and I was watching the webcams and stuff. 2 diving into the pits there, nearly taking one of the out on the way in. I think it was a lastminute.com pit stop for whichever I think, was that...
it was Conor De Filippi.
Yeah, it's Conor De Filippi, yeah, very last minute.
Just going past a Porsche Cup class car, so just marginally faster, but again, a foreshortening thing. We knew he was due in, 22 laps on the board. In fact, I'd already written his car number down.
I think it would have been, felt a little bit more than marginal in the Cup class car when that rather large winged BMW chopped across your bow. That was a warning shot across the bow, if ever it was.
But we did say that Conor De Filippi is trying to shave every last tenth of a second, so even on his in-lap, at the end of his second stint, he was still trying to do that. Again, it probably wasn't as close as it looked, but certainly there was one car moving past and across the nose of another on the way into the pits. We know now it was the 99 Rover Racing BMW. And you know what? In many ways, that goes to prove that the timing screens, as much as they've confused us, goes to prove that Rover Racing don't think there's a second to spare in this battle against the BMW Junior team. If they're going, it's fine, it'll all settle out, it'll all wash out with the time penalties from earlier on. Clearly it hasn't, and clearly BMW Junior team somehow, despite not having been any faster on the track, maybe the odd 10th here or there, really clearly are right in the mix. And where is the BMW Junior Team M4 GT3? The 99 car is in the pit lane. Augusto Farfus is on board. Don't forget they can't hurry these things, but because it's stopping so late in the race, its pit stop will be a relatively short one. And down through the Dottinger Hoa, up when the track starts to incline towards the kink, comes Max Hess coming towards the final chicane. The 99 BMW is still in the air, just waiting for it to go down onto the track. It's down on the track at the front, now at the back, waiting to be flagged away. It can't go. It's not just because the pit stop isn't finished, it's only finished when the signal goes to the man with the lollipop who's going to lift it up and say, right, do this, and you get pit exit in the given time. Into the final sequence of corners comes Max Hess. He's done the right, he's done the left, he's accelerating hard down the start-finish straight. Augusto Farfus still at a standstill, can't go. This is a fight for victory, and he's still not moving. Max Hess is coming past. BMW Junior team have taken the lead of the race going into this final stint, or more to the point, they've maintained it. It's going to be about a 10-second advantage, so the BMW Junior team, they're going to have to explain how they've done this, but it's been remarkable. And certainly for Dan Harper with that double stint in the middle, Peter, and now Max Hess pushing really hard in his third, fourth lap since the pit stops. That has been a phenomenal run, but I really want to know what Conor De Filippi's got to say.
Hi, Better, and galling for Farfus going out to the pit there and just watching that similar car just go past, and you're still sat there on the pit limiter just watching it, just pulling away, thinking, how much ground is it getting? You just want to let go of that pit limiter and floor it, and you can't because it's the rules.
Well, he'd been getting a signal from the pit crew saying, you've got to stay, you've got to wait, we can't get you off. I don't think he even saw Max Hess going through turn one, because he can't see the car coming down the start-finish straight. He's sitting in his car behind the pit wall. When he exits, his line of sight is down to the first turn, and I reckon the advantage is so much. I reckon it is about 10 seconds, and I think that is enough for him not even to have seen Max Hess. All he can do now is get his head down and chase. He has the fastest lap of the race to his name, Augusto Farfus does. He's got to see if he can go faster than that every lap.
Which is coming up behind very shortly, the Marco Sorenson run driven TF Sport Aston Martin. We'll be up behind that in a minute, going on to the Nordschleife element of this track. Christian Krohm's back at the wheel of the 34 BMW.
Okay, I just want to throw something in. It's not going to affect the outright victors in this race, but Marco Sorenson, I expected to come in this time around. He's got 22 laps on the board, not listed as coming in. You've seen him going onto the Nordschleife, so he is pushing deep into the reserves of the Aston Martin crew. Has Tom Ferrier pulled off a masterstroke? Because, of course, if he's stopping another 8 minutes or so after the 99 BMW came in, that would equate to him finding, I know I could look at the sliding scale, well, 21 seconds or so.
Sorry, yes. Sorenson started this car and did 7 laps. Pittard then did 8, so the car is capable of it, and Sorenson has just done 7 already. So I suspect Sorenson will be in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, well, Maxime Martin probably wants a bit of a go. So we will see, but that is interesting, because there were only 3 cars that did the front runners that did a 7-lap opening stint. That was the 99 BMW, the 911 Porsche, and the 21 Aston Martin from TS Sport. Oh, I do like the sign on the back of the Dacia. Dacia versus Goliath. I've no idea what it means, but I like it.
That's a tantalising thought of Maxime Martin in that Aston for the last 30 minutes. Fresh driver, fit, match fit, ready to go. Hasn't been in the car all day. Man of his calibre, jump into that Aston.
Is there some overtaking to do? Oh, yes, goody.
Well, can you put some slower cars in front of me, please? Now we've got somebody with some very slowly coming down the Dottinger actually into the dip where we had the wheel from the KTM before. It is getting up the rise. There's quite a dip there on the last half of that past the left-hand king. And something travelling very, very slowly there. Didn't have time to get eyes on it, but as soon as we find out the number, we will let you know.
I think it was a Porsche Cup 2 class car. Couldn't quite tell.
It's a fairly good guess, isn't it? If you say it's by, I think it was a Porsche or a BMW, you're going to get close, aren't you? You're getting warm.
I was going by the shape of the wing mirrors before it disappeared into the dip.
I didn't realise you were that advanced spotting. Sorry, I thought you were just going for a make.
I think they were yellow. Yes,
they
honestly.
Day glow.
Yes.
Highlighter colour.
So, of course, looking at timing intervals, we won't get the gap between the BMW Junior team, M4 GT3, and with Max Hess on board, and the chasing Augusto Farfus until the end of this lap.
And I confirm that your spotting skills remain intact. It was a Porsche. It's number 411. And it's the V6 class entry. It doesn't have a team name actually, it's just the drivers. So Rings, Sebastian Rings, Jacket Pridis and Alexander Gapkin.
Them again, eh?
It doesn't have a, on my digital one, I'll have a look in the hard copy, the printed one, go back to the old printed bit. Yeah, it doesn't have a team name.
No, it's quite a lot. Quite a few
Sebastian Rings and Alexander Koppen. But they also had Pridis in the car as well for this race. But it's travelling very slowly on the Dottinger. It's making its way back.
You know what I?
Oh, yes. Was that a different one? Because the 411 actually is further back. In fact, it hasn't even reached the kink. Whereas the one we saw on the camera was the other side of the kink.
No, it wasn't. It was before the kink.
It was, okay.
It was in that dip, but that goes to prove that was about 2 minutes ago. Really, it's limping home slowly. The Glickenhaus is still going, which is good to see. Thomas Much, but he's down in, well, the order will move around a bit. He's in 16th position. It's sort of been very much where that car has been through the course of this race. But nothing much has changed, but again, good mileage. We'd like this Glickenhaus to be at more and more of these events. It's a mate that's had such affinity with the long distance races on the Nürburgring. The car looks absolutely fantastic, and it's great. They're keeping this going alongside, of course, their World Endurance Championship charge.
Right, directly from the horse's mouth. We can finish this now.
His number on the the screen at the moment. Car number 44, Team BMW Junior Team, and Dan Harper speaks.
And he says, nope, no short lap. I served a drive-through on lap 11 and then one full lap and boxed again, pit stop.
On lap 12?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's from the man who's obviously got out of the car, so he knows what he's done.
Okay, well, what that goes to prove is the time they lost driving through for a drive-through penalty hasn't cost them that much.
Exactly.
So let's say they lost, sake of argument, 25 seconds. They have managed to claw that back and be in front. Thank you very much, Dan Harper, and well done for sending him that telegram. That really was very, very useful indeed. So BMW Junior Team and Dan Harper have won here before. It looks like it could go their way again, but the margin is going to be dictated at the end of this lap, at the end of lap number 23. We've seen on track when the 99 BMW from Rover Racing exited its pit stop, Max Hess in the BMW Junior Team entry, car number 44, was in front. Not just by a few seconds, we think by about 10 seconds or so. So galling as the Rover Racing team sat there. But right now, the 44 car charging down the long run through Dottinger up to the climb. It will go in a few moments. Track is level. Now it's starting to rise up towards the kink, and then the arrival at the Tiergarten sequence of corners that lead cars onto the start-finish straight. A bit of a toe being achieved from the Aston Martin. Car number 21 owes us a pit stop, though, surely. Only 2 pit stops served so far, so Aston Martin in front, so it could go back. If it stayed in front on the track, past the pits, it would be another lap led by the Aston Martin, but they've been having the longest pit stop, longest lap sequences of anyone. The Aston Martin dives into the pits, but their pit stop, well, they're only right at the minute, 34 minutes left in this race. That's going to be a short pit stop relative to its rivals, but how many will get past before it exits the pits? The 265 seconds it has to be at a standstill. Certainly the 99 BMW has come through. It's even flashing its lights because I've mentioned its number. But the gap, 5.6 seconds is the gap between Max Hess and Augusto Farfus. Not the 10 seconds I thought or feared, but anyhow, let's see how they settle down. Hess's tyres will be a little more tired come the end because their final pit stop was 3 laps ahead of the number 99 car. So no seconds to be lost by the race leaders from BMW Junior Team. Max Hess, lights are flashing, goes through the cut-through on the Grand Prix loops. Got to say it, Cupra in front of him. Should be able to get past before the track suddenly bends to the left. Does so well indeed without having any compromise there, Snowy.
Absolutely, just it's foreshortened. You just never know. You say, but just clean, tidy, job done. Carry on, relentless, metronomic almost.
That was so
5.5 seconds. It's going to be a bit more than visual soon, isn't it? For these two,
it is, and I really think the element about 3 extra laps for the BMW Junior Team.
I think Mr. Farfus has the bit between his teeth.
You think so? He still has the fastest lap of the race to his name. So this is a real tester for Max Hess. Dan Harper did the heavy lifting in that car. Neil Verhagen did the brilliant opening stint where he was only half a second behind when they came to the pit stops. Half a second behind that number 99 crew, one of the Filippi who started from pole and he pushed so hard. But for Max Hess, here's a big one. He's won here before. He won twice last year with the same teammates. But for the German, obviously he's the only German in that works lineup. Very, very keen to see what he can do on home ground. See if he can put another win down. But again, so young, he's only 20 years old at the moment, 21 later this year from Vernau. His greatest result so far was winning the ADAC TCR Championship 3 years ago, but he also won a class of the class he was competing in the Nürburgring 24 the following year. But it's, you know, for young drivers, they can chop and change, but I think the BMW Junior Team, with all those decades of experience, have kept this trio together for a 3rd year, and I really think it's reaping dividends for them.
They've kept them together for a reason, haven't they? It clearly works. I don't know how much longer they can keep calling them a junior team.
Yes.
There must be a threshold. There must come a point at some stage where you're not regarded as a junior anymore. You're actually in the BMW big boy team.
Yeah, but it's a sign of the times. Back in the mid-1980s, mid to late 1980s, I remember the BMW Junior Team had the likes of Roland Ratzenberger, who I know was 25 at the time. They all were, because they simply didn't, get so much racing under their belts when they were teenagers. It's pure and simple.
But certainly not at this level. No, karting, well, a bit more karting by then, but as you say, TCR type stuff, yeah, but certainly not in the top category in those days.
Max Hess is really pushing, and he's coming to a slow zone as we say that, and he's making sure he's got an overtaking manoeuvre done beforehand. Yellow flags, and out of the slow zone. They can come at you almost out of anywhere around this circuit, and I think the whole point, Snowy, is as you look at the drivers around certain really twisty parts of the Nordschleife, the drivers have already sort of planned their route. They've spotted a car, worked out what class it is and how fast it's likely to go into a corner, and then your overtaking plan is suddenly scuppered when you have to suddenly back out. Can't overtake it here. Wait. Have I seen the flags? Yes, I've seen the flags. Now I can go. Now I can complete that overtaking manoeuvre. And how much is that chap chasing me gaining? It's the thoughts it must be so hard to stay calm when you're in this hunt to the finish. Just over half an hour to go, and he knows he's being caught by a car on fresher tyres.
But it's all part of the tools you've got in the armoury, isn't it? And you've just got to, as you say, settle down, concentrate on it, not get flustered, and just keep on doing the job. At some point, you have to, as you say, if the car behind has got fresher tyres by a significant margin, the team will have informed you. They'll have said, this is happening. This is going to, you can't defend it. So there's absolutely no point in taking a risk, because you're still better off being second, and the result and the points for that and everything that goes with it, than you are throwing it off, trying to stop it coming wide, because you're defending the indefensible. What's the point? But it's very easy sitting here saying that, talking to you, Bruce. It's not quite the same when you're out there on the Nordschleife in a GT3 car.
No, exactly. This
emotions do have a part in it.
Long may that be the case. So they do have a case. Victory versus career glory, and longevity. But who knows what the BMW Junior Team is saying? They're going, maybe we're being challenged by ROWE Racing. We don't fancy that too much, and we're going to press on very, very hard indeed. But we're into the final half hour of this race, absolutely bang on now, and it's BMW versus BMW. And for good measure, 2 more BMWs filling the top 4. So there we have it. How will it run out towards the end of the race? We're very, very close indeed. The chase is on.
Du magst Simracing, du liebst die Nordschleife und du bist zwischen 14 und 18 Jahren alt? Dann mach jetzt mit bei der DNLS Junior-Sichtung. Der Sieger startet zusammen mit Mercedes-AMG-Fahrer Adam Christodoulou in der digitalen Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie 2022 und 2023. In der Nürburgring E-Sports Bar kannst du dich jetzt parallel zu jedem NLS-Lauf von 13 bis 18 Uhr beim Shootout qualifizieren. Vielleicht bist ja du der nächste Sim-Racing-Shooting-Star.
See you then.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
Draw in the breath, look ahead, and what will it be? Will there be another incident that sorts this out? Will the track go to code 60 the whole way round? Will it go to slow zones on corners? All these thoughts will be going through Max Hess's mind, and all he can do is keep it clean, keep it tidy, and Augusto Farfus, all he can do is precisely the same, give chase.
You've got that hat, haven't you, with all the permutations written in, you're just pulling them out and reading out what might happen.
Did I get them in the wrong order?
He did. He didn't follow the script, dear boy.
I mean, many things can happen here, but you know, we'd like to think we had so many little, not niggly moments early on. It just meant that lots of incidents had to be cleared up. None of them large, but enough to sort of break the flow. In that first stint, we just couldn't wait for green flag laps. We have waited. Now we've been getting a lot of them, and hopefully we can run through the end of this 4-hour race, the 53rd running of the Adenauer Rundstrecken trophy, and it's been an enthralling one, but it has been BMW all the way. We forget, of course, they were being challenged not just by the Manthey Racing Porsche in that opening stint, and then just a lap into the next stint until Fred Makiewicz ended up having the steering broken. But there's been other sort of roles as well, and that True Racing KTM Crossbow GT2 stuck with them. We thought, qualified well, it'll fall back, but it rose to 3rd place, got ahead of the Manthey Racing car with Kevin Estre on board. So that was really mighty for Tim Heinemann, but then it fell back, and then it fell off. Well, it didn't fall off the circuit, but the wheel fell off the car, the right rear wheel came off just as soon as Mads Siljehaug took it over, and then we thought he deserved the bravery prize of the race for having it fixed and then going out all over again. So clearly the team had to be very clear what it was that caused 4 wheels to become 3. That's how he went, but obviously that took it a long way down the order. The sister car, the 52 KTM Crossbow GT2, is, for example, in 30th place overall, and one would have to scroll back some distance further down the time charts to find where 53 is. But it certainly made its mark, and it showed it could lap not just well in qualifying, but it could keep that pace together, certainly for that opening stint. Very impressive indeed. As I scroll down and down the screens, timing screens, to try and find how far down that KTM is, but I'm down into the 120 something and I haven't found it. But meanwhile, at the front of the race, we know there's a 10-second advantage for Max Hess over Augusto Farfus. That's the battle for the lead. What will the interval be next time around? The 99 giving chase. Augusto Farfus for once a bit of clear track ahead of him. The blue sky at the start of the day has turned a little bit grey, but it's dry, only fine weather clouds up ahead. Farfus is really pushing towards the end of the lap. Delighted to find no cars immediately up in front of him, and pretty much coming on to the Dottinger. No, a few more twists and turns to get there, but the track
is
opening
very
out.
close to
Schwalbenschwanz. Okay,
yeah,
I thought we'd gone through Schwalbenschwanz.
No, you were close.
But if I took that approach and I hadn't got to Schwalbenschwanz, I thought it was all straight from here. That would have been a disaster. But through Schwalbenschwanz he goes, and then Schwalbenschwanz,
didn't do it once,
as it feeds through to Galgenkopf, was indeed so. Where, of course, the incident occurred that had the Manthey Racing Porsche going to the outside, then outside a little bit more, and with broken steering, couldn't get around that corner. And right now, the 99 Rover Racing BMW negotiates it, no trouble at all, past a couple of cars in the lower classes, and is running up the straight on his own. But is he closer to Max Hess, or has he fallen away? And lap times last time around, not enormously quick. In fact, his best lap of the race was 21 seconds faster than he managed last time around. But now the heat is in the tyres for the 99 BMW. Lights being flashed behind. It's another BMW coming up. It's oh god, big. There's dust down on the circuit as Max Hess goes through. He's through the Tiergarten twist, but as he got into them, he went on to some.
I thought it was an engine failure for a second.
So did I. The camera suddenly came to the race leader. In the background was the flashing headlights of Augusto Farfus. Right, 25 laps on the board. The gap between them last time was 10.192 seconds. I sense Farfus may have just closed in a tiny bit. Let's wait and see. He's coming over the start-finish line now. 6.7 seconds, so he found 3.5 seconds there nearly.
But look at the time.
They both
7:55, 5:25.
Better than pole.
Max Hess, exactly, quicker than 2 seconds quicker than pole. Max Hess has just done a 7:58.9 to cross the line, which is the fastest lap for that car on the race. And as soon as we looked at it, went to process it, 7 seconds later, or just under 6.7 seconds later, Albertus Farfus said, "Well, I'll take another 3 seconds off that."
Right, we've got 18 minutes left in this race. That's 3 laps. They're on to the final 3 laps. That is what they can manage. But extraordinarily, particularly for the 99 car, towards the end of that lap for the Rover Racing BMW, for Augusto Farfus, he had clear track ahead of him. You sort of sense if you're treated to an enjoyable sight of clear tarmac ahead of you, chance to pick your line, next time around you won't. You'll have gaggles of cars. But certainly I think that may have aided his chase down of the race leader, but clearly his car is on sweeter rubber, fresher rubber. Max Hess, how much is he hanging on? He's a little bit cautious as he goes towards the end of the Grand Prix loop and then doubles left to the Sabine Schmitz curve, and there are no cars between them. How has that happened at this point of the race? We started with 153 cars, and suddenly this is absolutely magical. This is exactly what Augusto Farfus wanted. He wanted to be able to have clear line of sight. He's certainly got that, but it's where the gaggles of car up ahead, where they will find them and how many at a time.
Just to prove the point, Christian Cohns in the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW has just set a new fastest lap of the race at 7:55.1, taking 4/10 off it.
He's 1 minute and 12 seconds down on.
It's irrelevant. He's the fastest man on the circuit.
No, exactly.
That's all that matters to him.
No, because when the bar came across the timing screen, I thought that's funny. When they go in the pits, he shouldn't be coming in the pits. They get a red one, but this is pink. And I thought, oh, it is pink, right? Oh, 55.1. Well, that's very impressive. So, into the closing stages of this race. We've got 16.5 minutes remaining until the checkered flag can be shown. SP9 Pro Class cars fill the top 13 positions. And then that number 112 Porsche that's been driven so well for Kay Kramer Racing is in, leading the Cup 2 class in 14th place. So it's just ahead, by more than half a minute, the SPX class leader, which is the Glickenhaus Thomas Mutsch at the wheel at the moment. And a couple of what you get, some teams just don't have a clear run. To have the likes of Thomas Preining and Earl Bamber in 17th and 18th places in their Porsches is extraordinary. Slow-moving Audi TCR class.
That's the MSC Sinzig entry.
Luckily for those chasing, he was sort of running on his own as he went up into Tiergarten, because certainly anybody coming up behind would be wanting to lap faster than that. But again, Marshall's doing a very good job.
Interesting there that the 10th place car of Manuel Metzger, the Mercedes, was weaving coming down the pit straight, almost as if there was no reason to, no, obviously not warming up tyres at that point, but almost as if it was latter stages of running out of fuel, then I'm just weaving it to get some, make sure it picks up, and of course that was slightly odd. I'm not quite sure why he was doing that.
Well, I mean, they'd have got it very wrong if he's running out of fuel, but his last lap was 40 seconds off the pace of the front-running cars. And Manuel Metzger around here should be right on the pace, so something untoward has occurred for him. I'm trying to think if he's dropped down the order. I think he's 10th. He has dropped down the order. That car was originally fighting with Kuba Gamaziak's number 16 Team Phoenix car. So if I take away 40 seconds of his time, yeah, he's lost 4 positions on that lap. So Aston Martin with Maxime Martin has now moved up into 7th. And he's fallen from 7th down to 10th place. So I wonder if there was a moment. Certainly to lose that much time around a lap isn't what the doctor ordered.
Grossman and Kolb having a great battle in the Octane number 26 Ferrari and the Audi. Just less than half a second across the line. They were having a good old ding-dong down the Dottingham through traffic, which is now resumed. They've got through almost through the Grand Prix, but they're on the hairpin back of the Grand Prix bit where they turn 180 degrees, complete the last few corners of the current Grand Prix circuit, as it were, before they disappear off onto the Nordschleife. Traffic keeping out of their way for them. Ferrari leading at the moment in this battle. This is for 12th place. And Christian Kolb's lap on the previous lap was, this is how matched they are. They were 10th apart, 8, 15.5 and 0.6.
You know, at this point in the race, they're outside the top 10. Points they'll earn will be limited, but what you want to have when you're out on a circuit, particularly a circuit like this, is someone to tussle with, and certainly that keeps it tight. But talk about tight, the lead battle has come down to about a second. It was 10 seconds. got start-finish line, it was down to 6.8 seconds. They're going into the carousel, it's down to a second. So Hess, I'm afraid the borrowed time he's been living off has almost come to a conclusion. Second place would still be a very, very meritorious result in ordinary running, but just to reiterate, this is a car that served a drive-through penalty, and yet still against supreme opposition it's still in front. But unfortunately the extra laps it's done on this final stint on its rubber will cost it, is costing it. But to still be in the mix, still to be in front with what, a dozen minutes remaining in this race despite a drive-through penalty is extraordinary. So I think it's been a really good drive from all three drivers in this car. Neil Verhagen, who had the race chase at the front of the race, his was a standard stint, but then Dan Harper having that drive-through penalty interrupting his form and then having to do longer stints on his rubber to still be in front at this stage shows just how well they've been racing. Max Hess, if he could hang on to this, that would be a miracle. 12.5 minutes remaining.
It certainly would be. I didn't think it was going to come down to that. We saw the gap go 5.5 seconds, went out to 10, came back down to 6.7. Didn't expect to see this just yet. You said there were 3 laps to go.
I thought, well, I said that we'll really see it in the final 3 laps of the race. I actually thought we'd see it coming down, and then maybe with a lap or so to go. But he's at least a lap ahead on this chase to my expectations, as Augusto Farfus closes in all the time. Christian Krunius has the fastest lap of the race, but this time around, well, how good are these laps going to be? 7 minutes 55.1 seconds is the best pace so far by the Norwegian racer last time around. And right now, it's all about Augusto Farfus not just catching, but then doing that tricky thing on the Nordschleife, passing Max Hess. But if you were the Brazilian, Snowy, you'd wait for your moment, wouldn't you? You'd go, right, we'll get onto the start, we'll get onto the long run, dotting her, maybe I'll make a move there, or maybe I'll wait and try and do it down into turn 1. He's got the tyres, he's got the handling, Max Hess in front is hanging on.
Well, that's exactly the point. You've got to decide when and where, and try and work out if it has any weak spots, driver and car combination. Car unlikely, because it's the same make and model, so it's going to be down to prep, setup, tyre wear, as you say. You've got how much of that advantage have you got in those tyres, because they're slightly fresher. You reckon they were 3 laps newer?
Yeah, 3 laps.
So 3 laps newer, so much fresher. So, and a lot of it here would just be stay in touch and see what the traffic offers, because the traffic is most likely to present you the opportunity.
Oh, that's
such matched cars.
That said, Augusto Farfus, the final sequence of corner, kicking out the dust where it turns sharp right, and then he had to turn sharp left, but he's right under the rear wing of Max Hess. They're going past TCR Audi, no problem at all under the start line gantry. They go down to turn 1. Is there going to be an inside offered? Certainly not. Max Hess adopts that inside line. If you're coming round, go around the outside. No, I didn't mean go around the outside. No, I'll move across it in front of you. And he's got it covered off on the exit of turn 1.
Well,
has he? Into turn 2, only just sweeping across the nose of Augusto Farfus. Of course, you carry on turning, arcing constantly to the left, and then what's up in front of them? It's a slower class BMW. You know, they're going to have no problems getting past that. But the important thing for Hess, they got through turn 4 before that. Is it going to be a dive? Not close enough up into the cut through. Oh, but Farfus is just trying to unsettle him. Even if there's not quite a chance, he's going, I'm pretending I'm going for it. Halfway round the curtail part of the Grand Prix loop that we use here, we've got what left? Under 10 minutes remaining. It's this lap, and unfortunately for Max Hess, the following one as well. That's plenty of time for Augusto Farfus to make a move. He's got to make sure it's going to stick. He knows he's got the life in his tyres. He can bide his time.
Quite so, and he's just playing the mind games now, isn't he? Of just filling the mirrors of Hess's mirrors, flashing the lights all the time, just putting him off, just distracting him. Just I'm here. That take him off, his mind off. Now going into Sabine Schmidt's Coach Costa, lost a little bit of time there. In fact, lost quite a bit of time there by the 511 BMW, and he was correctly cautious there. Was Augusto Farfus. That could have gone so completely wrong, but that shows experience as well. That in actual fact, he could have just then capitalised on making the opportunity. He didn't. No, it's going to cost him a couple of car lengths. So what? It's better to have a couple of car lengths behind and be second than it is being the barriers.
Well, it is. And it's also better. You know, last time around he took the gap's down to 0.2 of a second on the start-finish line, but he took 6.5 seconds out of the race leader. So no problem at all. He's got time. He's got another 40 kilometres minimum to haul it in. So you can see why all those years of experience that Augusto Farfus has gained was used very well indeed by being so prudent. And in fact, looking at the front of the car, you forget, of course, that it came into that first pit stop and had bodywork damage.
Just thinking
we
that,
hadn't
yes.
spotted before. It must have been just before the pit stop. But Farfus knows what he's doing, and he's done it before.
He's got it. He's gone to taking the lead.
Well, that was a blink of an eye coming up across a tail-end BMW. But I think Hesse just slightly lifted to try and read the situation. And there we were saying, you know what, Farfus doesn't have to take any risks. You know what, that's the moment where we least expected it, and I think Hess least expected it. He's got to stay close, the German, trying to get back. He's about 5 car lengths down on Augusto Farfus, twisting around, trying to get it down to 4 car lengths to 3. He's at about 4 at the moment. He's trying to get any toe, but of course, the track has all sorts of twists and turns. That's an understatement for the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but he's got to get back in front, because I think if this settles down, then Augusto Farfus, with that greater tyre life, will just pull clear. But there are 4 car lengths between them. Hess is not finished yet, but his is the harder task.
Nor should he be, but that opportunity presented itself to Farfus on the run-up to Flugplatz. And as you say, he just hesitated very slightly there, Hess did, and that just gave him the opportunity at Zweitenkreuz just to run alongside. I thought Nietzsche was having a look alongside, and he didn't. He just, here we see it again there, sit behind the back markers, slight hesitation from Hess, and Farfus says, thank you very much, I'll go through that. And there was almost an extra moment there with a couple of wheels on the grass. They will leave that to Manthey. We don't need other cars going on the grass as well, but that was very, very opportunistic. It did present itself exactly what we said. Traffic was most likely to do it, and Augustus Farfus didn't need to be asked twice to take the race lead with 7 odd minutes to go of this NLS-3 race 2.
But importantly, it's this lap and the next one. They should complete this one. But the difficult thing there for Max Hess was that it wasn't just one car in front of him. It was a Porsche Cup class car, but in front of that was another one, and he was obviously trying to guess how the Porsche Cup class driver would react to the slower BMW 325i, and was trying to gauge where he was going, get a hint of where he was going to go and try and pass it. And I think that was the moment. That was the scintilla.
That's exactly the right thing to do. There's no fault on Max Hess's part. Just Augustus Farfus, thank you very much. Yeah. While you're thinking about it, I'll get on with it.
So difficult. And since I was still thinking Max Hess was in with half a chance, I said he had to stay close to tail. But the smiles are on the faces at ROWE Racing, because that advantage of 4 car lengths has become 8 car lengths for Augusto Farfus. He's pulling clear. The fresher rubber will really be an advantage for him now. Around the remaining lap and a third, one would feel. But has he got the job done? Looking for high shots, the corner before the climb up to the carousel. Not a car to be seen running up to the carousel or down and beyond. So they've got about at least half a kilometre clear ahead of them, and that will carry on. The important thing is that Hess has to try what he can to get onto the tail again of Augusto Farfus, so he can use its toe. If he can't use his toe out of the Dottinger Höhe, he's done for. This is his last chance. He's got to stay close this lap. There's still 1 lap to go as well.
He really has. And at the moment, I'd say he's not quite close enough to capitalise on anything at the moment. He's playing a waiting game here, stuck behind. He's got to narrow this gap down. It is, as you say, Bruce, 5-6 car lengths. If anything, it's opening up very slightly. Not massively in time, but just a car length, half a car length. It's just, he's almost ebbing away a little bit. Maybe that's the advantage of those tyres on the lead car and Farfus, those 3-lap newer tyres, that he can just got a little bit more left in them, haven't grained as much, you can just push into them a bit more.
I also think it's in the driver's minds. If you're Farfus, whatever I do, he's struggling to even match me in terms of pace, and you flip that over the other way, and I think Max says, oh God, I bet he's got grip, I haven't, but he's certainly taking as many risks as he possibly can as they come around towards the completion of the twiddly-fiddly bits. They've still got so much gradient change to deal with here, but through the twisty bits, of course, that's where Farfus, with more grip in his tyres, has just got the advantage. But certainly any high shots show that Max Hess is really hanging it out to the edge of the circuit. He's tasted victory here before, but he really, really wants to work at it again.
I love how you just said, describing the Nürburgring through the twiddly bits. Can you be more specific? Which particular twiddly bits do you mean?
The bits,
which bits aren't twiddly apart from the pit straight?
The pit straight and Dottinger Höhe. And you could almost say it's straight around Schwedenkreuz, Flugplatz, that sort of part of the circuit. But 3/4 of the way around the lap towards the 7/8 mark, We're now getting towards the end, and they're going to be going down to Galgenkopf, and I'd say it's about the 5 or 6 car length margin that Farfus enjoys over Hess. If Hess has any chance, he's got to get a good entry to the long run of Dottingher, and I would think that corner Galgenkopf will hurt him, and it has. He's lost another couple of car lengths down the straight they go. No chance of a tow. He's begging, looking for traffic up ahead. It cost him the advantage, but it was a matter of when, not if, for Augusto Farfus getting past. There is a little bit of traffic, but only one car. He wanted a multi-car group fighting around in front of Farfus. The Opel keeps out of the way. Thank you very much indeed. Is past, but no chance of a tow. That was surely his chance gone. He can't.
I think he did.
Any more
Actually, I think he did get a little bit of a tow there.
Tiny. Yeah, but he wanted a 2 or 3 car group to slightly confuse Augusto Farfus in the lead of the race and then give him an advantage, give him a chance, but it hasn't happened.
So just under 3 minutes to go. This is starting the last lap. It's not done yet. It does look remarkably in Augustus Farfus's favour.
Okay, last time around the gap was 0.2 of a second in favour of Hess. Now it's Farfus. Only 1 second. That's been a sterling effort. And they both lapped in fact, Farfus 7:57.5 and only 1.2 seconds faster than Hess. Well, we've already told you those time incidents, but I think that's phenomenal, bearing in mind how much more life has been taken out of the rubber on Max Hess's BMW M4 GT3. And unfortunately for Hess, he had to go round the outside at turn 3. That's cost him a little bit more time. He's just got to do what he can, but you just feel that Farfus has all those years of experience plus the fresher rubber. Surely he can make this happen.
Traffic is going to be key on this final lap. Both drivers experienced, both got the same equipment. Theoretically, each team will have their own way of setting it all up, but it won't be that massively different. It really is down to it. Now, just getting towards the end of the Grand Prix loop, and there is quite a bit of traffic they're going to come across in about 2 corners time. The clock will stop very shortly. Now, Farfus takes advantage of that, gets between 2 of those cars straight away, decisively down in there. That's held Hess back a little bit. Now they're going on to Sabine Schmidt's curve, and that's really held up Hess. Got stuck behind. Little bit of traffic there. Farfus can make haste with his runaway down to the Hats and back.
Well, he really can. Every time there was a moment, he'd lose a little bit of time, but then the Red Sea would pass and then close again, right in front of Max Hess. And when he was going between the first and second parts of Sabine Schmidt's curve, there was no eye to the needle to thread as he tried to go between 3 of the back markers, one of which was trying to overtake another. Yet still, he's not lost that much through that sequence, but
I was just thinking that it hasn't cost him as much as it looked visually.
No,
to start with. It really hadn't.
But now they're getting to what I call the fiddly bits and the twiddly bits, and it's working very much for the race leader, for Augusto Farfus. And don't forget, he's the one who can push that little harder in the corners. Max Hess is just trying to do what he can, but he's having to have a really smooth run. You know, he's really got to keep it smooth. What's up ahead? There's another car just coming up in front of them as a back marker, but it's about a dozen, maybe 20 car lengths between them now. It's been unkind, unfortunate for Max Hess, but Augusto Farfus has read things very, very well indeed. And if you just happen to tune on as we get to 5 seconds to go in this 4-hour race, Max Hess has been blocked again, but the fact he's even in the chase, even trying to keep up with Augusto Farfus in a car that served a drive-through penalty, is still in the mix. That's been a great, great run from Neil Verhagen, from Dan Harper, who did the middle 2 stints, and from Max Hess, who is clearly hanging on by his fingertips. But I fear he was the one who needed the traffic to work for him on this lap to stay in the mix. He is the one who hasn't had the brakes, yet still somehow he's there. But the front end of that is BMW Junior Team M4 washing around now in the tighter corners. The grip's gone.
It certainly has. He'd done extraordinarily well to stay in touch. As you say, that last, these two, their last laps were a second apart, 1.1 second. That's pretty impressive on old tyres, I've got to say. Traffic has been key to this. I think it really is not taking anything away from Augustus Farfus, but it's traffic that really played the hand there, and he took advantage of it.
Yeah, he took advantage, and actually since then it's helped him again and again. But don't forget, he's got something in the bag. He's got the extra life in his tyres. And so for a handful of drivers, yes, the 4 hours are over, but they don't get the checkered flag yet. It'll only be shown when the race leader comes around, and there's at least half a lap to go for Augusto Farfus. For ROWE Racing, it looks though they're going to come home in 1st and 5th positions, because Sheldon van der Linde was passed a while back by the TalkSport WRT Porsche, running a Porsche this year with Matt Campbell on board. So much success over the years with Porsche for the Australian racer. Christian Cronjes, though, is safe in that 3rd position. So it'll be BMW from ROWE Racing, BMW from BMW Junior Team, and BMW from Walk on Horse Motorsport, giving a sweep of the podium here in NLS-3. It's the 2nd round of the championship because the 2nd round was cancelled, but it's still listed as NLS-3, and the 2nd round will be replaced with an event in November to bring the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie to a conclusion for 2022. One feels there are going to be some amazing races between now and then. We've got the big build-up for the Nürburgring 24 hours, but for ROWE Racing, it should be smiles all round, because they've worked hard, and the BMW M4 didn't want to play to start with, but now it's really, really finding its form. And it's up to Augusto Farfus to bring it home. ROWE Racing, last one here in August 2020. Nicky Katzberg and Steph Dusseldorf. Steph is driving today one of the M4 concept cars, which is next year's GT4 class challenger from BMW, so he's notably much further down the field. The cars up the front are all in the GT3 class, known as SP9 here. And they are dominating the show. We're not used to having one make of car being so dominant, and particularly one that's only just stepping up into the breach. But for ROWE Racing, they are pushing on, but they have to, because being pushed so hard by Max Hess. He's really taking never say die as his mantra today in these closing stints. Still traffic in the way, an Audi TT. Don't get to see too many of those out on racing circuits. That's passed with aplomb, and in fact for once it seemed to go the way, the advantage slightly to chasing Max Hess. He's got nothing to lose. He's about a second and a half, possibly 2 seconds down on the race leader, Augusto Farfus. No disgrace, in fact I think driving supremely well, but unfortunately for him, with every corner to go, that means there's probably only another 100 corners before the end of the lap, but this is the final lap of the race.
It never fails to deliver, does it, this place? Never, ever. Doesn't matter what the conditions are, it just never fails to deliver. Here we are, yet again, watching a final lap with the cars second apart.
It's a chase. I mean, misfortune and little things cost us a couple of the others who could have challenged, but really on the form of qualifying and the form since the opening lap of the race. It's these two, the 99 car from ROWE Racing and the fellow BMW M4 GT3, but from the rival BMW Junior Team. They're giving it their everything, but their everything doesn't have a lot more to give, because we're nearly at the end. This is the final lap after 4 hours of the 53rd Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken trophy, and Augusto Farfus should be putting a big smile on the face of ROWE Racing. And it was a proper race, and it's not over yet, but you feel with every corner, unless there's a huge gaggle of cars not knowing what they are doing, things are going their way. So let's try 2 abreast, 3 abreast, and suddenly the race leader is held up by, I think ironically, it was another BMW M4 GT3.
That was an Audi.
No, it wasn't. It was an Audi. Sorry, similar livery as one of the Walk on Horse cars.
No.
The tow down Dottinger is 12 length advantage, come down to half a car length advantage, and going for the inside. There isn't an inside. The dust is kicked up on the left of the circuit by Max Hess. Look to the outside now, but Augusto Farfus, that's years of experience for you. But he lost a dozen car length advantage, and the nose of the BMW Junior Team car is up the inside, but the track is going to kick left, but it's on the left. His nose is half the bonnet length is in front, but Augusto Farfus now is a slightly faster line on the outside. He's covered it going into Tiergarten. There's a back marker ahead. Surely he's going to hang on now. That was the sternest of challenge. We thought opening round was brilliant, with Yusuf Awega giving chase and just losing out. The cars come into the start-finish straight. There is probably half a second between them. What an astonishing that. But ROWE Racing and Augusto Farfus take the victory in NLS-3. And breathe, ladies and gentlemen. But Max Hess, that was super impressive. And just at the end, 2 cars fighting not even a class battle came together on the run through Dottinger, and the gap suddenly closed right across the nose of Augusto Farfus, and his 10-12 length car length advantage came down to nothing. That was storming.
Never, ever give up.
Whoa.
You were spot on. 0.582 of a second between them across the line.
Oh, I forgot to look at that.
Yes. Yeah. 4 hours of racing, half a second separates them. What a fantastic, and absolute credit to both of them as well for not coming together.
Oh, I would totally. And I'm just thinking, if you're in the boardroom at BMW, you must be going, oh, I made that decision. Thank goodness my job's safe for another few years. So waiting for the car to come through in third place, it should be Christian Cronjes. And that will be a BMW 1, 2, 3. And then they'll come home in fifth as well with Sheldon van der Linde. But for the first two, that was an astonishing battle. In fact, we're still waiting for the car coming through in third place. Such was the margin of dominance. That final lap, they still lapped in under 8 minutes, the sort of pace they dreamt of in the early stages of the race. And just looking to see if there are going to be any other changes. Kuba Gimnaziak might even deprive the second BMW from ROWE Racing for fifth place. We'll have to see what happens there. Christian Cronjes crossed the finish line third, 1 minute 12 seconds down on that amazing battle for victory. Well, that really, really was quite something. Oof. And breathe, as they say. Just wait to see who's going to come through in fourth place. It should be the TalkSport WRT Porsche. As I say that, yes, it does. He was another 30 seconds down on Christian Cronjes. And ROWE Racing do just get that fifth place, hunted down, and in fact actually pulled away slightly from Kuba Gimnaziak on that final lap. So Gimnaziak in the Phoenix Audi takes sixth place, and we're waiting for the next car through. It should be the TF Sport Aston Martin that tried to do those long stints early on, worked hard, took a victory last year, but Aston Martin did, but another day for them. But for ROWE Racing and BMW, that was a fantastic result, and the run through to the finish. Max Hess got that brilliant tow, went to driver's left, found half of his tyres were, well, all his tyres on the left hand side of the car were on the dirt, and then he tried again and again, and he's on the left hand side, and he gets his nose in front, the whole bonnet in front, but unfortunately he's on the outside of the circuit. You need to be on the inside there, and Augusto Farfus able to cover it off, and of course there was another car between them just before they got to the Tiergarten Twisters, and they got through. That was an exquisite bit of racecraft, but Max Hess, you can't fault him for trying. That was fabulous.
Just beautiful to witness that as well, and such professional driving from both of them. If you look how close Hess actually got to the back of Farfus at one point, just after that kink where you get that draft, how he didn't collect it is an absolute credit to driving ability.
Yeah, he might look at that video and go, how didn't I collect
it's like, oh, yes, don't need to work on that manoeuvre, do I? That was absolutely extraordinary. Who'd have thought there? At one point he was, as you say, whole bonnet ahead. He did actually take the lead with a matter of meters to go, but unfortunately just didn't quite get the draft. He said he couldn't go to the inside at Tiergarten. Well, he couldn't know. But Farfus knew that because there was a back marker there and there was no way he was going to do it, so he just stayed where he was. Just, you're not going to go around the outside. We saw it almost exactly the same play-for-play repeat of a month ago with Josefa Vega trying to go around the outside of Fred Macbeth in the Manthey car. You can't do it there. It's not going to happen. So what a finish. What a race, Bruce.
And some people are still out there racing because, of course, we just broke onto this final lap and still crossing the start-finish line. Some will still be about 4 minutes away, but it's all smiles. Conor De Phillippi's going up to congratulate his teammate Augusto Farfus, who I think, it might not have been the greatest race in his career, but it's probably the greatest finish, and that was a huge amount of pressure. And for BMW, well, back slaps all round from Augusto Farfus, and it's good to see that Max Hess has just got out. Dan Harper's in the mix, and Neil Verhagen as well. They worked so hard, those BMW junior team drivers. But let's just remind you, in that final chase, it very nearly overturned the race order. And for ROWE Racing, they had the tyres at the end of the race. For Max Hess in the junior team, they must have been on images of rubber rather than the real thing. They took it right to the end, and yet still he was fighting. That was absolutely brilliant. And it was extraordinary as they came down that long run from Dottinghur. You always pray for a few back markers. They managed to use them just extraordinary, the way it folded in on Augusto Farfus all the way around that lap. The first 24 kilometres were brilliant. Every bit of traffic sort of worked his way a little bit, and then suddenly there was no gap, and then suddenly the gap came right down, and that was extraordinary. And then the slipstreaming effect was phenomenal. Not enough for Max Hess. Well, that was an absolutely brilliant finish to the race. So the opening round, it was settled at the final corner. This one, it was settled about 20 metres before the final corner. So that was extraordinary, but it very much, Snowy, has been BMW's day.
It certainly has. at one point said that top 4 were basically got a little interlope with there. So Matt Campbell in the Top Sport 911 GT3, he managed to get it into 4th place. But it's a BMW podium, and such is the strength of that car, that still relatively new M4 GT3 car, but it's not only has it taken all 3 steps to the podium, but it's 3 different teams.
Well,
and that shows what a brilliant customer car that is, and what a platform that new car is.
And that's even more exciting, I think, if you're a manufacturer and you produce a car, and your teams have a big spread. And I think also just, Rover Racing won an event for BMW last year, but it was the M6. We have to just reiterate, it's the M4 that's now doing the winning. And Augusto Farfus is just smiling from ear to ear. Every driver likes to win, but even better if you do it with a real battle.
Was that you race for a reason? You want to race. Yeah, winning a race, yes, it's great, but you want to have a battle. They often say it's so much better to have a race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 10th than it is just to be out there on your own at the front. There's no real satisfaction in doing that. But that was you couldn't have got a much closer battle there. I still want to watch that replay of Hess just trying to get past Farfus on the Dottinger, and I didn't think you could get any closer and jink out without missing it. I'm not sure you could.
No.
I think the definition would be definitely the thickness of a respray.
Yes, both of them will have learnt an enormous amount. Augusto has so many years of experience, but again, it's a matter of pride. It's not just to win the race; it's you keep the juniors behind you at all costs. And very clean driving. It was fabulous to watch, and this circuit just keeps on producing. And Connor De Filippi, who started from pole position, he had for a while the fastest lap of the race. But let's just remind ourselves, as Connor explains, that brilliant 1st and 3rd stints for him. Fastest lap went to another BMW driver. One of the drivers in the car that finished 3rd, that's Christian Cronjes. But for American racer Connor De Filippi, a proud win here today. And a lot of his career has been in Germany. He has a real affinity ever since he tied himself up with BMW many moons ago. In fact, he was winning in it was the VLN then, back in 2016. He won here with Christopher Mies, but that was in an Audi. Shock horror. So affinity with the circuit, but definitely a BMW man through and through these days. And of course, for the BMW Junior team, they won 2 rounds last year. But for Max Hess, he's looking a little bemused. But he must be very, very proud. I didn't win that, but I gave it absolutely everything. Had got away from him, and then it came back, and it just shows. I thought Augusto Farfus was smiley, but certainly Max Hess. That is a proud moment. A winner here before, but that chase will almost give him more accolade than the wins.
Absolutely. It'll done his stock no harm at all, will it?
No, entirely so. And what one has to keep reminding ourselves is the stand at the top of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie just gets stronger and stronger. And proof of the matter was, I know we didn't get the Falken Motorsport Porsches racing here today because of tyre supply problems, which is something that's going to affect, unfortunately, teams around the world in the months to come. They could have been in the mix as well, but if you're BMW, you want that blue and white badge in the front of your car, plenty to smile about. Sami Matti Trogan and Andy Soucek being interviewed, but really the driver would be great to hear from in the 3rd place crew would be Christian Cronjes, fastest lap of the race, but that BMW M4, they must be going, thank our lucky stars we've aligned ourselves with this crew for 2022.
Unfortunately, we had to miss the previous race due to a problem. So it's nice. Our first
I want to go and drive one now.
I thought I can sense that. I can absolutely sense that. And where would you like to drive it? On the Nordschleife, perhaps?
Well, of course. Yes. You knew the second one. The look on your face there was like that fatherly look of a child that knew that was coming.
He's kept it under his hat for 4.5 hours now. It's been very well behaved. Give him a bung later.
Well, having driven the road going version of this, I can confirm it is an extraordinary car and on track. I was in one at Goodwood yesterday. Actually, it's quite an extraordinary piece of kit. But I want the GT3 version.
Okay, thanks a lot.
I want to go and play.
If you do it properly.
Absolutely.
So, 3rd place crew.
Go large or go home.
Very, very smiley indeed. But the biggest smile, if you can find any representative from BMW, is well, how did you do it at the Nürburgring today? Yes, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. You know what? I'll give you a bonus, 5th as well. But really, above all, it was the conclusion of that race. And just to remind you, the 44 crew, the BMW Junior team crew, they served a drive-through penalty, and they were good enough, clearly, for overall victory to end up just half a second down. Was a great result for Neil Verhagen, who gave chase to Connor Filippi, in the opening stint of the race. Dan Harper, who had his race interrupted by that drive-through penalty and then did the double stint in the middle of the race. Phenomenal from him. And for Max Hess, those closing laps on tyres that didn't want to play anymore, that was a brilliant, brilliant chase. It had got away from him, nearly came back. But Augusto Farfus, wise old bird in many ways, and that is why he's been a works BMW driver forever and a day. He held on to take victory. That's it from the third round of the NLS for 2022. Plenty more in store. 5 more rounds. There's also the Nürburgring 24 hours to keep fans of the Nordschleife very happy indeed. Just a month from now. So no snow this time. Sun at the start, but I will just always remember the final few moments of this race because they were absolute gold on a brilliant circuit. So hats off to Augusto Farfus, who took victory, and Max Hess, who took everything but victory. It was a brilliant, brilliant run to the finish, and I simply can't wait for the next round of the championship. The Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, it's been absolutely brilliant so far, and looking forward to the races ahead.